until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in. But the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है एक बहुत ही मजेदार इंटरव्यू में। और आज हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं जेनेसिस के शैडो, जिनसे हम थोड़ी बातचीत करते हैं तो सीधा ही उन्हें बुलाते हैं और जानते हैं कि फिलहाल इस पूरे सफर में कि क्या क्या उनके साथ चल रहा है। वेल शैडो, स्वागत है सबसे पहले आपका। और बताओ यार, मतलब लाइनअप के अंदर क्या चल रहा है, क्योंकि चेंजेस बहुत सारे हुए और बहुत कम वक्त मिला इस इवेंट में आने के लिए।
मतलब चेंजेस तो बहुत सारे हुए क्योंकि मतलब सबका एक एक प्रॉपर रोल था, तो उस हिसाब से हम लोग बहुत सारे ट्रायल्स लिए गेम्स में, मेन गेम्स में, कि किसका ज़्यादा बेस्ट कॉम्बिनेशन हमारा बनेगा।
एग्जैक्टली और मैं बस समझना चाहूंगा उस डेडली डुओ के बारे में, हंटर और जैप जिस तरीके से खेल रहे हैं। एज आईजीएल कितना ज्यादा फ्री हो जाते हो गेम के अंदर, क्योंकि दो खिलाड़ी आगे जाके इतने फिनिशर निकाल रहे हो और आपका काम है कि हाँ, पीछे से चीजों को बेहतर करना।
तो बहुत हेल्प करता है, लाइक अगर जब बंदे को अपना रोल पे खेल रहा है एंड बहुत आगे जाके फ्रंट पे खेल रहे हैं, किल्स निकाल रहे हैं, तो मतलब एक टीम पे लोड कम पड़ता है कि हाँ ये फाइट तो निकल ही जाएगी, अपन और कुछ देख सकते हैं और फ्यूचर का मतलब गेम में सोच सकते हैं कि कहाँ मारना है, क्या करना है, हर जगह फाइट ले सकते हैं, कॉन्फिडेंट रहते हैं मतलब फाइट लेने में। और
भाई मतलब कॉन्फिडेंस मैं बोलूंगा कि स्टार्टिंग के कुछ राउंड में तो बहुत कमाल का चला था। स्पेशली मुझे वो दो मैच याद आता है जहाँ पे 33 पॉइंट निकाले थे केवल दो मैचेस में, लेकिन उसके बाद थोड़ा डिसबैलेंस हुए थे। मान लिए थे कि हाँ क्वालिफिकेशन हो गया इसलिए, या वो थोड़ा डिसबैलेंस होने का।
नहीं, मतलब हम लोग हर मैच ट्राई तो करते ही है कि हम लोग अपना बेस्ट दे, पर कुछ कुछ मैचेस में जो हम लोग कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट या कुछ ट्रायल करते तो वर्क नहीं करते, कभी कभी तो बैकलैश दे जाते हैं, कभी 0 पॉइंट आ जाता है, फिर हमको फिर उसको वापस से फिक्स करना पड़ता है।
मतलब फिक्स तो चल रहा है। एंड एट द सेम टाइम मैं समझना चाहूंगा लाइनअप के अराउंड, थोड़ा सैम इनिशियल राउंड में हमें खेलते हुए देखने को मिले, फिर चेंजेस हुए।
हाँ।
तो इतने सारे चेंजेस रनिंग इवेंट में एज आईजीएल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी काफी है, बट ये चेंजेस हो क्यों रहे इतने इंपॉर्टेंट मैचेस के अराउंड?
एक्चुअल में सैम अभी थोड़ा डिवाइस चेंजेस पे गया था, तो वो कुछ प्रीवियस डिवाइस में जब खेल रहा था तो बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा था, पर उसको हमने अपग्रेड दिया तो फिर उसमें उसका मतलब इतना हाथ फिनिश नहीं हो पाया कि बहुत अच्छा खेल पाया, तो उसका कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत डाउन हो गया था। तो वो खुद ही बोल रहा था कि मेरा लाइक ये न्यू डिवाइस में मेरा हाथ सेट नहीं हो रहा, तो उसको टाइम चाहिए अभी प्रीवियस डिवाइस में वापस से मतलब हाथ सेट करने के लिए। अभी उसके साथ हम लोग प्रैक्टिस भी कर रहे हैं, तो अच्छा खेल रहा है, पर अभी जो हमारा मोमेंटम चल रहा है ये चार प्लेइंग फोर के साथ, वो ज्यादा बेटर चले, तो मैं इसमें चेंजेस करने का भी कुछ सोच नहीं रहा हूँ।
मतलब ये पूरा इंटायर इवेंट हम मान के चल सकते हैं कि जो प्लेइंग फोर अब चल रहा है वो पूरे इस समय।
अभी एंड समय तक का चेंजेस का तो सोचा नहीं, अगर कुछ भी अगर ऊपर नीचे होता है तो हमको हमको पता है कि सैम है, बिकॉज लास्ट टाइम भी हमने उसको एकदम एंड मौके पे उतारा था एंड वो बहुत अच्छा खेला था।
हम्म।
कि बहुत दो तीन मैचेस था उसने वन साइड हमको कैरी किया था एंड ऑल, लाइक 7 फिनिशेस एक में निकाले थे, एक में सोलो उसने निकाला था, तो हमको उस पर ट्रस्ट है कि कुछ भी अगर कुछ इमरजेंसी सिचुएशन होगी तो रेडी रहेगा एकदम।
बट एट द सेम टाइम मैचेस में समझना चाहूंगा, आपने सारे राउंड खेल के यहाँ तक आप पहुंचे हुए हो, बट
हाँ।
सेमीफाइनल आज का पहला दिन समाप्त हुआ। कैसा लगा पूरा कंपटीशन? और आखिर के स्टेजेस में मैं समझना चाहूंगा कम्युनिकेशन कैसा चल रहा है लाइनअप के दौरान, क्योंकि आखिरी स्टेज में भी अगर आप बात करें नंबर्स ऑफ टीम काफी ज्यादा है, तो एज आईजीएल कितना ज्यादा दिक्कत होता है उन स्टेजेस में सरवाइव करके जाना?
एक्चुअली हमको मुझे तो लाइक ऐसी एक फीलिंग थी कि हम लोग सारे स्टेजेस खेल के ही आएंगे वैसे सेमीफाइनल्स में, तो हम
जी।
सोचे कि ज़्यादा प्रैक्टिस हो जाएगी एंड और फिर जो अभी आज सेमीफाइनल जो हमने खेला, मतलब उसमें हमको ये भी दुख होता है कि एक हमारा मैच आज 0 पॉइंटर आया, जो
हम्म।
कि हम लोग ट्राई कर रहे थे कि ना आए।
हम्म।
बाकी दो मैचेस अच्छे गए, पर एक मैचेस में कुछ नहीं, हम लोग बस बैठे थे और हमको कुछ किल्स विल्स कुछ नहीं मिले, फिर अपोलो ने वहाँ पे सोलो चिकन निकाला, तो हम उसके लिए मतलब ऐसे खुश थे, बस किल्स की वजह से डिसअपॉइंटेड है, क्योंकि लास्ट लास्ट राउंड में हमने इतना सारा किल्स मारे और इस राउंड में हम लोग अभी जस्ट स्टार्ट किए और हमारे किल्स ही नहीं आ रहे, तो उसमें हम लोग को बस थोड़ा सा दुख हुआ। बाकी तो एक जो 0 पॉइंटर का मैच था, तो उसमें बस हमको बुरा लगा कि बहुत जल्दी हमने गिव अप कर दिया।
कोई बात नहीं, बट एटलीस्ट अभी भी आपके पास काफी सारे मैचेस हैं जहाँ पे आप आराम से और अच्छे पॉइंट्स निकाल के जा सकते हो। बट मैं समझना चाहूंगा कि बहुत सारी टीम्स के अराउंड आप खेल रहे हो, ग्रुप्स हर बार एक नया ग्रुप आपके सामने आ रहा है, तो ऐसे में एज अ आईजीएल कंपटीशन किस तरीके से देख रहे हो? क्योंकि कई सारी टीम्स है जो कि अच्छा खासे स्कोर ऑलरेडी निकाल चुके हैं डे वन के बाद। मैं इनडायरेक्टली बोलूँ तो कंपटीशन किसको मान रहे हो? कोई तीन नाम आप जरूर मुझे बताइए।
कंपटीशन तो आपको जैसे पता ही है, गॉड लाइक ऑफ कोर्स उनके मतलब उनकी टीम अभी एकदम अच्छी चल रही है, एंड दूसरी मैं बोलना चाहूँगा ओजी को, वो भी बहुत कंसिस्टेंट खेलते हैं। और तीसरी अभी जो नई टीम बनी है 8 बिट।
ओके। मतलब ये
यस,
तीनों
ये
टीम्स,
तीन को मैं भी
मतलब ये तीन टीम्स
कंपटीशन।
आपको परेशान कर सकती है, इसके अलावा और आई थिंक कोई नहीं है ऐसा कुछ?
हाँ, और इतना कोई परेशान नहीं करेगा।
ओके। बट मैं आखिर में बस ये जानना चाहूंगा कि लाइक राउंड वन में ऐसी क्या गलतियां हुई थी जिसके कारण वो सेमीफाइनल वीक में जो जंप आप चाह रहे थे वो आपको नहीं मिला?
राउंड 1 में लाइक मेरी टीम 1 हफ्ते पहले ही बनी थी, लाइक डिसाइड हुआ था कि कौन खेलने वाला है। तो
ओह।
फिर उसको हमने फिर वापस से रिशफल करके हम लोग ट्राई दिए।
हम्म।
आई थिंक हमने 6 to 9 गेम्स आई थिंक सैम के साथ खेले।
हम्म।
फिर हमने लास्ट 3 गेम्स में हंटर्स को इंट्रोड्यूस किया, क्योंकि वो एकदम लास्ट मोमेंट पे हमको टीम में ज्वाइन किया था, जब उसको कोई भी टीम नहीं मिल रही थी।
ओके।
एकदम लाइक एंड मोमेंट पे उसने ज्वाइन किया था, फिर हमने उसको ट्राई दिया।
तो उसके बाद मुझे लगता है कि चीजें काफी ज्यादा बेहतर हो गई, बट अपने
हाँ,
फैंस को मैं चाहूंगा कि जाते आते आप भरोसा दिला के जाए कि इस बार की ट्रॉफी जेनेसिस क्यों डिजर्व करती है, एक बार फैंस को आप बता दीजिए।
इस बार की ट्रॉफी क्यों डिजर्व करते हैं, मतलब अगर हम लोग अच्छा खेलेंगे तो ऑफकोर्स हम लोग अच्छा डिजर्व करते हैं। इस बार मतलब एक जो हमने लाइनअप जो हमने इंट्रोड्यूस किया वो मतलब काफी स्ट्रांग है। मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि कुछ रिजल्ट या एक्सपेक्टेशंस नहीं हो गए लाइनअप से अगर फाइनल्स पहुंचे, पर इस बार ऐसा है कि लाइक सब रिनोन प्लेयर्स है, अच्छा खेलते हैं, तो कुछ ना कुछ तो करके जाएंगे।
चलिए अराउंड, मैं तो बस यही चाहूंगा कि आप बेहतर ही करके जाओ, बट थैंक यू सो मच शैडो हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। होप आप और ज्यादा बेहतर करके जाओ आने वाले मैचेस के लिए। बेस्ट ऑफ लक।
थैंक यू।
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी लोगों का realme BMPS 2025 में। और अभी एक कमाल का इंटरव्यू आपका इंतजार कर रहा है, तो सीधा हम बात करने वाले हैं आज के इस इंटरव्यू में टीम फॉरएवर के शायान से। तो सीधा उन्हें बुलाते हैं और उनसे जानते हैं कि कैसा रहा है पूरा एक्सपीरियंस। वेल, स्वागत है आपका। और मैं बस समझना चाहूंगा आपसे कि कैसा रहा है अब तक का एक्सपीरियंस इस पूरे इंटायर इवेंट में। राउंड 1 आपने खेला, फिर राउंड 3 आपने खेला, और अब
हाँ,
सेमीफाइनल वीक 1 में आपकी एंट्री हो चुकी है। तो कैसा रहा है पूरा सफर अभी तक का?
अच्छा ही रहा है सब कुछ। एकदम थोड़ा हुआ था, न्यू टीम थी तो न्यू टीम के साथ खेल रहे थोड़ा आगे पीछे हुआ था, लेकिन धीरे धीरे हमने मीटिंग किए, साथ में खेले, एकदम कोऑर्डिनेशन बिठाया अच्छे से, धीरे धीरे किए, धीरे धीरे वो सही होते गया।
हम्म।
फिर राउंड 1 में भी थोड़े ही पॉइंट्स की वजह से हम लोग सेमी नहीं हो पाए
हम्म।
क्वालिफाई, लेकिन फिर भी ठीक ही है। फिर राउंड 3 में भी थोड़ा ठीक हुआ, राउंड 3 भी अच्छा ही गया हमारा, एकदम अच्छे से खेले सब कुछ,
हम्म।
सब सही गया था। फिर अभी सेमीफाइनल में भी आज खेले, ठीक ही गई आज के मैचेस भी।
हम्म।
एक दो मैच थोड़ा चोक हो गया, थोड़ा थ्रो हो गया कोई कोई,
जी।
और लेकिन ठीक गया।
मतलब 10 पॉइंट के लिए जहां तक मुझे याद है कि राउंड 1 से वो सेमीफाइनल वीक 1 रह गया, तो वो क्या गलतियां हुई थी आपके अनुसार उस राउंड 1 में? क्योंकि एक बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी थी आपके पास, तो मैं बस जानना चाहूंगा कि उस राउंड 1 में एक्चुअल में क्या गलतियां हुई थी आपके अनुसार।
गलतियां तो मतलब सबकी गलती, मेरी भी गलतियां थी थोड़ी बहुत, ऐसी ऐसी सबकी गलतियां ही थी थोड़ी। कुछ मैचेस चोक हो गए थे, कुछ चिकन से हो गया था, शायद
हम्म।
एक दो और अच्छी मैच चले जाती तो शायद हो जाते हम भी,
हम्म।
लेकिन थोड़ा बहुत हो गया था आगे पीछे। न्यू टीम थी तो कोऑर्डिनेशन भी इतना सही से बिठा नहीं था, क्योंकि ज़्यादा हमने अच्छे मैचेस वो खेले नहीं थे, मतलब जो ज़्यादा अच्छे टूर्नामेंट्स होते,
हम्म। हम्म।
हाँ वो ज़्यादा हम खेले नहीं थे, तो कोऑर्डिनेशन के लिए भी थोड़ा हुआ था, लेकिन धीरे धीरे सही हो रहा है सब अभी।
जी हाँ, काफी ज्यादा बेहतर हो रहा है क्योंकि हर मैचेस में वो ग्राफ ऊपर जाता हुआ देखने को मिल रहा है। वेल, आप जिस टीम में हो ना उसमें एक खिलाड़ी है ओएस, काफी एक्सपीरियंस,
यस।
काफी एक कमाल के
हाँ,
खिलाड़ी है। वो जब भी किसी भी लाइनअप में जाते हैं उनका ग्राफ ऊपर जाने लगता है। तो मैं बस समझना चाहूंगा आपसे कि उनके साथ खेलने का एक्सपीरियंस कैसा रहा है? वो बड़े भाई की तरह ही आपको चीजें बताते होंगे कि क्या
हाँ,
सही है क्या गलत है, तो थोड़ा डिटेल में बताइए
हाँ,
कि लाइनअप के अंदर में क्या चलता है।
ओएस भाई एकदम मेरे भाई जैसे ही है वो भी एक, लेकिन वो बहुत अच्छा है, जो वो एकदम अच्छे से समझाते हैं। पहली बात तो
हम्म।
मीटिंग में भी होती ना, वो एकदम अच्छे से समझाते हैं, एकदम क्या करना है क्या नहीं, एकदम एकदम अच्छे से, और हमें समझ में भी वो अच्छे से ही आता है, बहुत अच्छे से आता है। और मैच के बाद भी फिर जो भी भाई की बात है वो भी एकदम से ज़्यादा भाई जैसे ही समझाते हैं सब कुछ।
हम्म।
हाँ, और जो भी गलतियाँ होती है हम लोग मैचेस के बाद, हर मैच के देखते हैं, मीटिंग करते हैं, वो सब उसमें भी क्या क्या हो रहा है, क्या गलतियाँ हुई, क्या क्या हम कर सकते थे,
हम्म।
वो सब भी वो एकदम समझाते हैं हमें, सबको समझ में भी वो अच्छे से ही आता है,
हम्म।
तो वही सही होता है।
काफी सही, मतलब बड़े भाई इनडायरेक्टली आप बता ही रहे हो।
हाँ,
बट ना एक चीज
हाँ,
में बस मेरे को याद आया कि आप ना लास्ट टाइम मैंने आपको देखा था फिनिक्स के नाम से आप खेल रहे थे, लास्ट बीएमपीएस में शायद आप खेल रहे थे। उसके बाद
नहीं
काफी ज्यादा
लास्ट BMPS था।
लास्ट बीएमपीएस, ओके। सो एक बहुत बड़ा गैप आया, बीजेएस में आप नहीं देखने को मिले और एकदम से टीम फॉरएवर में आपकी एंट्री। तो ये गैप के बीच में आप क्या कर रहे थे और टीम फिनिक्स का क्या हुआ?
गैप के BMPS के बाद हमने फिनिक्स की लाइनअप मतलब हो गई, वो टूट गई थी फिनिक्स लाइनअप, मतलब सब प्लेयर्स यहाँ हो गए थे थोड़े, तो
हम्म।
उसमें भी थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम हुआ था धीरे धीरे, लेकिन फिर मेरे को न्यू टीम मिली, जिसमें मेरे टीममेट्स थे पुराने, जो फिनिक्स में 2 टीममेट्स थे
हम्म।
वही थे, और बाकी हमने एक IGL के साथ ट्राई किया था, उसमें उसमें भी थोड़ा बहुत हुआ, लेकिन उसमें भी ज़्यादा ठीक नहीं गया, मतलब जितना हमने सोचा था कि यहाँ और भी जो लैन के थर्ड पार्टी लैन ESL ये सब, उसमें भी हमारा ठीक नहीं गया। तो भी फिर लास्ट हम BGI साथ में खेले थे कि सोचे थे क्या इसमें देखेंगे, ट्राई करेंगे, फुल अपना 100% देंगे तो कुछ ठीक जाएगा। लेकिन BGI में भी हम बाहर हो गए थे वाइल्ड कार्ड से ही। तो फिर उसके बाद सब हम लोग यहाँ मतलब अलग अलग जगह ट्राई करने गए, ये किए। फिर मुझे टीम फॉरएवर से ऑफर आया, मतलब ओवेस भाई ने ऑफर दिए थे मुझे क्या ट्राई कर हमारे साथ ट्रायल देके, तो मैंने वहाँ पे भी ट्रायल दिया। फिर वहाँ धीरे धीरे खेला फिर वहाँ पे ही हो गया मेरा फिक्स। अभी
काफी बढ़िया फिक्स हुआ है। बस वो टाइम मिला आपको इस इवेंट में आने से पहले कि वो प्रैक्टिस हो जाए, सिनर्जी बन जाए, वो चीजों का आपको टाइम मिला, या बहुत कम समय में ये लाइनअप बना के सीधा आप यहाँ पे एंट्री मारे हो?
नहीं, हाँ मतलब ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं मिला, थोड़ा बहुत खेलने में, मतलब इतना ज़्यादा नहीं मिल पाया। धीरे धीरे वही खेलते रहे सब।
चलिए, वो तो मतलब ग्राफ के अकॉर्डिंग तो मुझे लगता है कि जितना भी टाइम मिला बहुत अच्छा आपको टाइम मिला, और उसका रिजल्ट भी आप जाके ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। बट लास्ट सवाल मैं बस
हाँ।
आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि कंपटीशन बहुत कमाल का चल रहा है, सेमीफाइनल वीक 1 में
हाँ।
आप आ चुके हो। कौन सी टीम लगता है कि आपको परेशान करके जा सकती है? चाहे आप ड्रॉप क्लैश की बात कर ले, चाहे आप उस रोटेशनल फाइट की आप बात कर ले, कौन सी ऐसी 3 टीम रहेगी जो लगता है कि हाँ, ये 3 टीम्स मुझे आगे चल के परेशान कर सकती है?
देखो, मैं ऐसा सोचा तो नहीं हूँ मैंने कोई टीम के बारे में, कोई, क्योंकि ड्रॉप क्लैश तो हम लोग का किसी का है भी नहीं इतना। लेकिन कोई टीम के बारे में मैं सोचा ही नहीं हूँ, लेकिन आगे चल के ऐसा आप बोलो कि परेशान कर सकते हैं, तो शायद कोई टीम है, जैसे कि हो गया सोल, गॉडल, ये सब भी बस टीम है। बाकी और तो मैंने इतना सोचा नहीं, मतलब ये दिमाग में नहीं डाला हूँ मैंने। मतलब गेम के अंदर जो टीम सामने आएगी हमें मतलब मारना ही है, अपना कंपटीशन ही देना है उनको अच्छे से 100%।
ये बहुत अच्छी सोच है, मतलब ऐसा ही होना चाहिए कि जो भी आ जाए उन्हें हम
हाँ।
बाहर ही करेंगे, डजंट मैटर वो कोई भी हो। होपफुली आपसे
हाँ।
डायरेक्टली लैन पे मुलाकात होगी। थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, और ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर अपकमिंग मैचेस।
थैंक यू सो मच।
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job. Defeat.
Kia, movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू
रोंडो?
रन 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 रन।
Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो 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 आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दे रहा है, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो. अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ. भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस.
अबे छोड़ो.
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है.
Wow.
Welcome to the realme BMPS 2025 Semifinals Week 1 Day 2. I'm going to be your host, Castanet Crow. John alongside with me on the panel, it will be IC Baby 1-2, and the fight is for the top 8 so far. Yesterday, the overall standings were shaping out in quite an interesting way, IC.
Well, it is very, very interesting as well because we did see Eggy pull off one of the biggest leads so far. Unfortunately, they could not pull even higher despite a little bit hiccups in their performances yesterday. But as of yet, the grind continues here because the journey in towards the Grand Finals is so close yet so far. And what I mean is that the top 8 in the overall standings after this 4 days in this week 1 will directly qualify into the Grand Finals, whereas the rest, well, they have to take the longer journey, which is going to be playing in week 2 itself.
Exactly. And speaking of what exactly happened yesterday, K9 Esports started things off with an absolute dominating note. Later on, we did see a bit of that mess up from Pro P2, where he just naded himself and his own teammate, and because of that, the chicken dinner slipped out. But still, that was quite a solid game for that team. But once again, something that's going to be solid for you guys is also going to be the realme GT7 itself. The device is already out on Amazon, so move on towards Amazon, search for the realme GT7, get your hands onto it. The sale's now live. That 7,000 mAh battery backed up with ultra-fast charger, which is going to be 120 watts, will make sure your gaming nights will be as long as possible.
Well, speaking of the game itself as well, we have to talk about the team that has gotten themselves 2 chicken dinner, and that's going to be Hydras. And of course, it is a team who's currently sitting on the 2nd position in the overall standings, which gives them a very, very comfortable safety net. And considering the fact that almost all the top 8 teams that directly qualify into the semifinals from round 1 are doing pretty okay in the overall standings as of yet, except for a couple few. In this case, that's going to be learn from past. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, they've been struggling a bit. It feels like still getting a little bit more rised up. And in my opinion, now as you move on towards the day 2, they're probably going to be warmed up. Those jitters will be shaken away. Learn from past at the end of the day. It's a banner with all the 4 scattered players just put together. So it makes a lot of sense. Maybe since they have been going through a massive gap, they did not really play the round 2, round 3. That's why they're struggling a bit probably. But as we move on towards the overall standings, Eggy's currently top of the chart with 35 points. Yesterday, Eggy was the one to miss out that chicken dinner and gifted it to the players of Hyderabad Hydras.
Yep, at the same time, Hyderabad Hydras is on 2nd place despite getting 2 chicken dinners, which is insane considering the fact that they've gotten 2 chicken dinners. But they're still only 33 points. Whereas for OG, also very consistent stuff. No chicken dinners, getting themselves 33 points. But they do have 23 finishes. But 8-Bit has pretty much got themselves 31 points. But they've only played 3 matches. So that is going to be something that we have to take note of. Another team that really stands out in this top 8 here is going to be Reckoning Esports as well. Because they have gotten themselves 27 points. And also only played 2 matches. And the second game, Reckoning Esports was in a very, very long, prolonged fight between themselves, Eggy, and Hero Extreme Godlike, which resulted in Soulmate being a solo warrior and then clutching the final chicken dinner of yesterday itself.
Exactly. Let's give some props to Rising Inferno as well. With the way they've been playing, the graph has just been going up. The performance from them has been immaculate. Now, as you flip the page, you will see a few upsetting names. 4TR on the latter half of the board, including VOLCANO Esports, just getting 1 point in the span of 3 games. Now, that's not what you expect from a banner like VOLCANO Esports. Even Soul just getting 10 points in 2 games. Learn from Past as well, just getting 9 points in the span of 3 games.
Yeah, I think Learn from Past is have it one of the most difficult runs so far because of the fact that they directly qualified from the top 8, but they've only got themselves 9 points in 3 games. But it's not really over yet here. There is still more games to go. In this case, I want to talk about Hero Extreme Godlike as well. They've only played 2 matches, 14 points. Alibaba Raiders, 12 points with 2 matches. And of course, Seoul, 10 points with 2 matches. So it's not really that much of a difference yet here. You know, you kind of want to be in like top 5 to 6 points per game, and you should be A-okay in terms of consistency. But I think the ideal spot you want to be in is like 8 to 9 points per game.
Yeah,
on
pretty
average.
much. I mean, if you talk about the teams that's doing currently even worse, it's going to be Mysterious 4. They've played 4 games so far and just stuck on 7 points on the last page of the overall standings, which is not good. Now, as we move on towards the realme MVP ranking, Fierce is going to be the man to lead the pack this time around from the side of Wyld Fangs. Once again, 40 finishes racked up. Then you've got Wizgot from the side of Orangutan getting 42. You've also got Seth right there getting 36. Ninju with 38. And Gods now coming in with 34.
Well, it's interesting to see a completely new top 5 if you were to compare it off the previous BGIS itself as well. I think the top 5 was Mastermind Mavericks, and then we also had Viper from Reckoning, and we also have got like Jonathan as well as Admino part of the equation. None of them has appeared this time in this top 5, so we might look to see a potential new realme MVP by the end of this season, potentially.
Maybe, because at least as of now, it feels like Hero Extreme Godlike hasn't really caught that pace. But I feel like the moment they start catching that pace, I'm pretty sure that's when Hero Extreme Godlike will be doing pretty good. But you know, a while ago, we were speaking about one of the teams, which was Rising Inferno, and for them, their graph has been going up. Every single player in that squad's been doing extremely well for themselves, and that well-knit effort has been putting up a lot of points in the overall standings. But let's not forget, the same thing's been going on with K9 Esports too. The first game itself, they started things off with a bang, and that's why they've got 27 points in total, with 14 finishes from K9 and 21 finishes from Rising Inferno.
Well, I would say in terms of overall points-wise, your Rising Inferno Esports does have a little bit of better of average survival time just because they prioritize position points a little bit better, but that's only that one game that they actually outlasted K9 Esports, whereas in this case, look at this, Rising Inferno Squad's got 21 finishes, but K9 has only got 14 finishes, which kind of speaks a lot in terms of the position points, because a majority of K9's Esports points actually comes from position points.
No, here's the thing, right? K9 Esports just had one good game. After that, K9 Esports messed up every single game. And because of that, K9 Esports just has 27 points. Now, if K9 Esports was consistent enough, they of course would have had much more points and probably even topped the overall standings. But since K9 Esports just performed that one game, that's why we see a bit of that vacuum in the overall standings by the teams at the top. And then later on, we saw complete misfortune coming in for K9 Esports, where they were trying to pull off those rotations. Even the Circle was playing its mind games yesterday.
Well, now that you actually mention it as well, yes, the chicken dinner actually helped them elevate it in terms of the overall standings as well. But in this fight, there was just 2 very, very distinct clips between this rivalry as well as head-to-head here as well. Yes, the first one, chicken dinner, great. Second one, Inferno Rising, just catching them mid-rotation in Miramar. And I'm like, was it luck? Was it skill? I think it's a little bit of both, though, because it's just a little bit unfortunate that K9 was ironically in the wrong place at the wrong time, and Inferno Rising was just there. You know what? Anybody drives through this road, we are just gonna blast them out, take some points.
Speaking specifically about that zone too, right? Just forming around that Port of Paraiso Breeze, and who would have thought? It's one of the most off zones so far. Not a lot of teams have actually played it, so the zone was particularly playing with a lot of the minds, and that's why K9 Esports wasn't really able to capitalize. But let's hope that the first game that they're gonna be playing today, they maybe will pull off a major comeback and once again just settle themselves at the top.
Yep, maybe. Just maybe. Hopefully things are going to be a little bit better here for them. But all things considered here, the grind continues as well. Of course, teams that have played 4 matches are going to be feeling a little bit pressured in this case, as their points will slowly dwindle down as the rest of the pack are going to be keeping up as well. Of course, we have to talk about Hero Extreme Godlike. We have to talk about Seoul. We have to talk about teams like Reckoning Esports. In this case, I think Reckoning Esports is the closest to being #1 just because they played 2 matches with amazing... and they are currently in top 8 position. So technically, for them to reach the top 1, they only need one more game, and they should be able to dethrone Eggy as well as Hyderabad Hydras in terms of their overall consistency gameplay. Same can be said for K9, same can be said for even Soul and Godlike as well, because they're not really that far apart. But for Godlike and Reckoning as well as Soul, their situation is a little bit different because they played 2 matches. But speaking of 2 matches, right from the start, we are going to be jumping into its Group B and D. So that means these 3 names that I've just mentioned are probably going to be playing on screen right now.
Of course, man. I mean, you've also got K9 Esports in that particular group. You've also got Genesis coming back inside of the picture. Even Team Insane, Shockwave too. So these names are, of course, going to be the heavy hitters. And you know what? Speaking about the groups itself, we've got the groups flashing on the screen right now. Inside of Group B, we've got True Rippers, K9 Esports coming in directly from the round 1, and then the rest of the names also popping up.
Yep. This is going to be a little bit interesting as well, because this is going to be a very, very important one, especially coming from both Group B and D. D in particular, I would say is completely very, very difficult because number 1, Alibaba Raiders, Reckoning Esports, Soul, God's Drain, and Godlike. These are not any banners that we do not know of. They are very, very much known of. And interesting enough is that they have no choice but to play with each other every single game. So that means every lobby when you watch D, this is going to be D trying to dictating the tempo of how the gameplay inside the map itself is going to look like. And would I be confident enough to say that they are strong enough to just control the entire gameplay themselves? Yes, because their point systems in the overall standings, a majority of them is actually onto a Soul, Reckoning Esports, God's Reign, Godlike, Alibaba Raiders, and even TWOB as well.
So, pretty much right. Speaking about God's Reign and what happened yesterday, too, we did see Destro pull off a quick 1v3 against Godlike, which was, of course, a miraculous moment because none of us would ever think Destro being the IGL just popping off in such a way, and Destro actually just pulled off an insane clutch, eliminating the entire third party that Godlike tried to pull off. And that was the main reason why God's Reign did pretty good in that game of Miramar, too. Now, soon we're also going to be having the upcoming game of Erangel boot up on the screen, so we might just be able to know what exactly will be happening in the future. We've still got the likes of Team Insane coming inside of the picture. So what's going to happen? Well, this game of Erangel will tell us, as the plane's going to be in the skies once again, this time starting all the way from Primorx towards the opposite side, which will be Severny.
This is going to be a very, very interesting one here as well. Will the power vacuum go in the hands into his Group D, or will Group B fight back? A battle between B and D is on its way, and this is going to be the starting map of Erangel itself, and seems like the flank path is going to be coming in from the southwest corner of Primor's and then ending towards the outskirts of Severny. And it seems like the flank path is going to be skewed a little bit more to the northwest. Are we going to see some sort of a drop clash? I don't think so, considering that almost every single team has some sort of taste of playing with each other already.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, look at True Rippers too, just instantly ejecting outside of that plane fly path. You've also got God's Reign taking an exit, trying to move in towards that Sasnoka military base. So for God's Reign, it's going to be smooth sail, and it's not even a question. You've also got Hunters right there from Genesis Esports too. You can see the man taking an exit around Primorx and Fairpier vicinity. Reckoning Esports too, just taking an exit around that same territory. So one thing is for sure, we might just see a lot of horns being locked.
Well, at the same time, look at this. Seems like God's Reign is going to be expecting company there towards military base. It seems like it's going to be BO7S, but BO7S has opted to actually switch between Novo and military base for quite some time now, so I don't think it's going to be a big issue. They have had a little bit of clashes back in the round stages themselves, but aside from that, they have adapted very, very quickly. But looks like the circle is going to shift down towards the western bridge here. So that means a lot of teams are going to be anticipating it to be on main island. And one wrong shift from the circle says that, you know what, we're going back to the military base.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports might just be in a decent spot, low-key. You've also got TWOB dropping towards Kotka. It's massive spread around the compounds. Even Jux dropping around that Pachinki area since they know there's no 8-bit this time around. God's Reign spotting out the players of BO7S. They want to get their hands on the vehicle, but then realize BO7S, they might just be a massive threat. And God's Reign, this time, they straight up just clash on towards the compound and already find the first opener. Ghostface down. It's quite unfortunate for God's Reign as even they lost out on Justin, but it's completely fine. Still another man is inside of that shack. They need to be extremely careful. BO7S on the verge being completely dismantled. Not a great start for BO7S. Rough outing.
This is a very, very good read coming from God's Reign, knowing that BO7S was slightly out of position. Instantly goes for the car, instantly goes for the hunt. able to isolate the players and then just take them out. And because of this, look at this, Dizzy, no choice but to stay on the outskirts. No, even Dusty as well, nowhere to be found. And just like that, they've lost all the players. Godtrain, very happy with just that 2 finishes. Will continue on the search for the rest of the players before actually heading into his military base. So BO7S, they're pretty much stranded.
Yeah, they're done for. Just a 2-man squad. Yeah, maybe they can get a few points acquired for themselves, but I highly doubt that's going to be enough. Yeah. Look at BO7S yesterday, just getting 2 points, which is not a good thing.
This is... Wow, this is mean of Godtrain as well. They intentionally took the southern pathway just to loot up all those vehicles. So that means if BO7S is looking for those vehicles, they have to leg their way even further. So it's either they head north or they head south. But if they head north, chances are by the time they get their cars and then rotate to Novo, Godtrain would have looted military base, drove up, and then might actually took into them. Obviously, that is going to be a very, very far-sighted prediction coming from me. But there is a possibility because BO7S, their options are very, very limited right now.
Yeah, of course. They've messed up the initial opening itself. No matter what you try to do, covering that is going to be next to impossible. And at this point, you've got Sol on the screen. Yesterday's day wasn't as explosive as we expected it to be. Specifically from a banner like Sol, you want it to be an absolute explosion, a bang with the entrance. But Sol just managing to squeeze out 10 points on the day one itself. Let's hope that today might just be the spree that we're hoping for. At the end of the day, Sol, as a playing fourth, they've been looking pretty impeccable. We would want to see that explosion inside of the maps, right?
Yeah, but all things considered, you know what's... Well, you know what? Speaking of explosions, we haven't seen a red zone for, like, ever. Like,
yeah.
It's been... Well, the only time I see a red zone in the classic games, but in competition, never.
Yeah, it's never been a part of competitive, right?
Yeah, it would be interesting, though, to add a little bit of variation.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason why red zones were first removed is because of the RNG factor that it adds, right?
Yeah.
You just can't really do anything. The moment it forms on top of you, you're just messed up. And at that point, you just need to sit in a house, wait for it to end, and that's the only time you can actually step out.
Well, that's the point of survival. It is a battle royale. And we are actually running away from the zone itself. The circle itself was RNG. If you bring it back in play, it'll be a different kind of gameplay.
Yeah, it would be interesting, right? Would definitely give some funny clips, though.
Well, it would make life miserable for every single player, to be honest. Especially in the final phase of the zone.
Oh, imagine.
Oh,
if
boy.
it was a possibility that this red zone forms up
Dude,
in Stage 8.
Yeah, it has happened before. I've seen it before, back in the days. But speaking of a different team here, let's talk about K9 Esports. They managed to reach all the way to 70. They are having one of the furthest away from the flight path right from the get-go. Yes, it did intersect into a 70, but they were the last to actually drop. So in terms of rotation-wise, they do have the furthest away to traverse for center control for the latest phase of stages of the game. So K9 Esports definitely has to play around the fact that they might not have any center control later on unless they get very, very lucky.
K9 Esports is just really good at wiping out squads left, right, and center.
They have to
win the fight, though. Yeah, that's one of the main reasons why K9 Esports loves to play from the edges, and it works out for them too. And yesterday we've seen a prime example of that. With the way they were just spreading themselves out, getting that territory control. K9 Esports was looking insane, but something that looks even more insane is going to be the realme GT7 itself. That stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours will provide you the smoothest gaming experience out there. So move on towards Amazon, search for the realme GT7, and get your hands on this device.
Yes. And speaking of which here, seems like Gravity is going to be playing around the 6 houses on towards the east side themselves, Reckoning Esports, especially, well, not particularly 6, it's pretty much the 12 houses, but divided by 6 and 6. So those 6 houses are very, very good for just holding down bunkers, but it's not exactly great for picking people off. So if you want to save those vehicles, you want to try to set up a potential ambush, it's just fantastic, because any team that drives by those 6 houses or even 12, you are going to get completely blasted. But if you do not win those initial engagements, you are going to be in one of the most awkward fights where every single team is going to be looking in. Teams are going to be potentially looking to try third party as well from afar. It is going to be very awkward, but again, it does give you that preemptive strike.
Alibaba Reuters on the screen. So far, going for quite a defensive play style. The execution does seem it's like it's working. Let's see what the future holds. Now trying to overlook the players off Reckoning Esports in the front. At this point in time, everyone's just waiting for the stage 2 to pop up. That's going to be the main curveballing shift everyone's waiting for. And it will also reveal the main intentions of the game itself. Yeah. Team Insane 2 moving inside of the zone at this point. Team Insane as well is quite a deadly force. A name to watch out for.
Yeah. But at the same time, I really like what Alibaba Radius is doing just now. They actually spread for a 3-1, sending Fragger outside to scout the hit. And in his back, he does have some sort of cover fire from those compounds as well. So it does give him a little bit leeway to keep tabs and extend their reach around them in terms of information. But if he gets picked off, it is going to be very, very difficult to actually pick him off. So I would say teams aren't going to be doing okay. They are still in the scouting vicinity. Even Team Insane, they are lurking around Gatka just because of the fact that if the circle shifts out there, they will call dips. And it seems like the circle is about to close in 10 more seconds. Every single team is pretty much close to the center, except for God's Reign. In this case, God's Reign just about leave and doctor himself on the southern bridge himself, but the shift actually heads in towards Fury Pier, maybe even Primos. We might potentially see a second Primos finisher in this BMPS.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a zone like this, right, where GlitchX Reborn stood a chance to qualify. It all came down to that 1v1 in the end, and unfortunately for GlitchX Reborn, they lost that 1v1. And because of that, they're not seen over here in the semifinals. Pretty much the same circle, but hold on to that thought. Genesis Esports could have been under fire. Luckily enough for the man's still going to be alive for Team Insane. They were too busy trying to rotate themselves in a better spot.
Oh, speaking of Insane right now, seems like they have docked themselves on the Fury Pier, but they haven't really set up those vehicles and maybe even take control of those rooftops. And this might be a little bit of a problem here because they have to check every single corner. And the one is going to be challenging them is going to be Reckoning Esports. And even Genesis is going to be playing from the west side of Fury Pier. And they themselves have a very, very decent spot here. So as of that, they have no reason to butt out of those compounds. So we are going to be expecting a lot of teams playing around and away from all these southern buildings.
True.
Just because it's so hard to push through once they've pretty much set up. And even Insane, they have a very, very wide spread here. But I don't think they have enough angles towards the teams on the east side based on how they're positioning. So Reckoning Esports, they will have to share it with each other, but the moment they cross that divider in between them, somebody's going to get shot.
I highly doubt we're going to see things escalate until the stage 3 pops up. So at least as of now, this zone's going to be quite okay, and this position as well is going to be quite okay. And something that's going to be okay and really good for you guys is also going to be the Kia Ross itself. Cutting-edge technology, seamless connectivity, and let's not forget, dynamic turbo patrol engine and manual transmission for exhilarating driving experience. So make sure you do check it out. But back towards the game once again. Reckoning Esports spotting out Team Insane in the front. As I mentioned, I highly doubt things are going to be escalating inside of the city, at least as of now. The moment the next zone pops up, though, that's where we might just see the fight start.
Yeah, we have a lot of teams going a little bit late here from outside the zone. We saw Hero Extreme Godlike early on outside the zone, but Inferno Rising themselves, in this case, Rising Inferno Esports, they themselves just barely making their way into the zone themselves. So they are going to have a little bit of rough time here to try and find an entry point. They did suck out a couple of rotations here because look at this. K9 going to be coming from the northwest corner. And even Aryan is pretty much driving by each other. So they are going to be in a little bit of a awkward situation. There is too many people on the northwest corner, to be honest. K9 finally pushes up into his quarry. Fortunately for them, they do find space, which is a good thing for them, actually.
Yeah, K9's low-key got a decent spot. Let's see, the next zone's going to be important. If it does shift away from K9 Esports, that spot's not going to be helping them too much. And Loki sort of favors them too. So for K9 Esports, it isn't that bad.
Actually, it's not bad. It's actually pretty great here just because, number one, they have high ground advantage. Yes, you do not have dips on stage 5. But if any teams rotate in the wrong direction, they are going to get punished. So that is going to be a small little victory there. True Reapers made the gamble to actually dock onto his Primos. Unfortunately, the circle is not going to shift there. And they are forced to push out. Genesis has one of the strongest compounds in this vicinity in the south side, whereas every single team has formed a huge cluster on the north and on the east side. So all Genesis needs to do is not get completely hard crashed.
Yeah.
And they should be fine. And they should be walking away with chicken dinner.
It's going to be a tough game for God's Reign and BO7S. You can already tell that. Specifically for BO7S, they're down to just that one man. I highly doubt he can do a lot. Given that circumstance, Alibaba Raiders now challenging a fight against Team Insane. The man up close and personal backs away from Team Insane. So Alibaba Raiders, at least they can now spread their wings, get a little bit of that proactive control. Rising Inferno losing out on OMEN. Bad start to this game. In the final few moments, you would need all the 4 players standing, but K9 Esports, they've already tasted the likes of Rising Inferno, and I highly doubt they would want to let him go too. 3 players trapped in that warehouse. There's also a few more teams in the front.
Yeah, but look at this. Look at the utilities coming from all those teams here. Hero Extreme Godlike's got 23 grenades and 21 smokes, whereas the rest of the world, they don't really have a lot of grenades to work with. And considering this circle itself, especially there's so much corners, I feel like you need more smokes to actually play this. But speaking of this, Jux pretty much stuck on the outskirts here near the tanks on the shorelines, and they are going to be taking jabs onto the east here. Every single team needs to drive through Jux. But it seems like Jux themselves, they are going to try and play a little bit aggressive here as they are pushing up those Alibaba Raiders.
Oh, it's got to blow. Alibaba Raiders just backing away from this one, but still the man gets caught. That was a great catch right there. Beautiful find. Reboot. The man wants to toss out a nade. Stop this reboot from coming through. Fragger in the back lines towards the warehouse. Will be suppressed with the help of that nade. Pushed back a little bit. Reboot wants to cross on towards the opposite side, but does not exactly know what's going on over there. So it's going to be too risky for Jux Esports to actually move up in that vicinity. There's also Chris in the back lines. The man spotted. The nade was extremely close. Luckily enough, Chris instantly repositions himself, so he's still good. But at least for now, the man's pushed outside of the comfort zone. Alibaba Raiders in a big wall of trouble. Those nades are constantly chipping out a lot of damage. And this one nade from Reboot can actually find a lot of success. And it does find the knock. Second man down. Alibaba Raiders, it's not looking too good.
Huge play coming from Jux Esports, especially for Reboot, but he's lost a member. As while they were pushing this, Jux, they were picked up from afar. And BO7S, they have somewhat find themselves in towards the shorelines, playing from the sides, and they are overseeing all these fights. And there's nothing they can do. They are going to try and ninja the way through. Meanwhile, Alibaba Raiders with this fight in Jux continues. It's amazing. Pushes up forward. Alibaba Raiders pretty much stuck in the warehouse with not much to work with. Smokes has been set up again inside. Seems like Jux, they really want to try and sneak in there. Nade's coming through amazing with the Molotovs. A blind one as well. So Alibaba Raiders, they are going to be fine for now. But White Tiger needs to be picked up.
No way. The man's actually all the way in the back now. There's a big chance the revival might just come through. And yes, it will too. Alibaba Raiders somehow recovering from this setback. There's no way this is happening. TWOB as well now starting to get picked off. The zone's just forming in quite the awkward terrain. TWOB does not seem like the players are ready for this one. Khalid was knocked out, and luckily enough, Anonymous will instantly go for that revival. Even Juktin from Rising Inferno is now getting picked off. And just like that, the entirety of Rising Inferno has been eliminated.
Yep. But at the same time, TWOB, they're stuck. There's no way they can actually push out of this anymore as well. They've got a very decent on compounds here, but guess what? On the west side, three Rippers gets completely ripped apart by K9 Esports as they completely crash on towards them. And they get themselves 4 finishes.
Sad luck for True Rippers. Losing out on those 2 valuable members. Not the exact way they wanted to start things off. Even Niku's taken down pretty low. That nade. Oh no. Another one tossed extremely close. But still, it's not going to be enough to do any damage. True Rippers need to be quick. I highly doubt a lot can be done just by this one last man. And at this point, he can just spot those vehicles 2 around him. Almost got the first being ran over to, and in the end, he will be scooped up by the likes of 4TR.
Wow, that's just very unfortunate of them, but they are all stuck out in the open here. Meanwhile, Godstring crashes onto his Reckoning Esports inside Ferry Pier. Justin dropped down pretty low. Delta also forced the reset here. A massive nade coming from Reckoning Esports. Slows down the push, but you can see Reckoning, they're hesitant on pushing out just because they are expecting third parties. As Godstrain gets the full reset, but they need the opening nade. Viper scouts out all these rotations. He's trying to find a one-way angle to get some sort of punishment, but you can see the hesitation from Reckoning Esports of potential third parties.
No way.
Sawme with the nade. This might be the opening they need.
Yeah, Godstrain can't really do a lot in the given circumstance. The utilities are doing too much damage. Justin as well taken down extremely low. Where can you go if you're Justin? Time's ticking away. The man's going to be popping himself a bit that first aid. Maybe it will buy enough time, but Reckoning Esports, they've got a better grasp off this compound. And because of that, Justin as well gets knocked out. It's down to Delta up close and personal. There is still Neo on the back lines, but I highly doubt he can do anything. Maybe if he finds a knock with this nade, can actually be quite viable. And he does so as well. Important knock. Neo still trying to keep his team alive. Godsreed going for the revival as well on the fallen comrade. So luckily enough, Godsreed, the damage is still being controlled.
Yeah, same can be said for Reckoning. But Viper, he was picked out outside by Team Insane, so that means they are surrounded. But now Molotovs comes in. They've got the entire second floor completely burned down. Reckoning Esports, they will get eliminated just like that in the hands of God's Rain just because they have more utilities.
Yeah.
What a sad way for Reckoning Esports to go down like that.
Yeah, the floor was lava. Reckoning Esports, no matter where they try to move, they were burnt to death. Looking at the next zone move as well, still shifting out in the open. Not a lot of those compounds available anymore. Everyone needs to be exposed soon. Here, Extreme Godlike still somehow alive inside of this scenario. There's also Soul all the way in the back line, so Godlike needs to be careful. The moment they step out in the open, Soul will punish them. Here, Extreme Godlike, there's Godsreen on the sidelines. Admino, be careful! There are a lot of shots taken against him, but luckily enough, Admino still... Oh, he escapes that near-death experience.
Yeah, here Extreme Godlike, they were one of the latest joined in the zone. They have a lot of nades, but an insane nade comes in from Gods, shuts down S Power. As now God's Reign is going to be in a lot of trouble themselves. They need to return fire, but the nades once more almost clips Admino, almost taking both of them. And just like that, Hero Extreme Godlike, they actually survived this, and they get the reset.
Hard to believe, right?
Wow.
Admino is going to be patching himself up now. It's all looking good and dandy, at least as of now. Here, Extreme Godlike, though, still the trouble's not avoided yet. K9 Esports, too, starting to get picked off in the elimination feed as they take a fight against the Ples 4TR. Everyone out in the open's going to be messed up big time. Here, Extreme Godlike somehow still surviving. And it's all because of those smokes. That's providing them that cover. And the moment we move on towards K9 Esports, they've been eliminated from this game with just 5 finish points and no placement points converted.
Wow, what a complete fiasco from the west side as well. Genesis, they are coming down from those compounds, and they are looking to try and third-party this. Shadow from afar, stalking onto his Aryan. But K9, that ditches there is just very, very unfortunate because every single team that has hold their fort down there has been eliminated. In this case, they are going to be next year coming from Aryan. 4TR official Morty pretty much split off as well. He's pretty much all by himself. He's got a dirty angle, but he's all by himself, and I don't think he has nades.
Definitely does seem like it.
Yeah.
Aryan, they've got a decent split too. Looking at the way they are trying to play this game. 3 elimination points confirmed so far. Genesis Esports the only threat, and that's moving up pretty close as well. Morty in the front, the solo man survivor for 4TR. I highly doubt he can do a lot.
This is so hard to play. Just because the center circle of this place is just no man's land. And Genesis has a decent cover from the west side, but everybody else is pretty much stuck on the east side just because there's no man's land. Morty, he is going to get scouted out as well. Aryan goes for the nade, takes him out. And Aryan knows that they want to take space, but they have to clear every single angle yet. And even then, they're smoking the east side, making sure that nobody from the east side is going to be able to take shots at them.
Yeah, Team Aryan, at this moment,
they're stuck.
Looking at the way the game's forming out as well, Genesis Esports still from the sidelines, being a constant threat. Raining down death and destruction. Soul 2 slowly and steadily does want to move up inside of the circle, but now it's starting to get real troublesome. TWOB is going to try to hold him off for as long as possible. Soul, I do not really see a lot of escape options available for them in this position. But luckily enough, they've still got all the 4 vehicles standing, so maybe it can be a quick mad dash.
Based on the circle itself here, Soul has one of the furthest away from the north side. There's only one option left. Directly hard crash onto a TWOB or crash the east side. But either way, they have to crash someone. And nobody is going to be making the move as well. So desperations are starting to kick in. Soul has no choice but to make a move. And it's got to be a desperate move in this regards.
Pretty much. Godlike, all the 4 players up and standing. Even they want to make it inside of the zone. How can they do it? They need to go for a fight against Team Insane. That's the only way. That's the only safer route. If they do not take a fight against Team Insane, they will be shot in the back by them. What do you do if you're here Extreme Godlike? Soul's now going to try to make the mad dash towards TWOB. That's the only possible and viable option available, and Soul would do that as well. All the 4 players now marching towards the likes of TWOB. Out in the open, Soul's taking a lot of damage upon themselves, but still that's not going to be stopping them at all. TWOB, they're doing some insane amount of damage against Soul. Goblin falls down as well, and that's going to be the confirmation following up. Such a massive mess up from Soul, but they could not even do a lot in that given circumstance.
Yeah, there was just no choice as well. TWOB just played it perfectly as well. Salme finds, oh, wait a minute, Manya's still alive, and guess what? He finds the opening, and that is going to be the saving grace. He needs those points. That's going to be very, very important, but the problem is that even that tiny little shack is not exactly safe from the zone. And guess what? Genesis is going to try and claim a little bit more, and they do find him alongside with Jonathan. And that is going to be it for Soul. Hero Extreme Godlike was able to pick them apart. And now the fight continues from the east side as they slowly push in the zone. Insane tries to get out. And Hero Extreme Godlike has got them completely choked on the north side and in the south side as well. But with that opening, they might creep up as well because God's Reign is going to help them out.
So many teams still around the edges. And because of that, we're seeing a massive vacuum of elimination points around those sides too. Team Insane, the only man surviving Gods. Can he really make the godly play? Hero Extreme Godlike, the patience now starting to pay off. Team Insane does not really have enough men to try and defend themselves, and that's where Hero Extreme Godlike gets the advantage, and they can also fuel their fire. And just like that, Team Insane's been eliminated as the last man too gets caught.
Very quick, very decisive, very tactical, very clean. And Hero Extreme Godlike now has to pick up Jonathan, but they did hear God's Reign. It seems like they are going to try and continue with those nades. And how many nades do they have? But oh my goodness! And Minnow, he just heard one stab and he could pinpoint his exact location. What a nade from that Minnow.
Solid stuff. 6 finishes on the board from Hero Extreme Godlike, somehow bringing themselves back to life. There's also Jux around them. There's also Alibaba Raiders next to him too. If you're here Extreme Godlike, the survival chances are quite a bit. And Punk might have just messed up. The Blues on the move once again. Here Extreme Godlike, they can be taken down with a 3-man squad unless S-Power, he's once again being the Superman and trying to save the day for Punk. Then it is definitely possible to get the fallen man back up. But Genesis Esports, now they're getting picked off slowly and steadily. What an 8 that was from Aryan.
Wow. Aryan, I don't know how you guys did it, but well done, because that is not an easy position to play from. And just like that, they get themselves 4 finishes. They do have a lot of loot crates to work with, but their next phase needs them to actually push through the next out on open fields. That is going to be a big problem for them. But guess what? BO7S somehow survives, and they are making waves in this game. They've made it to top 6. How? They started with 2, and now they're top 6. And now on the Fury Pier itself, BO7S seems to be scouted out by Team Jux.
Oh.
Ooh, White Tiger.
Yeah, Godlike. Just want them off the floor now, slowly and steadily get the territory control. That's all they want to do. White Tiger as well, not going for the strike just yet. Wait for the right moment. Hero Extreme Godlike getting picked off even from the sidelines. They need to be extra careful. Jonathan's taken down pretty low. The nade was quite close. Still the man's not knocked out. It's all good in the hood. Jux, decent bit of problems brewing up. But still White Tigers from Alibaba Raiders can actually play. Major spoiler.
Yeah, Hero Extreme Godlike, they still have a lot of nades here. They started with 20 over nades. Now down towards the 7 here. And just like this, Pong wasn't looking in the right direction. And he's going to get picked off by White Tiger. And that's going to be the wild card coming in. Now Hero Extreme Godlike is where there is a potential solo warrior behind. And they are going to try and take him out as well. White Tiger exposed. Ooh, and Mino almost loses his hit. Mino 7S making sure it is not that easy. And oh, he actually goes down because Apollo from Genesis actually finds him from outside the zone on the offside before going down.
That's got to be a major blow to Hero Extreme Godlike. A big punch in the gut that they cannot really recover from. Down to a 2-man squad as Power 2 now trying to face off the last man of Alibaba Raiders, and he will put an end to that story. Alibaba Raiders down and out with 4 elimination points and 3 placement points. Jux reboot down 2, still knocked out. The man's praying for mercy. Amazing 2 trying to back up towards the safety spot. The next zone's going to shift out in the open. Aryan, they've got the major advantage. Everyone around the Fair Pier side is now messed up.
Yeah, they are. They are all so busy, and now Jax has no choice but to stop Aryan by himself. He needs to make something work, but BO7S, they're attacking him on S-Power. Can he make the plays here? S-Power, he's surrounded. He's getting juked. He finds the first knock, looking for the second, but BO7S denies him entry. And Jonathan is trying to refrag this, but he's all by himself, and there's nothing he can do. BO7S might be able to claim this victory here, Jonathan. He's got no utilities. Dusty is pushing up forward. 1 versus 1 in this corner. Dusty with the shorties. Jonathan looking at the angle, finds the pick, but no connection. Goes for the rush. He almost whiffs, and he's down so low now. Jonathan is going to be surrounded, but he somehow wins the fight. How do you do this, Jonathan? 1 HP.
Yeah, still wins that duel. But now as you move on towards Aryan, a team that is on the verge of winning this game. They've got the man advantage too. The only team that's going to be a possible threat is in the name of Jux. And Jax is up close and personal. Unless Jax gets caught from the backlines, but Jonathan, then it can be a completely different story. And luckily enough, Jonathan gets his hands on a vehicle too. A lot of shots against him, and Jonathan would not even stand a chance. A little glimmer as he will be eliminated from this game too, but still here, Extreme Godlike, that was quite a solid outing. Nade's now tossed next to Jax. He can't really do a lot. Every single piece of util tossed against Jax. The entirety of Aryan, they definitely do want to push up. That nade was extremely close, but still not close enough. Jax barely surviving on a sliver of HP. Now wants to return the favor, but this nade should do the deed, maybe. Was tossed extremely close. Look at Hitler on top. Now he's going to find the advantage too, and that's going to be the high ground advantage itself. Jax, I highly doubt he can do a lot in the given position. One more shot, and Jax will be done for. What am I watching? Wow. Such an awkward engagement, but in the end, he will be eliminated. Man, that 1v1 was prolonged for too long.
Not gonna lie, Jax really tried his best. There's only so much he can do, but I wouldn't say he's panicking. He's trying his best, but there was only so little space he could have worked with here. So well done, and I really like that final moments as well. But wow, Jonathan, what was that hipfire headshot pick? Dusty just stood no chance. What a game.
For a moment, we thought the man can actually win that duel too.
Right?
But then, unfortunately, Jonathan pulls out the Scar Rail and somehow wins that duel. But hey, let's not take the glory away from Team Aryan, right? 7 finishes, 5 knockouts. Team Aryan somehow converting an impossible chicken dinner in that given position. And luckily enough for them in the end, the zone just shifted right on top of them.
I think it was a huge gamble coming from this shift as well, right?
Yeah.
Just because the circle is designed in a way, that final zone, especially in shorelines, is designed in a way where people with cover are only going to be coming from 2 directions, which is the west and the east. Every single team that came from the north was completely shut down. Every team that comes from the south, well, they're pretty much out in the open. So they are going to get picked off in this regard. So I really like how Aryan made the gamble. We're saying, like, you know what? Let's go to the west. I think it's the same idea coming from K9 Esports as well. It's the same idea coming from True Reaper's Jelly, because the tendency of people going there is a little bit lesser. Whereas teams from the east side, I think Hero Extreme Godlike was the biggest winners because they were the furthest away from the outside, and they were able to slowly inch in because they were given space.
Yeah, and luckily enough for Hero Extreme Godlike, they've been played the patience to perfection, right? For them, Team Insane was going to be the biggest threat, but Hero Extreme Godlike just waited it out, and Team Insane got picked off slowly and steadily, and in the end, for Team Insane, Gods was the only man standing, and for Godlike, they knew since they've got the man advantage, they just straight up pushed on and eliminated that player. So patience were played to perfection. Punk is making precise calls, and it's been working out. For Genesis Esports, it's quite unfortunate. They were out in the open. It was like an open feast.
Basically, the only spot that could mess up Aryan here was actually Genesis' position, but those nades coming from Aryan pretty much opened things up for them, and that was the reason why they were able to get a little bit of opening for themselves. But yeah, like you said, Hero Extreme Godlike, they really played as best as they can, but I'm actually even more impressed from BO7S because of this 2-man lineup, which somehow survived into the top 5 position. That was insane. But this final 1 versus 1, my goodness, how did Jonathan actually win that? Oh my goodness. Dizzy, he just whiffed everything.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure after that clutch, Dizzy was feeling pretty dizzy. But you know what? Moving back towards the conversation of BO7S, I'm pretty sure they do not really have a lot of elimination points to contribute to that placement. So it's not going to be a massive game at the end of the day for BO7S. It's still going to be somewhere around those 5-pointer, maybe, somewhere around that. But as we move on towards the team car of Team Aryan, you will see 3 finishes from Hitler. You've also got Devotee right there with 2. Even Cyrax getting 1, and Aryan himself just getting 1.
This is a little bit of a bounce back coming from Aryan as well. This is very good stuff coming from them. But it seems like the teams that are in the top 8 are kind of struggling in this particular game as well, and considering how the intensity is. And I would say this is a very curveball shift of a circle to actually test both B and C, because this is not a tactical circle at all. It's just left and right. And in most maps, you don't see a circle like that very, very often.
Yeah, pretty much, right? And at the end of the day, as I mentioned, this also gave me flashbacks of GlitchX Reborn wanting to qualify, and the only reason why they're not over here in the semifinals is because of this similar zone. They were not able to snatch that chicken dinner away. They were in the top 2. It was taking down a 1v1. So close, but still so far. But as we move on towards the MVP of the match, it's going to be Jax. 5 finishes racked up, 2 knockouts. Damage is going to be 911. Solid stats from Jax.
Yeah, I really like how Jax was playing as well. He was just making sure that his micro was really, really spot on. We've seen one clutch coming from him. It wasn't like the flashiest plays, but he was very, very disciplined in terms of when to take his 1v1 or in terms of isolating his fight. So I'm very happy to see that Jax has made a lot of improvements since after he has left TWOB from BGIS. Now, top 5 players, he does got 5 finishes. God's going to have 3. Jonathan's got 4. Hunter's got 3. And also the rest, Apollo has got 3 themselves. So that is going to be very, very interesting to see how well they actually perform overall, because the 5 of these players that was on screen are literally the stars coming from BGIS itself, and they are veterans in the scene.
Yeah, now we can also say that it was a bit of a recovery from Hero Extreme Godlike, right? Such a frag-heavy game, getting those placement points too, making it till the top 3. So once again, it was quite a massive recovery. For K9 Esports, though, the graph is still going down. After the game 1 yesterday, K9 Esports hasn't been able to perform the same way later on, and it's generally quite concerning. I do understand this zone as well played with K9 Esports. Even yesterday on that map of Miramar, the zone was not exactly favoring them, but that's their problem. Straight up, right? They need to find a way to pretty much position themselves in a better spot.
I think K9 played as much as best as they can as well. They were hoping if the circle shifts out to the forest, it's great. Quarry Mountain gives them the oversight. But the moment it shifted down south, there was 2 major problems. Number 1 was actually Genesis having those houses on the north-south side, which controls every single terrain from the north side. There's no way you're going to push up without anyone contesting you. The only way Genesis gets pushed from those houses is that 2 to 3 teams directly push them at the same time. But by doing so, means you are going to see a 4-way showdown cluster, which nobody's going to win from that fight itself.
Yeah, and at this point, it feels like K9 Esports is really trying their best to be proactive, but in my opinion, having a bit of those patience too can really help you out, right? The moment the next zone popped up, K9 Esports made a mad dash towards that centric part, and that was one of the main reasons why K9 Esports was also the center of attraction. They were getting picked off by Jux, they were getting picked off by a few more teams, including Aryan, around that fray. So K9 Esports, in my opinion, if they would have showed a bit of those patience, maybe they would have been alive.
I think after K9 won the fight against True Rippers, pretty much gave them that opportunity to say, like, you know what, we finally have some space. But while they were engaging against Genesis, while they were engaging from Jux from all the way far east, Aryan was able to pick them apart, and that's the reason why they just completely flopped the Fable. And that was an opportunity where, like, hey, we got the opening, Aryan pushes up, takes the whole place.
And hey, speaking of flop, right, Reckoning Esports dropping their bodies in such a weird way against
that was
God's
so
Reign.
awkward.
It was such a blunderous fight, but luckily enough for God's Reign, they managed to recover, so it was quite a good thing for them. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere.
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो क्या रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रन
Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे। रोंडो
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार
रोंडो
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कंफ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो 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 आगे।
रन
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी।
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो क्या रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो रन
Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे। रोंडो
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे
रोंडो सरकार
रोंडो
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटे कन्फ्यूजन में आओ कभी रोंडो में
रोंडो 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 आगे
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो अबे गेमर हूँ मैं एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now
सर वाटरमेलन जूस
अबे छोड़ो
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी
समझा नहीं क्या भाई अपना भाई वाव मोड में है
Welcome to the realme BMPS 2025, and as we know, we're currently inside of the semifinals week 1 itself, and day 2 is on the way. First game is already done and dusted. We did see Team Aryan get that chicken dinner, but now it's Fixes with me on the panel. Fixes, what are your thoughts about that zone?
I mean, every single time I come on the desk, there's something ridiculous happening. The last day, I remember we had circles going far towards the east, and we had circles going far towards northwest. Today, it's almost down the south. So this is quite anticipated, and day number 2 is usually touted as the day of comeback. So, of course, TMG Aryan staging that. That was really nice.
Even here, Extreme Godlike doing pretty good for themselves, right? I mean, we can pretty much now say they have started to stage that comeback, a frag-heavy game from them, and now they're going to be doing pretty okay in the overall standings, too. But something that's going to help you do okay in your games is also going to be the realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the realme GT7. The device is already out. Get your hands onto it. The sale's not live. But back towards the conversation, right? For K9 Esports, after the first game that they played yesterday, we're seeing a bit of that graph now on the downhill, which is not a good thing.
I mean, for K9 Esports, it's always been their way or the highway, right? They are always a frag-heavy team, and we know, or rather we believe that they will find those one games where they go berserk. Yesterday, we also saw, was quite a commendable performance, and today was just a little bit of a slip down. Nonetheless, I feel like they've got what it takes to make it inside of the Grand Finals from here on forward, and they can certainly make it by being in the top 8. So nothing much to worry about them, at least for now. But there are so many other teams that really need to buckle up.
Yeah, they're not doing too bad, right? As we move on towards today's matches, once again, Group B and C is now going to be chiming inside of the action on the map of Miramar. And speaking of Group C, we've got teams like OG, which is Orangutan, EG as well, Eggy now coming inside of the picture, Hyderabad Hydras, Team Forever. 4 teams from this Group C are in the top 8 of the overall standings.
I was really surprised. Hyderabad Hydras managed to scoop 2 chicken dinners. That's outrageous.
I mean, look, if you talk about it, one of those chicken dinners was literally gifted by Pro. That Nate just tossed was right next to him, and he just blew up his own entire team.
You know, honestly, it doesn't matter. As long as you get those points, you're still in the top 8. So Hyderabad Hydras can rest easy. Of course, they've got a little bit of that cushion, but they need not take it for granted. But that again, being said, OG, they've been playing so well lately. They've been one of the most consistent teams throughout the entire tournament. Eggy, they have been such a revelation, right, with in terms of their fragging power. So would love to see more out of them.
Eggy's been doing really good for themselves, as you mentioned, right? Amping up the fragging power. They've been pretty much performing pretty well. But we did see a bit of that glimpse of brilliance coming in from the side of 4 Miracle in the previous round. But now the transition towards the semifinals hasn't been that great. But hopefully in this upcoming game of MMR, we might just see 4 Miracles, the likes of Shockwave as well, even Team Insane pop off in quite the great fashion, as the plane's going to be in the skies once again, this time in the deserty lands of Miramar. And this plane flap hat starting all the way from El Pozo towards the opposite side, which is going to be Puerto Paraiba ISO. This plane flap had tilted towards the bottom left side. If the teams do want to move in towards El Azhar, now that's going to be a bit of a tough stretch.
Again, still a standard flight path trajectory, I must say, by all means. And we have been talking about Team Insane. It's the birthday of the IGL. Adi, happy birthday to you from the entire English desk. But as we move along, of course, we're going to see a few turbulence happening around that Los Leones region. We've seen so many teams dropping down there. And yes, even the BGMI gods have granted him a nice flight path trajectory for Insane, at least to drop down at El Pozo, hoping he does not find any stragglers around him.
Pretty much. Team Insane's going to be fine, at least as of now. Luckily enough for them, there's no 8-bit, so it's all good in the hood. You've also got TMG Esports dropping in towards Montenuevo. Even that's going to be pretty good for themselves. 4 Miracle trying to move all the way up north. I'm not exactly sure where 4 Miracle Esports is going to be dropping, but probably around that power grid vicinity. Might just be locking horns with the likes of Eggy, which would be fun contention if it does happen. Team Forever 2 dropping around that Chumacera vicinity. They're definitely going to be locking in horns with Team Aru. Might just be one of the most interesting fights. 2 of the teams currently in the top 8, locking horns off the rip like that. Would be fun scuffle.
I mean, to be honest, Team Forever and OG, they have been fighting it out from ages, and now they've found their patterns, right? If need be, they engage in those fights. More often than not, we've seen them heading their own ways, but look at everything sort of aligning Necro, the circle, pan towards El Pozo, Team Insane right at the center, and even for True Rippers, they really need to catch some pace. They need to get that breather. They need some definite points, and as of now, we've even got Team Eggy, like you said, right next to For Miracle. And for Eggy, they've got the advantage, they've got those points. But for Miracle, they need to push a little bit more.
True that. Dropping towards power grid. Now trying to get their hands on decent weaponry, get their hands on the vehicles too, and then try and pave a good pathway towards the centric part. And luckily enough for them, the centric part's going to be around El Pozo. So it's going to be city. Finding cover over there is not going to be a tough task. But running into someone, the odds are quite high. Since there's only Team Insane, though, even those odds now dwindle down. So it's up to them how quick they move in, including Eggy dropping in towards San Martin. Eggy's going to be fine, at least as of now. True Rippers, the previous game, was not that good. So I'm pretty sure True Rippers as well, they want to get a good game in their hands. The same thing can be said for K9 Esports, too. A little bit too proactive. I like that aggression. I'm a big fan of aggression, but we've already seen an aggressive team take an exit from the tournament. I do not want to see K9 Esports to follow that same path.
I mean, they've got a lot to prove, right? Especially for K9. And I don't know, I think they would still consider this as a boon. They've got a team around them. It's going to be Shockwave. But now, talking about Genesis Esports, had a decent start yesterday. And moving on ahead, they've got the players of Team 2OP officials right in front of them. And Shadow, he's just marking his territories, trying to get some early vision. Maybe catch anyone a little bit astray. But look at Botfire and Shady. Just round the corner. If Shadow gets spotted out, he does not have a lot of teammates around him. Isolated at that point, so it's going to be an interesting situation if that fight actually breaks out. But for Mysterious 4, this team also needs to bounce back. They've managed to make it this far into the competition and surely would be dreaming of making it to the Grand Finals.
Pretty much. Mysterious 4. 7 points on the board so far. Not the ideal start the players wanted to have, and let's keep this thing in mind. They've played 4 games so far. This is going to be the 5th game on the way. So Mysterious 4, this game needs to be a big performance if they do want to at least capitalize and directly move on from the week 1 itself towards the Grand Finals. If they've got different plans, if they want to go the longer route, then fine.
At this point, have you really contemplated over the cutoff? Because I'm starting to wonder if it's going to be around 60 plus or something. But before that, a huge shout out once again to our sponsors, Realme GT7. They've got beautiful features loaded up. It's a sexy device, of course. Does house the iSense graphene cover. And as we were having that speculation around 2OP and Genesis fighting it out, Shadow caught off guard and now he's being picked off. I do not think there's any possibility in getting him back up alive.
Yeah, not a good start for Genesis this time around.
Oh my god.
So good. Man gets pinned as well, but that's going to be instant karma. Zap from the back instantly heads out the knockout. And if Zap's going to be able to eliminate that player from the game, that will just be the salt on top of the wounds that's necessary. Maybe Zap does want to push on over, form that off angle. We do see Apollo 2 in the back line. Genesis Esports, it's one of those teams that's already doing pretty hot in the overall standings. One game let loose, it's not going to be hurting them too much.
Not too much, at least for now, but still, we know Genesis, time and again, they've been doomed, but this is one of the best rosters they've put forward. Perfect mixture of youth and experience. And now their heads cut off. Still Zap, Hunter, and Apollo alive. And they've been having quite a ball lately. Pretty sure they're enraged. Look at Apollo's position. If somebody from 2OP decides to get a little out in the open, get a little adventurous, might try to find an extra angle if they do not have that information of Apollo's whereabouts. I think 2OP might be in a position of a little bit of a smacking there. But look at what's happening. Two snakes proning around. Just a couple of fences separating the two. And Hunters, if his position gets compromised. However, Botfire does not have any grenade to work with. Takes a dig. But Hunters, he manages, or rather decides, to escape away from the situation.
Yeah, the man just backs away. Does not want to be part of this one. 2OP hearing Hunters fade away. And looking at the way Hunters as well is just repositioning himself. Oh, now he's also catching a lot of fire upon himself. Botfire does not want to let go off the tracks. 2OP, where are the remaining players? That's my question. Hunters is also taking too much damage upon himself. It feels like both these players do not want any sort of cavalry. But eventually Hunters messes up big time as his toes get shot at. Botfire, solid stuff. No cavalry was available to any of these players, but 2OP, they're busy fighting it out against the remaining players in Genesis as Zap gets traded out by Shady. Solid stuff. 2OP as well, they've taken the equal amount of damage, but still they can't go for the recovery as they've got the man advantage.
It's a brutal loss for Genesis, at least as of now, because look at this. On the far fray, we already have Mysterious 4 and even Team Aryan in the nearby vicinity, and now Shady out in the middle of nowhere. Suddenly struggling to gasp for bread. Needs to patch himself up ASAP. But now Mysterious 4 just venturing around from the backlines. It's also Hitler making an entry. And Zap in the meanwhile just lying around on his knees as Sketch even brought down pretty low. So many teams around this area. It's getting exciting as ever. Look at this. Fragger finally steals that finish away. As Mysterious 4 now at this point in a little bit of a trouble as Hitler brought down to quite low. Fragger still trying his very best to maybe find a way around this precarious situation. But to no avail, all he's going to get is that one finish.
It was such an awkward fight between 2OP and Genesis. But now Team Aryan 2, they straight up just ram their vehicles around this compound as even they want to get their hands on the piece of the pie. Mysterious 4, they came through with the third party with a complete firing squad. Mysterious 4 did manage to eliminate the likes in the front, but now they found themselves in a big world of trouble. Team Aryan constantly spamming those shots inside of the smoke, wanting to find a confirmation too. And at this point for Team Aryan, Mysterious 4 in the front might just be a big threat. And look at this knock from Botfire. Things now starting to backfire on the players of Team Aryan as they've lost out on a crucial man. 2OP still somehow breathing inside of the game with just this one man.
I'm still trying to wrap my heads around what is happening at this point. All these teams fighting it out, duking it out against each other. In the meanwhile, look at how the circle has also panned out.
It is such an awkward engagement from Team Aryan as well. Look at Aryan himself. He's all the way down south towards La Benedita. He's not even near Minas Generalis.
Does he have a vehicle? That's the big ask.
No, he does not. He's actually running all the way.
You know, that's disastrous at this point. But Apollo, he does have no meds on him, at least as of now. Still stage 2. Does have a couple of bandages to work around with. His position already compromised. But Devotee making no such movements to make that engagement. Does not really have that information on how many players are actually above him. Apollo does have a good position though. And has that slight tingling sensation that tells him that Devotee is just beneath him. He's got to act on this situation, and he's got to do it fast.
Yeah, this is one of the most awkward, unplanned, unorthodox situation I've ever seen in my life. No one knows what's going on. No communication. Everyone's just fine for themselves. It feels like a classic lobby, but just a little bit more with patience. Oh, man. Aryan, luckily enough, is now finally closing on up slowly and steadily. The man on the feet has managed to get a little bit closer. And hey, good news, there's also Rising Inferno passing by, so there's a big chance even they would want to stop and maybe take a peek at this one. There's 3 teams right next to each other, by the way. Duop, Genesis, you've also got another team in the sidelines. Team Aryan as well now popping up. Mysterious 4, luckily enough, they've managed to disengage and moving towards the zone. In my opinion, that's the right decision.
Now we need to consider the possibilities and the probabilities of Apollo actually making it out alive. Does he even have those vehicles? But hold on, this is a fight that we've been talking about. Hyderabad Hydras against Team Shockwave. Extrovert trying to fight it around Witch Route, as Hyderabad Hydras have the players of Team Shockwave absolutely surrounded. Ninja is going to take a dig. He's getting shot from the backlines. It's also going to be the Berserking squad. It is K9 right around him, as Ninja is going to patch himself up while the fight still continues, as this time Sarvit, he takes some smacking. It's going to be Madman, as Ninja finally decides to enter inside the compound against 3 players. He's going to take that fall. He's going to take that beating, as Shockwave, they somehow survive, but still not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, somehow managing to eliminate the entirety of Hyderabad Hydras, but now here comes a second wave of enemy, and this time it's going to be even stronger. K9 Esports tossing out those utils, wanting to squeeze in that first knock so they can make the go call. This nade is going to be quite good. Slug finds the opener. Shroud down. The second man as well from Shockwave follows up. It's not looking too good for Shockwave. 2 players down. K9 Esports, man advantage in the hand. It's taken down to a 3v2. Shockwave losing out on the man number constantly. And these 2 remaining players from Shockwave, can they really do a lot? That's the main question. Utilities will be stopping the players of K9 Esports as Slug falls down, at least as of now. A big blunder from K9. Shockwave trying to find a way to escape this entire scenario, but K9 Esports, they might just be briefing themselves in the scenario. Now it's taken down to a 1v1. Shockwave still somehow breaking it down to the wire. Shockwave himself, the only man standing. K9 Esports, do they really stand a chance now? Omega pops that first aid. Back to full HP. Wants to squeeze that revival. Maybe it will come through as well. K9 Esports, they've got enough time to go for this revival, but now the shock and play needs to be on the mark. Oh, he lets go of that revival, and because of that, Omega loses his teammate. And even Shockwave loses this game, but it's completely fine. The game's now green for K9.
Oh my god, this was an absolute disaster. K9 Esports did manage to fight for, and of course did win that fight. They lived to fight for another day, but at the cost of what? Being their own enemies, as Omega self-naded his own teammate and almost burnt himself to crisp. Barely managing to stay alive in that situation. Team Shockwave, of course, did not have that avenue to reset themselves, as now OG, they're being pushed upon. Aru isolated against Jatin, still manages to scoop that fight and wins it around. As OG, I mean, look at the HP on Aru. He's barely even breathing. As Goten, he looks enraged, furious, absolutely wants to drive in. Get some knocks over there, but now the cavalry has finally arrived.
Rising Inferno, too much on their plate. Jutton's down, OMEN's taken down low. Goten as well is taken down extremely low.
Wow.
And Goten gets confirmed. OG, solid flush. And just like that, even those knocked out players will be confirmed soon. Rising Inferno did not stand a chance against OG, but can we speak about this game a little bit more? What's going on? First we saw towards Minas Generalis, completely unorthodox, unplanned situation, and now that push from K9 Esports, no comms, unplanned, everything is just a massive mess up.
It's a mad frenzy going around here, folks, and we're enjoying every bit of that drama. As we move on ahead from Miracle Esports, right next to Mysterious 4. A couple of moments ago, we saw Mysterious 4. They were in a little bit of a pickle. Now have managed to get themselves into another situation. Beard Baba already out of this game. Survived by just 3 members. Both of these teams aware of each other's positioning. Those smokes somehow separating these teams. And now Poco, he needs to make an interesting play, but it's going to be Dragon himself. Goes in. Gets Snowjot out of the server, and now he's got another fight right in front of him, eventually to fall to Fragger. And now Reaper, look at how far he is from his homies. He needs to make an entry. He needs to make an entrance.
The moment you think we might just see the competition level go up, then you see this. Team play is completely lacking. Everyone wants to make their own solo appearances, and because of that, they're wanting to make the solo plays too. Fragger spotting out that man. Nade was tossed. There's also a potential third party for Miracle. Yes, you've eliminated that player and that team, but now there's also a third party on the horizon. What are you supposed to do against that?
And it's going to be Team Eggy. We know they're monsters on the prowl at this point. With the amount of points they have gathered for each other. Poco trying to make an escape. Does he make it out alive? It's going to be OG also in front of him. And it's going to be WizGod doing the deed. Sending them home at this point. Team Eggy did manage to get one finish out of this entire situation. But I feel like they're not safe either. They've got K9 right beside them. Even OG around them. And to make matters worse, 2 OP officials also in the nearby vicinity.
What is going on in this game? Why does it feel like everyone wants to make an individual play and everyone wants to be a hero for their team? Where did the communication go? Where did a proper teamwork go? It's been missing for a while now. But you know what? Team Insane, maybe I've got better hopes from them. Of course, they're not going to be the one to follow that same trend, right? There's no way. Grand LAN Esports against Team Insane. Runveer going for those constant spams. Team Insane's going to be okay, at least as of now. They've also found a bit of that edge inside of the zone, so it's all looking good in the hood.
You know, at least the only thing that they can enjoy is they've got their backlines clear. And that too unless TR have other ideas on their minds. As of now, Team Insane still alive inside the circle. However, the bane of their existence is the fact that they've got the lower grounds. And if Troiter Millions manage to find some more area coverage, things are going to get even worse for them. So as of now, Team Insane really needs to find an opener, really needs to take that fight.
This is probably going to be an OG game, straight up. Looking at the way OG's placed themselves inside of the zone, they've got such a confident split, looking extremely clean as well inside of this game. Team Insane taking shots against Grand LAN Esports. But hey, an important announcement for you guys, and to let you know, you can also stand a chance to contribute to the BMPS 2025 prize pool. Discovery Island's already out inside of the game. All you need to do is just keep on playing your classic matches. You will be earning those exploration points, and those exploration points will help you complete the milestones. And the moment you complete those milestones, you can also unlock free in-game cosmetics. And yes, I said free. And while doing all of this, you're also going to be contributing towards the realme BMPS 2025 prize pool.
That's lovely, right? That sense of belonging for all the viewers out there, trying to help this ecosystem grow and thrive. As of now, getting back, we've got Gods. He wants to make those movements, of course, through Rippers. They've heard all that commotion and they might play spoil spot any given moment. Hydro, position compromise, a smack on his head, and now he gets finally taken down. And this is exactly the opening necro they were waiting for. Team Insane need to double down on this.
Solid stuff. The man in the front's down, at least as of now. Inferno not in the game anymore. Still Runveer in the back lines. Grand LAN Esports, not the best possible circumstance that they're being put in, but still they can try and get themselves out of this pickle. Gots is now going to make that straight up pounce, and what am I watching, Runveer? Where are you taking a nap behind that vehicle? Gots just pushed up, got that easy cleanup. 2 players down for Grand LAN Esports. A lot of rookie mistakes in this one particular game. And now Gots with this nade needs to be on the money. Has been tossed around that perfect terrain too. Does dish out a bit of that damage. It's not enough though.
A lovely stuff, in fact, from Team Insane, especially Gods with that unconventional push. Really, the players did not see this one coming. But Max surely needs to anticipate this. Not in the best of position. Bought down quite low. Inferno needs to provide some cover fire. But he knows the moment he stands up, he's going to get shot from behind. And nice communication coming from the players of Team Insane. Relaying every bit of that information. And this is what I was talking about. From the backlines, Thunder scoops in that final finish. And now, Team Troiter Millions out of the server.
Yeah, Team Insane. 2 finishes on the board. Looking decent, at least as of now. They do not really have a lot of elimination points to back it up, but I'm pretty sure since there's a decent bit of teams still alive and standing, Team Insane can convert a few more. And luckily enough for Team Insane, the northern side's completely clear. But as we transition towards Eggy, they're facing off against the likes of OG. The Apes. And as of now, Apes as well, they're taking their sweet little time. Team Insane spotted by the players of Eggy. Shots were taken. No connections found as of now. Omega is getting pounced on at this point for 2OP official. If they do manage to convert this elimination point, it will be a good thing.
I'm still surprised he's alive. And 2OP, we've seen them in the midst of action a couple of minutes ago. And this is a good grenade. Aim hacks. Put down quite low. Omega really needs to play this one out. He needs to be calm. He needs to be poised. A 1v2 situation. Omega, he has a couple of utils to work around with. That Molo to somehow stop that push coming in. And now another one at that. And he's inflicted a lot of damage. But he needs to find that knock. He finally does it. Now he needs to pounce. Now he needs to do something different, something extraordinary. Maybe he's found 4 grenades to work around with. He needs to seal that knock. Or maybe could go for the other player as well. A low toss one maybe.
Yeah, probably can't do the deed, or maybe just rebound it off the frame. And that's what he does. Does a bit more of that damage on the phone in the front. 2 more nades available. Let's not forget there's a lot of death crates available for Omega. And he can keep on getting those replenishments too. 1 more nade available. This one has to be on the mark. Tosses out a smoke. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan's going to be for Omega, but this time, the man's deciding to jump out. One thing is for sure, now Omega wants to take the battle head on. Firstly, though, patch yourself up. Get the HP bar up. Make sure you've got as much advantage as possible. But that nade instead just clips upon himself. It was such a big blunder. No, from 2OP official aim hacks. If he does get taken down, that's going to be it for 2OP. The game started off in quite the weird way, and I'm pretty sure 2OP does not want it to end in a weird way either. Amax is taken down extremely low. And unfortunately for the man, he needs to patch himself up, and now he's finally popping that first aid too. What is Omega going to do, though? That's my question.
He wants to escape from the situation. Look at the hills above. You've got Orangutan already present over there. Even Eggy is also having an eye on him. So Omega does understand the gravity of the situation. He needs to find means of escape, and this is what I was talking about. AKOP having spotted out aim hacks now, as AKOP himself is quite exposed, quite vulnerable, as Omega does have that vehicle to work around, but needs to finally take this fight, bring it down to its conclusive phases as neutral thrown. Is it a smoke or a grenade? We'll get to know about that in a little bit of a moment, as the vehicle is almost on the verge of exploding. It seems like Omega's contingency plan has been wavered out at this point. Of course, aim hacks, he takes an exit. But for K9, how does Omega find a mean to escape from this situation?
Luckily enough for K9, the foe's not in the game anymore. And Omega, at this point, man's just trying to get as many points as possible, straight up. K9 Esports, they've managed to acquire 5 points. Now just need to get the placement points to get around 7 points in this game, and that's going to be good enough. K9 Esports is doing pretty okay in the overall standings too, so they can afford such a setback. But once again, if K9 Esports wants to have that cushion, they need a good game.
Definitely need to at least need to get around 8 to 9 points out of this one game, and Omega out in the middle of nowhere, as Eggy having no problem whatsoever securing that finish, as Doroki also spotted out by Pro-OP. It's gonna take quite some smacking there, almost on the verge of getting taken down, but look at this. His teammate Dusty, he falls prey out of the server, as Team Eggy, they start racking up on finishes.
How is the man even alive? That's my question. How is Doroki even surviving? Pretty sure it's just a pixel of HP, and that's the main reason why the man was still standing. But now for Eggy, they also need to be wary of the fact that there's Team Insane and OG right next to him. And Team Forever right behind a Team Insane. This terrain is now getting a little bit awkward. Too many teams next to each other, and Team Forever just feasting off the players of Team Insane. The first pick is already found. Lazy's taken down pretty low. This nade might just do a bit more of that damage. Mafia backs up though. Team Insane, they've got too much on their plate. They need to find a way to try and deal with the foes. But unfortunately now even Lazy gets picked off.
Feels like a valley of death at this point. So many teams, every single one of them out for each other's head. It's getting more exciting than ever. At this point, Team Eggy, They've got their work cut out. They've got their backlines clear. They know Team Insane is right in front of them, and it's going to be the IGL himself, Adi, inside that little vehicle, trying to camouflage in towards the surroundings, trying to be out there in the open and yet invisible. As Eggy is going to make a run, try and get inside the zone as Doroki still breathing. He's got his comrades along with him, but still OG does have such a good position to hold.
Team Eggy. VO7S once again spotted out in the front. Doroki, the man's taking a bit of that chip damage upon himself. Still around the shack, Doroki is. Pixel spotted! Oh, could have been a knock. Only if a few more bullets followed up with that burst, the man would not have been alive. But now Doroki's also getting pounced on, which is of course not a great thing for Doroki, but he tosses out a Molotov, making sure no one's going to be able to walk in. Door gets blown up with the help of that shotgun. This nade from Doroki needs to be on the mark, and if it does find the mark, that's going to be the first knock already. But Doroki moves out instantly with that nade. He's only got nade game to work with, and he does find the first knock too. Doroki, backline, you forgot to check it. The man just lost his sound sense in that instance.
Loving what Team Eggy have been putting on the board so far, Necro. They have been so on the face, and yes, all Doroki could do was just try and delay the inevitable. But as we get back to our senses, as the dust finally seemingly settling down, True Ripper still alive, desperate need for a good game, and this does not make things easier. As Team Forever making some quick work around them, getting a couple of finishes already. Mafia down on his knees, 3 finishes so far collected for Team Forever. They've got information on Orangutan, but they also know they've got those covers to work around with. It's all about Team Forever trying to keep their numbers afloat. At this point, maybe take down True Rippers.
Yeah, I mean, Team Forever at this moment, it feels like the players are getting ready to make a mad dash inside of the zone. Team Insane spotted by Eggy. JD Gaming was taking those shots against Adi, since he's the only man alive. Adi behind this ridge. Everyone wants to take a piece of this pie, but who will be able to claim that elimination point? Adi trying to keep his head down, trying to survive for as long as possible. But now for Team Forever, all the players are grouped up. This nade, it might just be destructive. Luckily enough, though, tossed right in between of both those vehicles, so does not do enough damage. But now for True Rippers, they're in a big world of trouble, and it's going to be an absolute bath at this point. True Rippers eliminated from this game.
Mad Carnage resumes once again. Team Forever surviving barely by the skin of their teeth. Of course, they win this fight, but potentially might lose the war, as now it is going to be Cheyenne and Owace, 2 players just alive. Mafia on the verge of getting eliminated there, but now OG, they've got all that vision on them, still inside the circle. As now Team Eggy from the backlines, they also intent on charging in. As for Adi, pretty much one with the nature. Camouflaged, trying to stay alive, maybe take some lonely straggler out. Could be Atanki in the process. Atanki finally gets taken down. A knock, but can Adi convert it into a finish? That's a big question, as Atanki will eventually succumb to the zone. As Adi, he's managed to scoop 1 extra point for his team.
How is he alive? That's my question. Adi playing the patience game perfectly. And now OG right underneath him. This nade might just be on the mark. Might just find the re-knock, and it does. Adi is doing some serious damage. Will get the second knock. Maybe no, since JD Gaming in the back will get that nail in the coffin. As Eggy, they claim the elimination point. 12 finishes already acquired. OG in a big wall of trouble. I highly doubt they can stand a chance. And now so many utilities are being tossed around this vicinity. OG, can they delay the inevitable? That's the question. Maybe not for too long, as another man falls down. OG, they're on the verge of losing this entire game. Down to just one last man, and AKOP will be eliminated too. Valiant effort from OG in the end, but Eggy, what a game that was.
Just opened up the floodgates for Eggy to go in. It was Adi, the birthday boy, will be rejoicing with what he did to OG there. I mean, pretty much scooped away the chicken dinner from them, but nonetheless, credit where credit is due. Eggy, they have been so proactive, always on the prowl for those fights, trying to engage in. They have been trying to force every single bit one of them. And this really comes down to how good they have been in this entire tournament. By all rights, proper dark horses when a lot of people haven't really taken them seriously. They've been packing some serious firepower. Look at this. 15 finishes, 3,000 plus points of damage. That goes on to show how much of an exemplary performance this was from Team Eggy.
Yeah, this time Eggy has been on a different level. Everyone's talking about the big names. Everyone's talking about Hero Extreme Godlike. Everyone's talking about Soul dominating the lobbies, OG dominating, but then you overlook a team like Eggy. Because so far, Eggy has been playing pretty good. No matter what sort of stage you put this team in, they've always been coming out with flying colors.
You know, we've been loving to watch them, especially that one push where you need serious cojones to make that push against Orochi. You know, he's out in the middle of nowhere. You could potentially expose yourself from getting taken down. This is what I was talking about. To be a champion team, you need to be fearless. And I think Team Eggy has been showing that.
Of course, man. Eggy's been getting those elimination points too, right? 15 elimination points out of the game. That's going to give them 25 points in total in the overall standings.
Yeah.
What else do you want? That's going to be a major catapult in the overall standings. We might see Eggy on the first spot as of now. Because OG, yeah, the 2 games that they played, OG's been trying their best to be consistent. But once again, for OG, I'm pretty sure they will be around the top 3.
I mean, pretty much. I think OG, it was still nonetheless not a really bad game. Still must have secured around 10 to 12 points. So by all means, they have scored beyond their average. But when you take a look at the highlights, Genesis was looking quite confused in this entire fight, right? They had players having such big, bold angles, but really not making it work. Apollo did manage to get a couple of finishes here and there, but that was pretty much about it. They had some cushion. But what I was really, scared about was for K9 and how they performed. This was a very sketchy fight, Necro.
Yeah, it was so much back and forth going on. K9 Esports messing things up for themselves too. And then in the end, it was just Omega, and even Omega could not really do a lot, right? Of course, one man surviving for as long as possible. He was not really able to get a lot of points. But K9 Esports, I guess they're consistently hitting that marker, right? They're getting more than 5 points every single game. So K9 Esports, as long as they're happy, it's all good in the hood. 2OP official later on moved on towards Omega, wanting to take him down. But luckily enough, Omega was able to scoop up that elimination point and eliminate the likes of 2OP official, which was, of course, quite a good thing. And later on, we knew the man's not going to be standing a lot of chances. He needed to move out in the open. He got eliminated.
And when you look at the bigger picture, this was a very interesting fight also for Team Forever. They knew they had to take this fight. They had no other option because otherwise they would have been sandwiched. But this is where OG, things started falling down for them. Completely caught with their pants down was a Tanki. And then Adi, he had that grenade. He just opened everything up. The floodgates were there. Eggy, all they had to do was just pounce in, seize that opportunity, get those finishes secured. But when you look at Group C as a whole, they've been playing so well, man.
Yeah, they've been doing really good. And look at Eggy himself getting 8 finishes from that game. Of course, the man's going to be the MVP too of that previous game, right? It's not even a question. 8 finish points racked up. You've also managed to get 842 damage dished out. Solid stuff from Team Eggy themselves. But yeah, back towards the conversation that we're having, right, off the previous game itself. The game just started off in quite the weird manner. So many unplanned moves, so many uncommunicated moves too. So because of that, it just felt like the game was just not good overall.
To be honest, it was quite abrupt. It was one of those games where circle shifting a lot towards the west. A lot of these teams were actually not prepared to fight. All they were trying to do was get their loot done and try to make a rotation. And a lot of them crossed paths against each other. And this format, it's set up in such a way that you need to force those fights. And that is what teams went in. Desperate times did call for desperate measures. Of course, tons of mistakes were made. But hey, you've got to learn from it. Forget the past, rub it off your shoulders, and look at the next matches ahead.
It's not what you expect from a banner like Genesis Esports, though, right? Genesis Esports, they're doing so good in the overall standings. Currently sitting inside of the top 8, and still Genesis Esports, it felt like they were just not communicating better in that given circumstance off the rip. But you know what? The MVP of the match, it's going to be Eggy himself. 8 finishes on the board, 6 knocks. Damage dished out is going to be 842 too. So, as I mentioned, of course, the man's going to be the MVP as well. It's not even a question. Soon we'll have the top 5 players pop up. There should be someone from the side of OG2 around that fray.
Oh, of course. I mean, there's no second thoughts about it. But as we move on ahead, take a look at the top 5 players. I think the usual suspects with, of course, Botfire and Madman making an entrance into it. 3 finishes respectively earned. JD Gaming, he's also gotten his own rights. And Pro OP, he's been such a revelation. But now, I want to get back to the conversation of Genesis Esports that you were talking about, Necro. I feel like, having secured so much points, being in a very good position, they had that luxury to maybe have that slight sense of complacency in, as of result of which 3 points out of this game, and they can take it with a pinch of salt, but look at Eggy, 25 points. Even for OG, a very good game. Team Forever also quite consistent. Insane. And K9, Omega did a lot, which was absolutely brutal what he did to his teammates first, but somehow did manage to recover.
He did the best out of the given situation, right? Omega could not even do a lot since he was 2 out in the open. The moment he tried to make a mad dash towards the zone, he got caught by the players of Eggy themselves. So it's quite unfortunate for K9 Esports. 2OP official, even they did the best possible thing they could. Mysterious Force, so far, they've not been doing too good in the overall standings, but these 5 elimination points can definitely help them get a bit of that stability in the overall standings. It's not going to be too much, but it is still something to work with. Hyderabad Hydras, though, 0 points in this game.
Aryan
That's
also
going to be a bit of a concern.
Yeah, even Aryan, of course, getting a chicken dinner in the previous game and suddenly to be dropping the ball. We've seen these patterns take over, but taking a look at the overall standings, like you anticipated, Necro, Eggy, they have hit 60 points marker. I'm having this feeling this team is directly going into the Grand Finals. The way they've been performing, OG, couple of points shy, Genesis still in the mix, but let's not also forget that they've played 5 matches.
Yeah, everyone in the top 5 almost has played 5 matches. Then you look at 8-Bit. They've only played 3 games so far and still in the top 8, which is, of course, quite impressive. And 8-Bit's going to be playing the upcoming game, too. So we know there's a big chance 8-Bit might just catapult themselves all the way on the first spot, steal that thrown away from Eggy.
Of course, and look at this. Team Aryan, they did stage a comeback today. They did manage to get that chicken, but the previous game, they really need to buckle up. And now, given the status over here, Team Insane, a decent game, 30 points is where they're sitting at. Still have a couple of games to work around, but they have to do it ASAP. But all these teams, majority of them haven't played a lot of those games, but you still have for Miracle Esports in quite a bad situation, even for the likes of Mysterious 4, Shockwave, all of these teams really need a bounce back.
Yeah, I guess the main concerns have to be around Rising Inferno too, right? Started the day off in the top 8, and now look at them, just all the way around the top 16, on the verge of being kicked out as well. So for Rising Inferno, today's day did not really kick off the way they wanted to. They've played 5 games so far, just like everyone else, but still the performance, it's not matching up slowly and steadily. Even their graph is on the downhill. We did think the same thing for K9 Esports too, but as I mentioned, K9 is consistently getting around 6 points every single game, and that's the main reason why K9 Esports is still in the top 8.
Especially when you've got 3 such assaulters that could absolutely just take over in a given day. I think that goes on to show that they've got such nice depth in their roster, and even with Omega. I really, to be honest, keeping my hearts crossed, I did not expect him to, stay alive in those situations in such sticky fights. He still managed to take 1 player down out of 2 OP officials. He still managed to survive there. So kudos to him. So he's also improved on that fragging department. K9 still doing decent, but there's so many other teams that really need to step up, Necro.
Of course, man. Latter half of the board is filled with a lot of known names not really doing too good. But you know what? Speaking of the top 16 as of now, True Rippers as well. They were doing pretty good at the start of the day in the overall standings, but now that slip-up is clearly visible. 5 games done. True Rippers is currently on the 16th spot, which is, of course, not too good, so I hope they make a bounce back in the upcoming games. But for now, it's going to be time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
So far, the day has been filled with drama, carnage, chaos all over the lands. We've seen the greener pastures, we've seen the deserts, and now it's time to head over to the rainforest. Of course, joining along with me on the desk this time is going to be my brother, iSuper Johnny. And Johnny,
yeah,
what on earth was happening in Miramar, man?
I mean, see, if we look at the first two games overall, it has been a surprising set of names that we have seen come out on top, right? And again, day two always hailed as the day of comebacks. I think it is those lesser-known teams that have started to hit hard. But Eggy in that previous game, I mean, they are displaying an impressive amount of consistency as far as their journey so far is considered in this tournament.
No, clearly, like our sponsors, realme and their new device, GT7. A lot of you did not know before this tournament began, and now this phone is all full-fledgedly out. You could check this out on Amazon, and it is feature-packed. And of course, the sale is on. You might get some good offers there as well. But, you know, again, coming back to the discussion that we were having, of course, Team Eggy, before the start of this tournament, I mean, not a lot of people were talking about them, and it's high time that we start taking them a lot more seriously.
Exactly. I mean, the conversation always used to revolve around Eggy in particular from this team, who has time and time again brought new teams, newer faces to try and make his way towards that finals. But now with this team, that actually feels like a very real possibility, and we can see it happening right now with how well they are playing in the semifinals week one at least. I mean, Icy was celebrating. He felt after that chicken dinner that they're pretty much already qualified for the finals.
Yeah, this is again one of those conversations I was also having with Necro, where I was of the opinion that considering how things are looking in the top 8, so yeah, you cross 60 plus, or maybe, you know, for just to be on the safe side, 70 plus, and I think Team Eggy has a lot of matches to cross par that number.
That is true. I think 70 around is where we can feel the cutoff going, but it is going to be interesting to see how the rest of the day turns out for Eggy and everyone else. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break. Stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो क्या है? रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन
Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो?
अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार?
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो आ गया।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो. अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ. भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस.
अबे छोड़ो.
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025 Super Johnny, joined by Fixes alongside with me. And of course, it is day number 2 of semi-finals. 2 matches of a day done and dusted. We're about to step into game number 3. And of course, we're still waiting for the action to begin. But before that, Fixes, we were having discussion about Team Eggy in particular before we went on break. Now, let's start talking about the teams that will be playing the upcoming game. Any teams that you would like to mention? Anyone that have caught your attention?
You know, to be honest, 8-bit, they've just been doing 8-bit things, right? Especially the entire storyline built around whose kingdom this time it is going to be. But yes, one quick look once again at the schedule. We've got Sano coming up next. But the team that I'm really eyeing out for is going to be Wyld Fangs, because this is one team that really impressed me during round 1. But yesterday's day was, how can you put it, was kind of mediocre. They certainly need to bounce back today.
I thought you would mention Learn From Past, considering Dope, I believe, is an old friend of yours.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. But Learn From Past, they have been doing pretty well still. I think this is the stage where they're finally going to get truly tested. So more to look from their side.
Couldn't agree with you more on that. I mean, it has been an incredible journey from Learn From Past, but semi-finals are proving to be a very difficult challenge for a lot of these teams. And of course, on the topic of 8-bit, Well, we are just hoping that the finals are going to be as exciting as the realme BGIS 2025, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, Sanhok is going to be the upcoming match, and we all see the clock run out at 0 now. That means it's time for us to take off, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, Sanhok is going to be the upcoming game.
Oh yeah, it's going to be lovely stuff, especially what we witnessed in the first two games. Ridiculous circles, ridiculous and crazy fights, and now Sanhok is going to be a blend of both. So it is going to be action breaking through the roofs, as the flight path trajectory this time, folks, is all the way from the Camp Alpha Island. It's chartering through the skies. We can see, you know, it does not really matter where the flight path trajectory heads at. Most of these teams will eventually find their footing. But what's going to be concerning is, are we going to witness those early drop collisions? I mean, K9 at this point has nothing to worry about, completely taking over the entire Western Island. But Bootcamp is where I have got my eyes fixated at.
Yeah, I mean, Bootcamp drop clashes have been known to just completely ruin the day for a lot of these teams. But Wyld Fangs have been quite lucky that they always, not always, at least in the Pro Series, they haven't been drop clash that much. So again, the opportunity is always there for them to have a decent start. Last time there was a minor little clash, but Wyld Fangs didn't end up winning that early fight. This time they're surrounded by the players of Learn From Past and Genesis up north.
Well, it's going to be an interesting one, especially Genesis having such good points. Previous game they dropped the ball, could not do much, and now right beside Wyld Fangs. And when you look at even the Paradise Resort, it's being taken over by VOLCANO. So for Genesis, they will have to pick their fights. As for the Circle, Los Hermanos in a really good position. They've got entirety of Pan under the coverage. They've got some decent quarry coverage as well. God's Omen, last I saw them in round 3, they had a pretty decent time. As a result of which, they've made it inside the semis. But how much deeper can they dig? That's the big question, Johnny.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how far this team can move up. Again, a new set of players, but there was an interview that was done just a few days ago with Stone BGMI, and they mentioned that they have someone who's been helping them in terms of strategy, in terms of getting better and fixing the mistakes that they have been making so far in the realme BMPS. And God's Omen, I mean, the improvement has not been drastic, but their fundamentals have gotten cleaner. I mean, over the last few days, the fights that we have witnessed in particular, a lot more clearer communication, positioning has improved. So there is hope for God's Omen, but let's see. I mean, still a long way to go. On the other side of things, Insane on our screens right now, and this is a big name in the community. And of course, everyone expects this team to always be there in the finals, but are they, again, in the same situation as every single year? New set of players, new set of struggles.
Yeah, and today is also his birthday, right? So,
oh!
Yeah, and he did have a decent game in Miramar. Absolutely played spoil spot to Orangutan and threw a spanner to their works. But for Team Insane, Painan has always been their home, no matter who comes and who goes. But for Team Insane, it's been a journey for redemption, especially for Adi. And we all know all those stories around the corner. And he's done pretty well for himself, while his former teammates are nowhere to be seen. So he's managed to get a little bit of that aura back. But, you know, if you need more aura, of course, you got to check out the realme GT7. And Wyld Gaming, it has that iSense graphene rear cover, which offers you uninterrupted gaming, 6 degrees Celsius cooler. So it's packed with lots of features. Do check that out.
Yeah, specifically to make your BGMI experience the best it can possibly be. But experience for VOLCANO Esports, at least for semifinals week 1, has not been that great. So far, struggling in the overall leaderboard. As we can see the live rankings, they sit 32nd, with just 1 point secured in the matches they played yesterday. So today, I want to see VOLCANO Esports bounce back. This team was very consistent in the earlier rounds of this tournament. But Los Hermanos, now this team has, well, they've picked up the pace very nicely. They find themselves in a decent spot in the top 16, but we all know top 16 gets you nothing. You need to be in the top 8 to make it to the Grand Finals.
Yeah. And even when you look at the team, we've seen them from quite some time. Formerly Kemen, then Obey, and now Los Hermanos. So at this point, you know, they've been a band of brothers. They've got their synergies right. Their biggest concern has always been them in those fights. And now look at this. Wyld Fangs, we were talking about them We want them to bounce back, and now seems like they've gotten Hunter's number. It's been taken down though, but Wyld Fangs certainly are making those movements. They want to make those proactive plays, and if they can somehow find that knock and a finish, and maybe wipe out Genesis, they could get the center of the circle to themselves.
Well, let's see though. This is not going to be an easy fight. Hunter somehow does manage to put some distance between him and the players of Wyld Fangs, almost falling back to his team until Los Hermanos show up. Now this is a big threat looming on the heads of Genesis. An escape, it's not going to be easy. Luckily for Hunters, Los Hermanos end up moving away, and he does get access to these shacks, at least has some solid cover to work with.
It's going to be interesting at this point, because Genesis, they've got fights on two fronts. One side they've got Los Hermanos, the other side they've got Wyld Fangs, and we know that Wyld Fangs sometimes tend to take a little bit of those extra movements, right? As a result of which they kind of find themselves in a vulnerable position. And by all means, you'll see them in the next couple of moments make those proactive plays, and makes them exposed. And this is where Los Hermanos could really put all their eggs in that basket, get a couple of finishes. But now even they're not safe. Team Insane, they're also making some movements.
Yeah, I mean, there's a cluster forming close to the center of the circle right now. And Genesis, we were talking about them a few moments ago, smack center of that zone. Insane, just a little bit off center towards the south. They have a nice little hill to work with. The only problem is that backlines are going to be compromised soon with 8-bit and NON moving in. And Wyld Fangs, that early exit from bootcamp, it's always a questionable decision about when they move out and how they move out. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want your movement in the real world to inspire others, check out the Kia Ceros. Comes with a lot of exciting features, one of which is the 5-star safe BNCAP rating that's there. But other than that, cutting-edge technology and seamless connectivity. Has the Trinity panoramic display, dual-pane panoramic sunroof, Kia Connect with 80+ Kia Connect features. And of course, over-the-air software updates. But an update of where the zone is going to go. Where do you think, Fixes? Where's the next circle going to take us?
Now, ideally, if you talk about the algorithm, we've seen it going towards Quarry quite often. But also Genesis has a nice probability of having the circle under their control. But two Rippers in front of us, Johnny. It's been a team that did not really do fairly well in the previous game. Got caught off by the players of Team Forever. But look at this, VOLCANO Esports. They've got a fight brewing right in front of them. It's going to be an interesting one. Aryan, he steps out of cover, finally takes the fight, and eventually it's going to be Gotten who gets that knock. Suddenly numbers overwhelming the players of VOLCANO, and just like that, one man down.
An awkward collision. I mean, ideally at that range with a shotgun, you would expect to see a knock, but I guess VOLCANO Esports just down to a simmer. The fire not hot enough to take on the players of Rising Inferno. They have the first finish for themselves, and the first finish of this game, by the way.
Took quite some time.
Yeah.
Kind of
weird on
building
Sanok.
up. Yeah. It's going to be all hell breaking loose in the next 5 minutes. Pretty sure that's incoming, but for what it matters, VOLCANO Esports feel a little betrayed right now. One of their players taken down. Arjun is not going to be happy with himself. The least he could have done was maybe get a knock in the process, but look at this. BO7's trying to engage that fight, or rather initiate it. They did, but at the cost of a player. Trades from both the sides. As Shockwave also exposed. Ghostface trying to maybe trickle him down. Lightens him up. Shockwave will manage to patch himself up though. But BO7s, they need to get some area coverage, because at this point, Shockwave still do have that cover to play around with.
Yeah, and it's going to be extremely tricky for BO7S from here on out. Deroki already picked off. Dusty down. Ghostface and Dizzy. Two players still surviving, but Dizzy nowhere to be seen, by the way, on the radar. So Ghostface might have to deal with Shockwave all by himself. And BO7S, I mean, this is a surprising break in momentum for this particular team, because round 3, they were actually doing quite well for themselves. We saw a lot of confidence, a lot of aggression from BO7S, but now it seems like just struggling to find the openings for themselves, struggling in those fights. But on the other side of things, we spoke about Insane a few moments ago, and it seems like they have been caught off guard, sandwiched by NON and 8-bit.
Interesting, because look at this. NON officials, another dark horses against Insane. It's going to be Yash. Did not have the best of HP, as a result of which got taken down. Alienated from his teammates as Lazy, nowhere to be found. At this point, NoNx officials, they've managed to squeeze in 2 finishes to their names, and this is the point where we're starting to anticipate so many fights breaking out, as Lazy, out in the middle of nowhere, just separated by that one tiny rock, one with the nature. But NoNx officials, they have a little bit of that feeling, and look at Levi galloping through the rainforest, and Lazy, is he gonna let loose of that trigger? Does in fact, and gets that knock, but he's certainly going to be eyeing for that finish, as a result of which a Molotov dropped in, and NoNx officials, they need to respond, they need to react.
Yeah, they do need to react, but they also know that they don't have any reason to panic. Look at that. Lazy was outnumbered, couldn't really do a lot over there. And luckily for NON, they do end up saving Levi as well, which is a big surprise, because you would expect an instant finish conversion. You do not want to miss out on a point like this. NoNx, they are quite lucky, I guess. On the other side of things, Insane, first team to be eliminated in this game of Zanok Fixes. Who would have thought?
Yeah, you know, that's going to be quite a cutting blow, especially in the previous game. Did get around 7-8 points, and this time another not acceptable. Insane, they need to dig in a little bit deeper. At this point, look at that circle shift. True Rippers find themselves in a good position. Genesis also have a good, decent coverage of the circle. Same goes for Wyld Fangs, and look at that cluster building up on the western side. You've got K9 who've crossed over the bridge. You've got PO7s, and now VOLCANO on the path of revenge against Inferno Rising. PNWI IGL right next to Psycho. That grenade did give his position away. He knows that a threat is around him, and Psycho, he decides to reposition.
Yeah, I mean, this is a better option. Just fall back, play for the numbers, play for survival. Desperate for points, VOLCANO Esports. But having taken control of the center hill, it might just be too much pressure for this duo to handle. On the southern side of things, NON, they finally move out, looking for an entry into the play zone itself, and playing along the western edges as of now.
So cool.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of cool moments with these jockeys, I guess now. That's what we're going to call them. But yeah, horses are definitely proving to be quite a viable option, especially if you want a very swift and surprising entry into a fight.
Yeah, we might as well also introduce some polo whilst we're inside of this. Now, what's next? We've got animals also being a part of this action as of now. NoNx Esports, they've got K9 right in front of them. And Roman, is he aware, is the big ask. Of course, using that horse did not give a lot of the sound away, but seems like he was spotted. Beast, of course, wanted to retaliate back, but in turn, in fact, finds himself knocked. And now K9, they are in a whole world of trouble. But Ninja Boy does get a little bit of that respite, a little bit of that rescue. One trade there, but he needs to get in a little bit more. A grenade plunged forward. At this point, does not hit its mark. In the meanwhile, K9 still trying to somehow get themselves into this fight. Of course, have given up on Beast and Slug. It's just Ninja Boy and Omega.
And it's not going to be an easy fight for them. We know that. K9 Esports, they've been impressive so far into this tournament, especially round 1 itself. But they always need Slug and Beast to bring in that damage, to bring in that firepower. Right now, Ninja Boy and Omega, they can't really do much over here, especially the cluster is about to get a whole lot worse after you deal with the players of NON. There's BO7S, there's Shockwave waiting on the other side. Of course, a third-party opportunity will be there for the teams further deep inside of the zone. Wyld Fangs right on that western edge as the circle this time just completely shifts on the players of True Rippers. K9 on the move, shots fired by NON, but no contact made. And K9, they do actually manage to get themselves inside of that zone, just keep on pushing for that center. But the question now becomes, do they reach their destination? Or are we going to see them lose their lives along the way? Just surrounded from every single direction, man. There he goes. Ninja Boy takes a lot of damage. At least he's still alive. Or maybe not.
Oh, and look at that. it was just not Wyld Fangs keeping a keen eye on the players of K9. It was also VOLCANO. Psycho, he finds a knock there. But look at Wyld Fangs. They're quite separated from each other. And the star fragger, Trey Scott, down on his knees. Lately, we've seen the uprisal of Seth individually as a player, as he has somehow found some redemption. And now, on a collision course against the players of Shockwave, Madman has been brought down quite low. At this point, look at this, a grenade plunged over Fierce. He finds that knock, but eventually gets traded out. Shockwave also down on his knees as Extrovert and Shroud. They've got too much on their plate. Shots coming in from multiple directions, and now Seth succeeds. A grenade there, and look at this. Aryan from the backlines. They're getting the cleanup done.
Man, that Shockwave was so brutal that even Shockwave themselves didn't survive. But Wyld Fangs looking to take on the players of Team Aryan. Trey's got, oh, nasty shot. Finds the connection and gets the knock, but the fight is not over. Still 2 players left standing from the side of the opponents, and Wyld Fangs a little bit confused as to how they want to re-engage. Hitler, in the meanwhile, I think considering he has the Ridge to work with, can go for a revive, but Wyld Fangs losing bodies now. Trey's got already finished off. Seth survives with a sliver of HP. That's quite lucky, but they need to try and bring Fierce back. Otherwise, this is where the journey for Wyld Fangs in this game might end.
Yeah, it was not really ideal in such a small circle, having their players separated.
Yeah.
This was bound to happen, as now Sensei, he's being pushed at. He did manage to find a knock, but now suddenly the floor is lava. Does manage to patch himself up though, but he needs to make some quick movements. And now even Team Aryan right in front of him. Sensei fighting against the world. He's got Seth. But the cavalry is not going to arrive anytime soon, as PMWIIGL locks his grenade up, throws at his direction. Both of them taking that damage, but can Sensei succeed? That is the big question, and suddenly the assault is there. The influx, the pour has come in. It's going to be Team Aryan and Sensei now in a very sticky situation. Sensei somehow keeps himself alive. I have no idea on how he's still breathing, as Seth from the sidelines. He's got a visual on Devotee. Needs to patch himself up. Does have that one Molotov to play around with. Or does he use it at this point or not? That's a question.
Yeah, but as all of this was going down, the circle moved yet again. And this time, just like the last time, True Rippers clear advantage. And I think this has to be their chicken dinner. But on the topic of Wyld Fangs, Sensei has been knocked out. That just leaves Seth as the last survivor. And with how the journey for Wyld Fangs is turning out, man, the semifinals are brutal on these lads.
If this streak goes on, it's looking quite bleak for them. Seth having his legs exposed and suddenly has fallen down to his own misery there. As Wyld Fangs take an early exit, just 1 point out of that entire situation and nothing out of the placements. As of now, God's Omen and True Rippers right next to each other. Look at Ninze's position though. Quite far apart from his teammates. Still has that compound to work around with, but a blessing in disguise for God's Omen. Got their backlines cleared, but need to watch for their sidelines. They have NoNx right beside them as Superman. He's got eyes on the players of True Rippers as they reorient themselves, and so do the players of NoNx. Everybody going in for the pounds. Everybody trying to get a piece of the pie off the zone.
It's just 7 teams, 24 players surviving. God's Omen, oh no! Sam from True Rippers. A brilliant catch for him. And of course, True Rippers, with the amount of zone control they have, they're going to catch a few more teams off guard, but God's Omen is going to be the first threat for them to deal with. One of the players knocked out. And Sam, once again, a brilliant off-angle. Oh no, almost could have found the knock over there, but just letting go of the trigger a second quicker. And God's Omen still alive and kicking in this game. Keo on the other side with utility will try to find the picks, but doesn't really succeed.
Yeah, I mean, to his utter disappointment, did not have those grenades. Otherwise, could have easily gotten a knock out of that situation. But now, Superman still down on his knees, and Goku, he wants to save him, but he's running out of time. And having NoNx officials right beside them, they've been the bane of their existence. How does God's Omen get inside the zone with 2 teams keeping a close watch on them? It's going to be a dance with destiny for them. They need to get a lot of points, and things are looking quite murky for them as of now.
Yeah, things are definitely looking very shaky. but of everyone, I think the luckiest of the bunch has to be learned from past.
Oh, yeah.
Stage 5, Stage 6, that shift of the zone just swinging the game in their favor. God's Omen and Troopers both forced into a very awkward situation, but an amazing performance being brought to the table by NON as well. 7 eliminations secured, all 4 players alive and kicking. Los Hermanos in the meantime. Well, it's 2 versus 3 against Troopers. Jelly has been brought back. It's not going to matter. Numbers equalized as Spy finds the first knock in this fight, and an instant finish conversion is just going to make sure that True Rippers are not having a fun time in this game anymore.
Wow.
NON, they go up against God's Omen and Superman with the opening pick. Actually relieves a lot of pressure from the head of his team.
Look at this, a stun grenade popped, but nothing done. It was God's Omen. However, they had to initiate that fight. They had to do something out of that situation, but Goku going down does not make things easy for Superman as he falls down as well. As NoNx Esports, they will get that finish, and God's Omen, they bow out with 5 finishes.
Oh man, I mean, that was intense from the POV of God's Omen. Survived longer than they should have, but True Rippers, from being in a position where this should have been their game to now just struggling for survival. 2 players left. They're going to look for those finishes. 1 more in the bag. 7 eliminations secured by True Rippers as they break into the top 6 of this game. But the job is not yet over. Need more points to make that leap to take a climb in the overall leaderboard. Well, 8 eliminations as they find themselves in a 2v2. Jelly extremely close, but the shotgun makes no contact, and in an instant, True Rippers, they get eliminated at the hands of NON Esports.
NoNx Esports, they have been on quite a ball right now.
Yeah.
At this point, they have been quite merciless, but now they are down to the mercy of Genesis Esports, who've been quite silent. In fact, the numbers aren't really there as LEFP. They're enjoying that cover they have, and now Spy out in the open on the verge of getting taken down, but Shadow runs out of bullets from his magazine, and now Spy lives to fight another day. As of now, Sahil OP will get the job done. Spy eventually falls, and now we are finally down to 2 teams, a 2-on-4 situation with Genesis Esports having their positions compromised, and the numbers look quite lackluster.
Yeah, but I wonder, learn from past, what will their move be? This team has been hesitant in fighting since the start of the game. I wonder how many finishes they have. But at least they have the numbers to work with. 2 versus 4. You have utility. You have saved a bunch of util from the start of the game till now. And you know exactly where the opponents are. And as the push comes to shove, 1-man Zap knocked out. Shadow OG, the IGL, last player surviving for his team. And as the players have learned from past, pour in first knock, the second man hits the floor as well. And Shadow OG, before going down, before buying out, wants to make sure that he has a few extra bonuses to work with. A leap outside the window, hoping to catch more off guard, but he fails. And the chicken dinner, in the end, is going to be secured by Learn from Past.
You know, still did make the best out of that situation, Shadow. But yes, congratulations to Learn from Past. We were just talking about them, that they're yet to be tested. Finally, they've been engaged, and yes, they did thrive in the rainforest and did shine as well. 7 finishes, not too shabby. 17 points out of this game should put them in a comfortable position.
Yeah.
And more than that, it's all about that confidence, right? They've managed to somehow get the chicken dinner. They've got the reads right. And now in the matches to come, they've got a lot of them. They will be feeling quite settled.
I think this team has already displayed that, yes, we have the firepower, we have the experience, but what has happened is, or at least what I've noticed is, as the rounds go on, the amount of aggression that we were seeing from Learn from Past has slowly and steadily started to fade away. Like, you go back and watch their stats from round 1, incredible, man. It did not feel like these lads were on a break anywhere. And now in the semi-finals, I would say with the spot that was given to them, they could have done a lot more. But I would also like to say the same thing for True Rippers. They tried towards the end to get those finishes, but couldn't really do much.
You know, in their defense, I would just say that the competition has increased tenfold, right?
Sure,
It's the pressure, and you know, every single point matters. And yeah, they're young lads. Of course, we've seen them in the scene for quite some time. Formerly Enigma, we've seen them from various different banners, and Learn from Past. I do not even know if they have a sponsor, but whatever the case is, they are really punching beyond their weight.
This used to be a big name back in your days, right? Learn from past.
Yeah, I mean,
it was a clan.
It was actually a clan, and it was owned by Paradox, and I don't know if it's still mentoring the team. Yeah, I mean, Paradox. It was basically Megastars, right?
Yeah.
If you remember, and even if you got further back, it was Microsoft Gaming, but that had a different story to tell. But but you know, out of this match, NoNx Esports really caught my attention. Even in the previous game, they were in such a tough spot. Despite that, they made the best out of that situation. And even in this game, they had, what, 10+ finishes, which is a very good outing in Sanhok.
That is what I wanted to say as well. NON was very impressive in this game. And NON, to be fair, I mean, have been impressive in the semifinals overall. I mean, they have been very aggressive, focused on those elimination numbers consistently. And we have been having this discussion from the start of the semifinals that you got to keep like 7 to 8 points per match. NON is making sure they're getting that average, and they're hitting that average every single game. And as long as they do that, I think the journey from semifinals week 1 to the grand finals, it's going to be a short one for them. But learn from past, we see the stats. So again, a decent performance, a decent outing for learn from past. Nothing too shabby. I mean, it keeps them in a fighting position at least.
Yeah, it does, and especially given it's their first game of the evening, definitely getting a chicken dinner, and now you've got a couple of games to go. So I think they would be looking at getting around, what, 9 to 10 points of average, and they should rest easy after that. But then again, when you look at the bigger picture, we need to talk about the elephants in the room. Wyld Fangs, great display in round 1 and suddenly come in semi-finals. What on earth were they even thinking? Such a slow zone, such a small circle. They had their players isolated. I get it, you're trying to secure your backlines, but that's not how it's supposed to be done. They could have done so many things better.
See, if you go to Sensei and ask him what is going wrong, he's not going to give you a straight answer, right? So
he's going to be brutally shameless. He's like, I messed up.
My not so straight answer right now is like when this man was talking stuff about other teams, like saying that, oh man, I'm in such an easy group with True Rippers, God, like it's going to be a breeze to qualify. We had an interview with him a few days ago, and he was very humble. I would say, man, drop the humility. Just be aggressive. You do well when you're having fun. That's one thing I've noticed about Sensei. But that's a conversation for another time. Wyld Fangs only got 1 point in this game. We have the match rankings. Learn from past 17 points, NON with 14, Genesis finishes with 13, and True Rippers with 11.
Okay, we were addressing the elephants. Let's talk about 8-bit. I could not see them throughout the entire game. The last I saw out of them was on the finish feed where they were getting taken down by Los Hermanos. I think it was whilst rotating where 8-bit did not get off to a good start, but still they have a little bit of a leeway, right?
Yeah, a little bit of a leeway considering the first few matches were kind of okay. Also, on Sanhok, I think the struggles for 8-bit are going to keep on going because they kind of have to share that southeastern quadrant with do or die every single time they're placed in that same group. And we all know Somraj likes to play with that early map control, so that not allowed to them. But fixtures, K9, Team Insane.
Yeah, that's concerning. That's exactly where I was trying to get at, because K9 did not have majority matches played yesterday, and today, now given the opportunity, they have been dropping the ball. They need that one explosive game, and by all means, we do know they can get it, right? 6 matches played already, now sitting at the 5th position. But Genesis, considering the previous Miramar debacle, that this was a very good recovery. Still keeping them very close to that 60-point marker. Now we're considering 65 to 70 to be the cutoff for the top 8. Could potentially go higher, but yeah, OG, they've been quite consistent. Los Hermanos, they have been getting their bidding done. 4 matches played. 36 points is quite good.
I mean, it is good. The placement points aren't there, but they're getting those finishes consistently. And again, as long as the average is there, it is an improvement. Los Hermanos have been doing quite well for themselves. This is a team that plays under the radar, but is very consistent. And it is going to be interesting to see, first of all, do they make it to the finals? And second of all, once they make it to the finals, how do they perform in the finals as well? But moving on to the next page of the rankings, again, this is the danger zone. And specifically for teams that have played 6 matches and are on that last page. Shockwave and BO7S. What is going wrong with this team? Specifically, Shockwave has no placement points in 6 matches.
Yeah, it's quite gutting. to be honest, even the likes of BO7s, you would expect them to get a little bit, more points. But again, getting back to the conversation around Los Hermanos, this was one of those teams, Johnny, if you remember, they were quite known for their position points, always about getting that first game chicken dinner, if you remember Kalan and his antics. But now look at the improvement they've made. Of course, you had that one piece already figured out. Now you're getting those finishes. Of course, it's coming because you've got players like Spy who've been quite young, and there was a time when there was so much hype around this young player, lesser known but still a prodigy in the making, and finally, he's getting his time to shine, and Los Hermanos, they're doing quite good.
Exactly. Even in that last game, we saw him find those openings, or at least try and find a little bit more breathing room for his team to sort of back off, recover out of that conflict happening towards the southwestern edge of the stage 5, I think it was, stage 4, stage 5 circle. But Los Hermanos, again, opportunity is there, at least the aggression is there, and they find themselves in the top 8, so they can at least breathe a sigh of relief. But with more matches to go, anything can change, ladies and gentlemen. But before the upcoming match, we're going to take a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025. And of course, we move on with our day to game number 4, which is going to be played by teams from Group A and C. And that means we have Icy Baby alongside with me. How are you doing? Did you enjoy that last game?
Definitely as well, because we are starting to see a little bit of glimpses on who may be the first few to actually be going into the grand finals directly from here itself here.
Yeah.
And the two closest names so far is going to be number 1, Eggy. Number 2, Genesis right now in terms of the closest mark as well. Because if you were to average out the cutoff for the top 8, it's somewhere around 74 points for the bottom 8 itself. So if you reach past the 74 points, welcome to the grand finals of BMPS.
I mean, 74, let's just make it 75 because just to be safe makes it easier for us to remember. But let's see how things are going to turn out. And as you mentioned, I mean, Eggy is doing quite well. Team Eggy, they've been phenomenal. Genesis has been quite consistent. But if you want to have consistent performance in your BGMI matches, check out the realme GT7, ladies and gentlemen. It is out and available on Amazon. has a lot of exciting features specifically for your BGMI experience. 120 FPS of stable BGMI performance for up to 6 hours, co-tested by Krafton and Realme. And of course, during those marathon sessions, it stays 6 degrees cooler as well. But I see now, going into the next game, there's this one team that we have to talk about. I was talking about them with Fixes a few moments ago, and both of us were on the same page that it's kind of difficult to figure out, like, why has all of the action gone away? Learn from past. What has happened?
I feel like Learn from Past has been struggling to kind of adapt to the current playstyle because based on how they actually got in towards the semifinals itself, their playstyles has always been circle-oriented, you know, and the way they played was just playing very, very defensively. And I would say now, this was an opportunity for Learn from Past to actually bounce back in Sandhawk itself. So this is a very, very good starting point for them to actually make a comeback. But it is going to take some time. So the rest of the remaining matches, in order for them to qualify in the top 8, they need to win all of the matches.
That is true, but let's see how things are going to turn out. Again, as we move on, Group A versus Group C. Over here as well, I think 2OP Official was one of those names that we did not expect. The performance is kind of shaky, but it's on an upward trajectory. Hyderabad Hydras from this Group C have done quite well for themselves. OG is one of those names that I think a lot of people are expecting already heading to the finals, but then there are names that we do not know what fate holds in store for them. Mysterious 4, Miracle. What are your thoughts on these teams?
To be honest, I think the biggest highlight, especially coming from 2OP Official in this circle, is that who is going to be in Pochinki, because 8-Bit has dropped in Pochinki, 2OP Official has crashed into them and won the fight. Hyderabad Hydras had dropped in Pochinki, 2OP Official has crashed them and also won. Was it a decisive fight? Not really. It was like, you know, down towards one single player every single time they go in for the fight. And knowing that 2OP Official likes Yasnaya as well, I'm a little bit curious how this early phase is going to go between Group A and C, because 8-Bit, Hyderabad Hydras, and 2OP Official is in the play. And is there going to be a contest for Pochinki? Only time will tell, because as of yet, we are about to depart from the southwest corner in the map with Erangel itself, and it is going to be a very, very interesting one here between Group A and C. And you guys are currently watching the English broadcast and the realme BMPS 2025 semi-final stages. And as you can see on screen as well, the flight path comes in from the southwest corner and then heading in towards the northeast of Yasnaya.
Yeah, it feels like the entirety of that military island has been neglected by this flight path itself. But again, it's going to give us a few early, interesting and intense fights for those vehicle spawns as well. And in particular for the bridge crosses, there might be a little bit of a scuffle once the teams cross over. But as you were talking about it, I mean, 2OP Official, big question mark where they're going to go. Pochinki, Yasnaya, everything's going to be answered soon.
Yeah, I'm a little bit curious as well. 8-Bit does tentatively go towards that direction as well. We might see an early clash right from the get-go. I do see 8-Bit dropping onto his Pochinki.
Yeah.
But I don't think I see Hyderabad Hydra. So it looks like they are going to deviate from their flight path as well. Actually, Hyderabad Hydra just dropped outside of school, heading towards Mansion, maybe even prison as well. So I don't think that's going to be the case for them. 2OP Official, are they going to go for Yasnaya? Nope, they are somewhere around there as well, so we might see a clash towards there because Eggy is also dropped down a little bit late there as well.
Yeah, I think Los Hermanos, Eggy might go to Lipovka, Los Hermanos, Talba Kamishki, 2OP have gone to Yasnaya Poliana, and as you mentioned, Hyderabad Hydras, that leaves them with just Mansion, Prison, and Shelter to work with. Still a pretty decent position, to be honest, at the start of the game. Wyld Fangs, they're going to take their rotation towards Milta. 8-Bit, safe control of Pochinki gained by them. But look at the cluster forming towards Rozok and School in particular. There's OG, there's God's Omen, there's one man from Learn from Past. I think he's just there for the vehicle because his teammates are there in that Water City.
That's kind of dangerous as well, considering that Learn from Past actually plays from Water City, Water Town. And OG plays from Rozok, whereas God's Omen plays around apartments and schools. So they are kind of clustered towards that direction here, but they do have enough loot for each other.
Is the same positions that we saw OG, again, Rozok, Reckoning in Water City, and then Soul used to go to school and school apartments, and they would end up clashing against each other early. But hey, first finish of the game, Wyld Fangs, they find one of the stragglers from Hyderabad Hydras completely off guard, and there is no trade for this first finish of the game in the hands of Wyld Fangs.
Yeah, this is what happens if you don't usually get your usual drop spots as well. When you go for a new, different kind of playstyles, people won't expect you to be there. But even if they don't expect you there, and when you're there and you're not prepared, you are going to get messed up. So Wyld Fangs, they are already played Milta for the longest time, so they know where all the usual drop spots is, especially for the vehicle spawns in particular. So I wouldn't be surprised that they actually picked off as well. So Hyderabad Hydras definitely has their backs against the wall. Milta is occupied. Hyderabad Hydras has to shift towards Milta power, which ironically is a very, very long journey from that general vicinity, especially how the flight path was actually designed on the northwest corner. So it is going to be very, very difficult for them. But let's take a look at how Learn From Past plays this, because we've seen this circle before. Learn From Past was challenged in Watertown just because of how the circle developed. But now the circle is not exactly centered for them, so I think it's going to be free loots here for Learn From Past all the way until they decide to make a move.
I agree. I think at least they've one luxury, right? They do not really have to force any moves from their end. They are very slightly inside of the play zone itself, at least for stage 1. And since they know that OG is right behind them, there is an opportunity for them to catch OG off guard. But Los Hermanos on our screens, as we expected. Stalber, Kamish, Keep is where they reign right now. But this is a team that's playing the furthest away from the play zone itself. And ideally for any team that's playing that northern island, we all know, I mean, they're going to rotate against along with the northern shorelines, try to cross just west of Rozok maybe.
Now, Los Hermanos currently is doing really, really well in the current semifinals, despite narrowly qualifying from the round stages themselves, and currently are part of the top 8 in the current overall standings. And interesting enough, in the current top 8 overall standings, only Hyderabad Hydras, OG, and also Team Forever, OG and Hyderabad Hydras are from the top 8 for itself in the current standings, but Eggy, Team Forever, Los Hermanos are doing really, really well despite not having the greatest performance, especially in round 1 itself.
Yeah.
It seems like over time they have kind of developed and learned how to adapt on the fly, and because of this, they have a little bit of an upper edge over the top 8 teams right now.
Yeah, over time, just being a little bit more confident. And as you mentioned, adaptability put to test, but God's Omen on our screens now on the move. In a 2-2 split, and they want to move in towards these open Gatka fields as quickly as possible. Just find a decent compound to work with. But if you want to find a decent device for yourself, not decent but the best for BGMI, check out the Realme GT7. It is out and available on Amazon.in. A lot of exciting features, and again, I think for the people who love BGMI, they want FPS. 120 FPS with the Realme GT7 for 6 hours, stable as well. So you can go onto Amazon, grab yourselves the Realme GT7, and well, see you in the next officials.
Well, definitely as well. But seeing how this is happening as well, the circle seems to be shifting all the way towards quarry vicinity. We saw that earlier Erangel as well, which shifted around the Ferry Pier shorelines, in between Ferry Pier and Primos. It seems like it might actually hit that direction again. But obviously, it is kind of centered towards the outskirts of Gatka. Maybe even Pachinki still in play as well. 8-bit definitely has a little bit of a closer rotation, but they are going to be playing on the mountain terrains west of it. So a majority of the teams are going to take center on second zone first before they make the first move. And we have a few teams that go for a third stage circle where they try to steal the center position as soon as the circle shifts happen on stage 3, which happened to Hero Extreme Godlike and also God's Reign, which has a very, very similar playstyle in that regards. But unfortunately, they're not playing this game, so I think Wyld Fangs and Eggy may be looking at that direction. Even same can be said for OG. Just wait for stage 2.
Yeah.
After the shift.
I think that is what majority of the teams have decided as well. There's definitely a cluster in the center already. But everyone who stayed out, they are going to be patient, wait for that second, third stage shift, and then move in. I think, but still the goal would be to get as close to the edge as possible for stage 1 itself. Let's see the 8-bit on the move. And for them as well, it's not a big challenge. They will be able to get access to the center of the circle very easily, considering Pachinki was inside of the stage 1.
Yeah.
But the problem is that at any time, if you are a little complacent, then you're going to be shot in the face from just completely unaware of where the opponent is, basically.
I really will hold that thought for now. God's Omen right now gets the opening. Hydro going to be the first to get knocked here from Troy LAN Esports. From afar, he's pretty much stranded. God's Omen is going to take away those vehicles and some utilities away from Troy LAN Esports. They get the reset. They're trying to reinforce this with Mac, trying to provide some sort of cover. But I don't think they are going to get more out of it unless they salvage those vehicles. Because as of yet, it is exposed and open. And the aim coming in from God's Omen. They are going to try and reposition this. And Nothing super major was lost. Just maybe 2, 3, 4 utilities and a couple of knock rates.
Oh, but Proethaman in Esport now at least having been made aware of where the opponent is. How do they react? Do or die though. Now, this is a very awkward position. They have Hyderabad Hydras right behind them. There's like 3 teams up front and Do or Die just stuck on that hill. But stage 2, I think it's decided. Katka Pochinki, those open fields, that is where we are headed.
Yeah, that's going to be very awkward as well. There's only a couple of hills that is very, very nice to use. And in this case, those mountain terrains is going to be very, very crucial, especially for teams like Learn From Past, teams like Do or Die as well. If they are able to secure it, they should be A-okay. But OG seems like they are in the vicinity and they're just too afraid to actually push up. They're trying to look for a place to lay low before stage 4 actually shifts, trying to salvage the situation. But on screen now, we do see Do or Die losing a couple of players. Even Learn From Past also dropping a player themselves. 8-bit able to get a very, very nice confirmation onto his Do or Die, while Learn From Past is going to lose honey in this vicinity as God's Omen actually finds the hill OP as well with those nades. Oh boy, Learn From Past, they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, we were talking about them before this game began. Expected a lot, but again, as it turns out, a slow in the pace. And they are getting beaten by their opponents. 2 players about to get finished off over here. 1 already done and dusted. The other just knocked out in God's Omen. They are being very patient with this as well. Dope in the backlines. I don't think he can do much here.
Yeah. In this case, Dope all the way in the far edge as well. Doesn't really have a lot of work with, so he was a little bit too far off to be saved here. Seems like he is going to be done and dusted. God's Omen will be looking to try and secure this. Dope trying to get a couple of trades. If he gets a couple of knocks, it's going to be great here. Just clip onto them by a bit. Does some serious damage. It is going to temporarily keep Sahil OP alive, but it's not going to do too much. He's about to bleed out as well as Dope tries to make a mad dash, try and pick him up. But as soon as God's Omen hears his footstep, I think he's going to be done for.
Well, let's see. This is a very, very critical moment for Learn From Past. And Superman, oh, this is too close for comfort, man. The nade can make contact and Dope knocked out at any given second. Now Sahil, does he have any info to work with? I don't think so. Because as he tries to crawl back, shots fired in his direction and he's going to be forced back into cover. Superman with the nade should be able to catch both of them off guard. Sahil finished off. Dope, is he alive or did he get knocked out? I think he's still alive.
Well, he is alive, but on screen as well, we do see Hyderabad Hydras losing Mox in mid-rotation, and Wyld Fangs goes on the hunt. And this is the signature we know them of. As they finally make entry point, they are going to try and punish all these rotations who are late for zone. As Wyld Fangs are going to be very comfortable taking all these mid-range fights. Meanwhile, Samraj actually helps tag teaming. And they are going to be able to pick off Sarvit from Hyderabad Hydras. Not a great start for them. Wyld Fangs scouts up Samraj out in the open, but he is going to try to make a retreat here. Almost gets taken out, but actually does. Fierce actually gets the connection here. Mistakes were made, and now Sam, he's going to be left out in the open. Gamla has no choice but to save him, but can they save him is going to be the question. Samraj just too exposed right now.
Yeah, too exposed, too vulnerable. I think he's getting finished off. Impossible task for 8-bit to bring their IGL back. Hyderabad Hydras, though, somehow Sarvit brought back into the game. But still playing from the edge right now in an open field. Not really a position you want to find yourself in. And I think Hyderabad Hydras, their journey might just come to an end with the next shift of the zone. On the other side, 2OP, bot fire, running for his life. And VOLCANO Esports now actually do end up getting a squad wipe for themselves. 4 eliminations secured. And this has to be the best game for VOLCANO Esports in the semi-finals.
Well, definitely as well, because that player just bot fire literally disappeared in a flash. And of course, now NoNx has heard all those commotions. They are going to try and challenge this. But the problem is they just don't have the clear line of sight. There's a lot of smokes being used, but VOLCANO, they are pretty healthy themselves, so they might give them a little bit of false sense of security, thinking that they are weak and going for the push. But Dope, he is going to be the last player that gets scouted out, and that's going to be 4 Miracle that third parties them. As Learn From Past will bow out on 15 plays despite having a chicken dinner from the previous game.
Yeah, this was just brutal to witness what happened to Learn From Past in this particular match. A few moments ago we saw God's Omen just battering them constantly in these trenches, and now 4Miracle with the last nade find Dope. But 4Miracle themselves are stuck, because 2 players lost, Dragon OP knocked out, and Reaper has just ended up swapping positions with Dope. And since Dope could not escape, Reaper can't escape either, but wow, he's out of bullets.
Oh no, he's out of bullets as well from Superman. And the only way he restocks them is he directly pushes all the way to the other end of the chopstick ditches himself. And if he is able to clean them out, that's going to be the full reset coming in from him. He's wasted a little bit too much time, but fortunately for him, it is inside zone, it is in the center as well. And we are expecting a God Car finish.
Los Hermanos, northern edge of the circle in their control, and Team Forever, they are pushing towards the northern side as well. Might be a little bit of a clash. And it is, I mean, Waze. I believe he has heard those vehicles from that distance. But still no line of fire. Oh, well, maybe there is. A lot of damage dished out. Waze barely survives getting knocked out over there. Quite lucky. I mean, he's still not knocked out. So much ammunition committed. And Los Hermanos, I think they might just have to settle with the fact that they did not get that finish or the knock, but they have at least shooed away the opponents.
Well, that's going to be a little bit tough time, but seeing how the circle is going to be shifting as of yet. Mysterious Fall, smack middle as well. 4Miracle on the other end of those chopsticks here. God's Omen going to be taking the other side of the chopsticks themselves, so we have both ends of the chopstick ditches pretty much occupied. They will have decent cover, decent places to actually work with as well. But they do need to find a way to crawl out of it later on, because it's going to force them out directly into the north side. And Mysterious Fall has got a very, very strong formation inside the zone. And the rest of the world might be exposed to them as well. It's going to be a tough battle, but they have to achieve this. But wow, Fangs on the run here. They drive by and they are fighting Team Forever on the sides.
Yeah, they found the opening, but Sensei traded out. Quite unfortunate. Trey's got also falls, but Fierce with that nade should be able to find an advantage for his team. Or maybe not. The knock stays a knock, but the finishes are being stolen. I see Los Hermanos with the third party comes through. And Wyld Fangs, with how this fight started, I thought this was going to be their moment, but now all of a sudden Wyld Fangs are crumbling. As Mafia's nade makes contact, Fierce gets knocked out, and Wyld Fangs, well, they're down to a single Wyld Fang in this game that's left. And it's not going to be easy to survive anymore. That last man, I mean, there's only so much we can expect, right?
Yeah, Team Forever, fantastic defense. And there's nothing much Wyld Fangs could have done. The third parties from afar was just a little bit too hard to do with. Los Hermanos actually found the opportunity. And while this is actually happening as well, VOLCANO was eliminated on 14th position. But look at this, Los Hermanos, oof, they found the perfect timing to fight this off. And Seth now, an MVP contender, currently forced to run for his life, as there's nothing much he could have done. He's pretty much stuck in one of the most awkward positions to be in. And he's going to make a mad dash for it. Always with the M249 goes for the spray. Unfortunately, none was able to clip him. The sprays are good, but unfortunately, no connection was found. So Seth will be A-okay. Taking some serious damage on the vehicles though.
Yeah. But at least, I mean, as long as you're intact, you're going to be fine. But Wyld Fangs, man, oh man, that was a disaster to witness. And Team Forever, now it's their turn to just bow down and give away a few points to Los Hermanos. By the way, the third party from Los Hermanos should have actually swung the fight in the favor of Wyld Fangs. They just straight up went down to Team Forever over there. I don't know what happened. Whiffed shots, just aim not working, but something extremely wrong for Wyld Fangs in that fight. Barely a pixel away. Thunder avoids getting knocked out. Blue Zone putting pressure. Team Forever Waste running out into the open for his life, but Shadow waits for him. First knock there. Second as well comes through. And Los Hermanos, they will be happy with these points that they've just gotten for themselves.
Yeah, this confidence coming from Los Hermanos was just impeccable, just because of the fact that Evo is so far into the circle.
Yeah.
They know for a fact that they are the closest to this third party, and because of this, they're able to win this fight. But what a save coming from Evo as well, because as soon as Spy gets third party from the south side, he goes in, picks him up, and gets him to safety. Mafia couldn't even find the confirmation. What a save from Evo.
Yeah, that was brilliant indeed. And somehow Los Hermanos, they keep their numbers in check, but Team Forever smoke out the engine. Mafia still alive. Or maybe not for long. We saw him almost getting taken out. Well, not almost anymore. Team Forever eliminated from the game on the 12th spot.
Eggy, another amazing game, but guess who's out? 8-Bit out on 11th place in this game with only 2 finishes. The champion from BGIS, who had one of the most smoothest performance coming from the round stages, currently struggling in semifinals. It's not looking too good for themselves here, but on screen, do or die. A very, very quick shutdown by OG. A drive-by that completely shuts them out. Do or die, just completely helpless, defenseless in those situations. And even OG, as soon as they go for the hit and run, they try to reposition. Eggy was just zoning them out of those plays, out in the open. As everybody is forced off because of Eggy's positioning right now. And look at this, the contact is going to collide with Los Hermanos as well. Everybody's just there. And Los Hermanos sets up the perfect trap for this team. Then OG, they're stuck out in the open.
Yeah, now just one more man left standing, and he's not going to be standing for long. Caught off guard, as you mentioned, by Los Hermanos. And look at these finishes come through. Oh no, they are just getting stolen, man. Everyone is after those finishes. Los Hermanos only get one, as Eggy actually takes a few and puts them in their bag. 7 eliminations there for Team Eggy. But this is going to be an awkward move now for all of these teams. NON, good position for them. TMG Esports, decent spot. But everyone else is stuck on that southern edge, along that southern circumference of this play zone itself. And from the distance on the finish feed, we see NON taking on God's Omen. But for Miracle, they've been stuck here for a while. Last man from the side of OG in front of their eyes. Well, not their eyes, well, in their trenches. Damage just out. Wiz got down to 50 HP. It's a 1v2, so you can't really expect a lot. Lobs out a stun, runs out of the smoke, is going to be spotted out and finished off. There it is. OG eliminated on the 9th position.
Exactly. Now, for Miracle's next obstacle is getting out of those chopsticks and then running into his Mysterious 4. They have to cover off those houses for the longest of time. And they're very, very safe from the side of Mysterious 4. Looking to try and dominate this performance here. But for those of you guys watching at home, guess what? Discovery Island is in play. And the more you play, the more the prize pool of BMPS 2025 will increase. And last I heard, the current checkpoint for the prize pool is somewhere around 3 crores.
Yeah, that is how much... that is the contribution that has been made till now by all of our lovely and amazing viewers. But let's see. For Miracle, what is their contribution going to be to this game? Nade goes out. It should get a knock for Fragger. That was the last nade for him. Oh, no knock secured. They will have to take this fight head on. It's 2 versus 3. And Mysterious 4, they have the upper hand in this fight. But there's a man on the flank that they have to be careful of. Doesn't matter. Dragon OP knocked out. Should be an easy finish in the bag for Mysterious 4. And in fact, that second man as well getting picked up. Now they control the entirety of the southern edge, but as soon as I say that, the circle just moves away.
Yeah, the circle shifting out in the open, and guess what, Eggy? They are on the hunt. They're cleaning up everyone from the northeast corner. And Shadow, the last player coming from Los Hermanos, sees all of the members coming from Eggy, and the nades comes through the Molotovs. They've got him completely isolated. Shadow, very little play zone left to work with, and the zone just right on the edge is about to move in 15 seconds. He doesn't have a lot of room, and he's going to burn to the Molotovs. What a tactical cleanup coming from Team Eggy. This might be it. 10 finishes in the back. Eggy just might be one of the first few teams to directly qualify into the semifinals from this stage itself. This might be it. The dream is real.
I think I agree with you. I think that might have happened already. They're in the top 5. They have 10 eliminations, and they have all 4 players left. So there's a very high probability that they will walk away with the chicken dinner unless NON actually steals it from them. But Eggy, they've done well overall, man. Their journey from the start, from round 1 till now, semifinals week 1, it has been very consistent. And of course, the aggression that they've displayed, I believe, yeah, rightfully earned that spot for the Grand Finals. But still, can they win the chicken dinner in this game? That's the next question.
Yeah, it's going to be tough as well because NoNx is pretty much knocked, and NoNx is looking to try and clean them up. They've got 17 nades in the bag, and we're looking for the tandem nades to try and clean them up. And so it begins. NoNx gets confirmed by Mysterious 4. Pretty much, they were out in the open, so Eggy has no choice but to play defense. They have decent amount of smokes to work with. And now doesn't seem to be the right time to fight. Eggy is in a very open-ended position in south side, but has clear sights to the north. But I don't think he's going to be able to spot out anyone from the side of NoNx anytime soon, because it's down towards the final 4 team. And somehow, Hyderabad Hydras is still in the game. And Sarvid is the last player alive. How is he still alive, though?
I have no idea either, buddy, but I mean, we're going to be happy for him. At least he makes it to the top 4. Some placement points gained by Hyderabad Hydras in this game, but Eggy, now they want to secure what they feel is rightfully theirs, the chicken dinner. And Sarwit in the meanwhile gets finished off, but NON could be the next team getting kicked out from this match as Eggy turn their eyes on them. The nade is quite close, and Lavish re-knock is going to be there. Godex is right next to his teammate, potential for a revive, and they found a trade as well, so at least some pressure has been relieved off of the heads of the players of NON.
Yeah, Mysterious 4 is just applying so much pressure in this situation. They may have gotten a re-knock, but the pickup is back once more. Eggy really wants to farm all those finishes right now. They do have a decent amount of placement points, but Mysterious 4, they're waiting the third party themselves. They are out in the open in the south spike. But Sketch is creeping out with Levi now. Heard those movements, heard those nades, immediately backs off to kind of reconnaissance for information. NoNx still very exposed to Eggy's angles. And as soon as I say this, Lavish gets spotted out. And just like that, Eggy is hammering onto his NoNx. And Mysterious 4 is going to find Eggy instead. This is a rock, paper, scissors situation between these 3 teams.
And everyone just throwing at random whatever they feel like. Mysterious 4 now with the upper hand in the end game. And of course the terrain control as well. They need to be able to secure this chicken dinner. And I mean, luckily for us, before this match began, we were talking about Mysterious 4 and the inconsistency that we've seen from their side as they have progressed through the different stages of this tournament. And this is going to be the time to prove us wrong.
Mysterious 4 holding the southwest corner. NoNx on the west side. Eggy is trying to make their way into the zone. They are going to hunker down from the east side, and everybody is focusing on them because they were the last to enter this zone. So their information is pretty much exposed. And JD Gaming, his back was spotted out, and Sketch is going to go for the tap. And that's going to be JD Gaming getting knocked here. As the rest of Eggy wants to fight back, but they just do not have the information to work with or the angles.
Well, Sketch, he has at least found an opening for his team and drawn the attention of the players of NON towards him. And he is the isolated player for his team, but Fragger knocked out by Eggy. Now this is something unexpected. Numbers equalize, 3 versus 3 versus 3 between the 3 teams. JD Gaming from Eggy goes down, and now maybe Team Eggy, well, they're going to struggle to close out this match. They're down to the last man, Pro OP. And Mysterious 4, they're moving in for that finish. Snowjaw spotted out. Pro OP takes a few shots, reveals his position, and gets finished off. 2 teams left standing. NON with 13 eliminations to their name, and Mysterious 4 with just 5.
This is just insane. That is just nuts coming from Eggy. They try their best, but there's only so much they could have done.
Yeah.
Mysterious 4 and NoNx definitely outplayed them in that situation. But of course, now, backs against the wall. They have a very, very wide spread coming from Mysterious 4. 4 versus 3 in this final showdown. It all comes down to utilities. And obviously, Mysterious 4 has the most amount of utilities in terms of smokes. But NoNx has the most amount of nades so far. Because prior to this fight, he still had about 19 to 20 grenades. And those tandem nades is what is going to secure the win if they get into position.
It's going to be... Well, I want to see who wins this game now, man. Both the teams just completely prone. And there's an airy silence on this battleground right now. You see the players crawling on their belly. Fragger slowly and steadily inching closer. Even though they have the numbers advantage to work with, Mysterious 4, if they are the one on the receiving end of this play, then things are definitely going to go bad. But it is Snowjaw who finds the knock, and now the advantage just gets bigger. 2 versus 4, Levi spotted out, and in fact both the players spotted out. And in a blink, it all ends. Mysterious 4, they end up securing the chicken dinner against that last fight against NON. An impressive game as well, combined with the 3 eliminations they got towards the very end. That is 8 finishes, so 18 points for Mysterious 4 from this match.
What a bounce back coming from Mysterious 4. A very intense final 3 teams here. But eventually Mysterious 4 won just because they have a slight edge in terms of the terrain in the final zone between their fight against NoNx. Numbers advantage, positioning, everything was spot on towards Mysterious 4, and they will be the winners of this game. So a very nice game coming from them. GG, well played. And in that final zone as well, I was about to bring up that point. The hay bales is what gave them the upper hand. Snowjot, having advantage of the hay bale of the cover, was able to have a little bit of elevation over NoNx, and they were able to spot them out first, which gave them that upper edge to actually take them down.
Yeah.
But in case you guys miss out on action, let's take a look at the highlights.
Exactly. I mean, Wyld Fangs, we have to talk about them as well, because hit or a miss. It's always a hit or a miss with Wyld Fangs, and this time they missed pretty bad in this particular match. NON on the other side, I think that aggression that we saw in this game, and of course the previous one as well, this team is looking very solid right now in the semi-finals.
Yeah, they definitely are. Even Los Hermanos with a little bit of bounce back. And in particular, it was Kalan. Because when we talk about comeback stories from the round stages into the semifinals, we obviously have to talk about VOLCANO. We obviously have to talk about BO7S. We obviously have to talk about Los Hermanos as well. Because Los Hermanos was on the borderline of being eliminated. And Kalan was the guy that actually clutched things out big time. And even this game as well, the consistency coming from Kalan and the rest of the teams coming from Los Hermanos was just very spot on. And right now, they are on the right track to be retaining that spot on the top 8 by the end of today.
Yeah, but let's see. I mean, can they retain that spot? On the other side of things, the endgame is serious for Eggy as well. Actually had a pretty brilliant run. They were able to secure 11 finishes, if I'm not wrong, because towards the end, they just got picked apart by Mysterious 4 before they could get that extra point in the back. And then Mysterious 4, as you mentioned, that slight advantage of the terrain swinging the fight in their favor, and NON having no chance. NON only had 1 person in the zone as well. 2 people were just trying to find their way towards the edge.
I think Eggy has been playing really well, and that was the first time I saw Eggy make a little bit of mistake in the final 3, just because, number 1, they got in the zone on east side, and they still have somewhat of a vehicle to kind of set up an obstacle, a barricade themselves. The first guy got knocked, and I think Pro OP was a little bit greedy. He stood up and got exposed, and that was the reason why the entire team got wiped off. So small little mistakes here. I know they are looking for those finishes, and this is what would happen considering that, hey, my team just got 11 finishes. Obviously, we are going to look for more. I
mean, you're going to look for more, and if things are not going your way, especially in the heat of the moment, you will make a mistake due to micro panic, right?
Yeah.
That happens sometimes. But, I mean, in the middle of the highlights, you mentioned VOLCANO Esports, and I think this was the best performance we've seen from VOLCANO Esports, because in the matches they've played before this one, combined, they had 2 points. In this game, they got 4 points.
I think now VOLCANO is in a situation where they can't really do too much on trying to make the top 8. But the bright side of being in the first week of semifinals is that nobody is eliminated. So they are going to be going into round 2 or directly into the Grand Finals. But in VOLCANO's situation, I don't think it's very possible now based on their current standings. But for now, the MVP of the match here is going to be Levi, coming from NoNx Esports, and they were the ones that actually clutched it big time, because they were one of the trendsetters on this case, the ones that dictated on how everybody was standing from the northwest side and just completely shut out the competition.
Yeah, NON was just going around running after people after the mid-game onwards, but top 5 players, you have Levi followed by Lovish, then there's Snowjot from Mysterious 4, we have Pro from Eggy, and Eggy from Eggy as well, making it the list of top 5 players from this game. But NON, I mean, incredible performance from NON. What was the total number of finishes on NON?
That was a lot.
It was a
because
lot, right?
There's just at least 12 here coming from NoNx.
Just 2 players.
Yeah, just 2 players. So I'm curious to see how it is as well, because NoNx is going to be on the top here with 19 points. Despite not getting the chicken dinner, they have 13 finishes. And Mysterious 4 does get the chicken dinner and 8 finishes, which gives them 18 points. But Eggy themselves also going to be joining part of the top 3 with 16 finishes. This were the top 3 playmakers of the team. And on the consolation prize here, we do have Los Hermanos as well, because they completely shut down every single team from Northeast, in particular, Wyld Fangs and Team Forever.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what the upcoming matches are going to look like from these particular teams. I'm kind of disappointed with the performance coming from Wyld Fangs today. There's 8-bit. 8-bit, I think, yeah, a little bit of a leeway for 8-bit, but that safety cushion is going away. So now they have to start to perform. Same goes for OG as well. Yep. 2OP, Do or Die, Troy at the Million Esports. I think we are still waiting for these teams to stabilize.
Yeah, this was very awkward as well because 8-bit is so close towards the top 8 here, and they were doing really well in their debut performance as well. So with this gameplay coming in, it is going to set 8-bit a little bit to try and qualify for the top 8, which gives an opportunity for other teams like Hero Extreme, Godlike, for Team Soul to actually catch up as well if they want to break into the top 8. Even Wyld Fangs as well was a team that is very, very close to it as well. But with that being said, let's take a look at towards the overall standings in the current predicament. How are they doing? NoNx and Los Hermanos has pretty much pushed themselves into the top 5, and they've only played 5 matches. So it is going to be very, very close so far.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be very close. And as you mentioned, I mean, just 5 matches. As long as you play the 6th game and you have over 45 points, I think it should be good. So there's opportunity still there for the teams behind them. But Eggy, man, that is a very big safety cushion that they have going for themselves.
I don't think it's just a safety cushion. That is guaranteed qualification right now. I think Eggy might just have gotten enough points to directly qualify in the Grand Finals, and we have finally seen our first Grand Finalist.
Yeah, a 24-point advantage against the team on the 2nd spot. That is a big deal. But as we move further in the ranking, Reckoning Esports, big signs of concern, 27 points in the 3 matches that they played. Actually, no, that average looks good. They're doing about 9 points per match.
Yeah.
And it is fine. Reckoning Esports, I think if they keep playing like this, they should be able to push through. Concern was for the team that is right underneath them, Wyld Fangs.
So as of yet, in terms of the average based on the current data as well, you need somewhere about 74 to 75 matches. Sorry, not matches. 72 to 75 points to be in the bottom 8 after 8 matches. So technically, Eggy is pretty much qualified. Their final 2 games, all they need 3, 4, 5 games. They should be in the top 8 guaranteed. And that's our first finalist.
Yeah, that's the first team. But what about everyone else? There are still more spots left for these teams to claim. But ladies and gentlemen, what's going to happen in the upcoming matches? We're going to find that out after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BMPS 2025. You guys currently watching the English podcast, and of course this is the semi-finals week 1 itself. Day number 2. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Necro. We are at your service as the English commentators for today itself. But now, interesting enough here as well, we saw a very, very intense game between Mysterious 4 as well as NoNx Esports making a pounce to try and make a comeback in towards the top 8. And currently, Eggy in prime position, or in this case, unofficially, they are the first contestant to directly qualify in the Grand Finals.
Yeah, it definitely does seem like it on paper, right? But something that's going to give you the maximum performance is also going to be the Realme GT7. The device is already out on Amazon, so move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, get your hands onto it. The sale's now live. And back towards the conversation that you were having, right? A bit of a bounce back even from the side of NoNx, Mysterious 4 as well, doing pretty good for themselves. I'm not exactly sure if that sort of a bounce back specifically from Mysterious 4 is going to be enough to bring them back in a decent spot in the overall standings. They need a lot more.
Yeah, they definitely need to as well, but because now we're going to be seeing a completely new group, and this is going to be Group A and D. At the start of the day as well, I did mention as well, when Group D is playing, you have to play the D meta. And why? Because Group D, this is a team that is so difficult to play against because majority of the known teams are inside Group D in particular. We have Seoul, we have Hero Extreme Godlike, we have Reckoning, we have Alibaba Raiders, we have God's Reign, we have TWOB. These are all top names in the competitive scene, which will dictate the entire tempo of the fight themselves. And currently, all of them are kind of in a very difficult spot to actually qualify into his top 8.
True that. Specifically, Seoul's not doing too hot. Hero Extreme Godlike, they've got a great start for the day. We did see them in the game 1. Hero Extreme Godlike, they did go pretty frag heavy. Reckoning Esports cannot say the same for them. They did duke it out against the likes of God's Reign, and that fight was quite scrappy. God's Reign did somehow get that reset, eliminated the likes of Reckoning Esports, but now I'm pretty sure as we move on towards a different map, Reckoning Esports might just make a bounce back. We've still got a few more names like God's OMEN and VOLCANO Esports waiting to erupt.
Exactly. This is going to be a very tough lobby here for each and every single players in this group as well. And interesting enough, I want to see how 8-Bit plays this as well, because 8-Bit learned from past, Seoul, God's Reign, all the top teams are on the screen. And unfortunately to say, as much as I want to say this is a grand final game, this is as close as a taste of how it's going to look when it actually happens, when the LAN happens as well. Because without further ado, we're going to be jumping into the map of Miramar. And this is going to be Group A versus D in the map of Miramar. The flight starts from the southwest corner of the map. And it is heading in towards the direction of the north side of Oasis. And this match 11 is going to be an absolute blast here, Necro.
Of course, man. I mean, I'm still waiting for Wyld Fangs to pop off as well. Wyld Fangs, they've had a rough start for the day. Hopefully, they do get the recovery in the upcoming games. Los Hermanos still missing. NoNx, the previous game was, of course, a recovery. They're doing pretty okay in the overall standings. But if they do want to find themselves in the top 8 in a comfy spot, they need to replicate the same thing that they did in the previous game. Learn from past. Today's day has been decent. I hope they pretty much continue that same consistency. And 8-Bit, what else to say? It's one of those teams that we know pretty much has the caliber to qualify, and they probably will too, without any efforts. But as we move on towards the plane flight path itself, we do see a few teams taking an exit right off the rip. You've got 4TR as well moving towards Partona. You've also got Alibaba Raiders dropping all the way towards that Valle del Mar. And even towards Minas del Valle, you've got a bit of that split.
Yeah, and as of yet, I'm curious to see how these teams are going to be playing, considering the fact that majority of the teams has the most amount of experience playing against each other in the LAN. Especially coming from Seoul, coming from Hero Extreme Godlike, not really Wyld Fangs, 8-Bit as well. But at Reckoning Esports, this is like 4 or 5 teams that has a lot of experience in LAN coming from BGIS. But when we talk about LAN experience, even TWOB, learn from past Wyld Fangs, all of them have those kind of experience as well. So I want to see how they actually deliver in this stage of game. But judging by Necro's expression of seeing how this circle shifts hard south,
I just want to see it form on top of Partona at this point. And then we'd love to see this lobby duke it out against each other to form a better position in an off circle like that. It would be fun.
You know who's going to be very happy?
4TR.
Yeah, they are in Partona. But I highly doubt it's going to be in play as well, because Los Leonas is still in play. Chumacera is kind of in play as well. So it might shift into this 2 major cities in this circle itself. So that's going to be a little bit of a tricky situation. Wyld Fangs going to have Los Leonas uncontested. That's going to be interesting.
God's OMEN on the screen, not doing too bad in the overall standings. They're actually all the way on the 18th spot with 28 points, looking pretty good for themselves. God's OMEN is one of those teams that did make a lot of statements before moving towards the semifinals week 1. And now it's one of those teams that does stand a massive chance to directly qualify from the week 1 itself to the grand finals. They've got a decent base setup, 28 points. Now they just need a chicken dinner, and God's OMEN will be extremely close to that top 8.
Yeah, they need a massive game, especially from God's OMEN. It's going to be very interesting to see them do it as well. Even God's Reign, also a team that definitely is kind of struggling as well.
Yeah.
Because the team that they struggled the most is when 8-Bit is in the lobby itself. And every single contact when God's Reign fights against 8-Bit or even Hero Extreme Godlike, they seem to be struggling.
Yeah, I mean, we've got too many gods over here, right? God's Reign, God's OMEN, Godlike. Let's see which god is the true god in this game itself.
Well, 8-Bit lifted the trophy, so god or not, I got the trophy.
Yeah, it don't matter, right? Sometimes even the mortal can make a lot of statements and challenge the god.
Well, that's why there's a saying, even gods do bleed.
Reminded me a lot of things. But you know what? Wyld Fangs, we did see them on the screen, but hold on to that thought. Do or die! This can't be a major mess up. God's Omen, we were just having a conversation about them, but God's Omen on the verge of being dismantled. Same thing could have been said for Do or Die, but unfortunately for God's Omen, there's no cavalry available, so no one can apply that constant pressure. Do or Die, they will get that instant recovery.
Yeah, it's literally a do or die situation for them as well, because they are currently in 29th position with 12 points. If they want to stand a chance to qualify directly into the top 8, they definitely need massive games every single game. They need high finishes starting from this game itself. And as time is about to close by as well, especially when there's 2 more days left. Not really a lot of matches left for them to actually make a comeback as well. So it is going to be very, very tricky for them. I think this is their 6th game coming for God's Omen. So they do have at least 2 more games later on, but it needs to start from now.
Looking at the way the Zorn as well has formed up, as I mentioned, there's a big chance it might just shift towards complete anonymous territory and catch everyone off guard. NoNx currently towards Chumasera, learned from past as well, trying to move all the way down south. TWOB2 next to the remaining players of God's Omen. Godlike Do or Die next to each other as well. But that was the only fight that we saw in fruition. I highly doubt after that we'll see any action.
Well, speaking of action, as of TWOB, this is a team that has been hungering, or in this case, in hunger to try and qualify into the LAN as well, because the closest they ever gotten in the BGIS was they almost qualified into semifinals, I believe. They just got completely stranded.
You know what's going to help these guys secure that slot directly?
What?
The realme GT7! The performance is so good that even you will be performing pretty well in your tournaments. So do get your hands onto it. The device is already out on Amazon, so move on towards Amazon, search for the realme GT7, and get your hands onto it. The sale's now live. Of course, that stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours will make sure your game will be running buttery smooth on that device. But back towards the conversation, Los Hermanos, a special entry towards the top 8. And none of us saw this coming, right? Los Hermanos, they're extremely confident, quite comfortable as well in the overall standings. And let's not forget that consistency is helping them so much maintain that good average.
I think Los Hermanos currently is one of those top contenders that has played the most amount of matches here in BMPS. They started from round 1, played round 2, played round 3, and then now in the semifinals. And if they go to the second semifinals, they would be officially the longest alongside with a couple of teams.
Yeah.
But this will be a free entry pass into the Grand Finals. So this is one of the major, biggest improvements in BMPS for Los Hermanos if they actually get through.
True that. The graph is being long. 4TR official, though, finding themselves against the players of Alibaba Raiders. Bit of an awkward engagement. Let's see how they reposition themselves and how this one pans out. For 4TR, in my opinion, just show patience. They've already got a decent spot to play with. The team at the front now just trying to bait out a few mistakes from the side of 4TR. And the moment 4TR gives in, that's when their demise will begin.
Oh, the naze comes through. Wanted almost walking into it as well. Sees it from a mile away. And Alibaba Raiders is going to be on the run now. There's just no reason to commit to this fight. Seeing that the circle has not been shifted yet. They want to be on the run here. Saving up all those utilities is going to give them that slight upper edge. But Alibaba Raiders, warning shots has been made. Is it enough to scare them off? Seems like it does, because 4TR, they're just hesitating.
Yeah. Jux on the screen. All the way back in the blue. They're towards Tierra Bronca. It's going to take a while for Jux to rotate all the way down south. Seems like quite a long rotation as well. For Jux, the pathway's going to be clear. No one's really around them. So it's all good in the hood for Jux. Looking at the zone and the way it's forming out too. Now you do see a lot of teams around that centric part once again. Learn from past 2 closing up. You've also got Alibaba Raiders being in the centric ones. Even 4TR around that bridge.
Yeah, Chuma, Los Leonas, Portona is still in play as well. So that's going to be a little bit interesting as well. Reckoning, Jux, and Godstray, they are playing a little bit of late rotation, trying to snatch center control by stage 3. But because Miramar is this far off, by the time stage 3 actually shifts on, I don't think they will reach it in time. So it is going to be a very, very big problem for them, considering how the topography of the map is going to affect their terrains, especially whichever the circle shifts in this point is going to be very difficult to navigate.
Yeah, the next zone's going to be popping up, though. That's going to be extremely crucial. Where is it going to be shifting?
Oh,
and yes,
wow,
it does shift around that Portona region. Still, a heavy engagement is there around another side as well. And you do start to see a lot of teams stacking up, including Wyld Fangs 2 now finally closing up. You've also got Los Hermanos towards the right side. 8-Bit still waiting to find that breaching point. At this point, everyone that's rotating in late, for them, they're just going to start a choke straight up.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very tough point as well. The entry point towards Partona is going to be the sneakiest route, but you have to sacrifice your vehicles here. So you have to take the ocean pathway in order to reach there. 4TR is going to be scratching their heads. Why did we leave Partona right now? But obviously, if the circle shifts away, well, it is going to be a huge gamble for them. But as of yet, nobody's in Partona. And do or die, going to be playing on the eastern shoreline of the highways. They are going to be looking for a potential entry point. Fortunately for them, it is going to be safe. And on screen, NoNx actually loses a player. Roman actually gets taken out.
Yeah.
Chris actually finds him on top of the roof.
Quite unfortunate. But it's fine now. NoNx, since the previous game was a nuclear performance.
Nah, they need every single game. 70, like the expected cutoff is somewhere around 71 to 75 points for the top 8. They're currently on 44 position.
Yeah, they've got 44 points, but they're on the 4th spot, right?
Yeah.
And they've still got 3 more players standing. Even if they do manage to get, what, 6 points in this game, in my opinion, this is not a flop game.
Okay, fair enough. But they need every single point they can get.
Yeah,
that's going to be very, very important for them.
And at this point, for Alibaba Raiders, even they found a bit of that off-centric spot. Luckily enough for them, they're not going to be the center of attraction. But at the same time, I don't exactly know what sort of game plan they're trying to execute. The elimination feed starting to pop off. Got OMEN as well. Taking a few shots around the fray. No connections found just yet, but you know what? It also gives us enough time to talk about the Kia Soros cutting-edge technology, seamless connectivity, Trinity panoramic display, dual-pane panoramic sunroof, Kia Connect 2.0 with 80-plus Kia Connect features, over-the-air software updates. What else do you want in your vehicle?
Oh boy. Speaking of which as well, Wyld Fangs gonna play a little bit of a different approach, because usually you kind of see Sensei kind of spread out all by his own to kind of scout things out, but this time they are forced to play a group up position just because there's too many gunshots around them. So they are going to play a little bit more defensively. Fortunately, they do find themselves a decent amount of compound, but the moment circle shifts, they need to find a way to get out. And as you can see, the cars are kind of exposed in an angle where they may get shot on top. They need to find a little bit of an easy entry point. Seems to be very, very difficult, but Jux, look at this. They have no choice but to take the Partona route just because they're so far away from the zone. They're so late to the zone.
Yeah.
And I don't think they have enough meds, to be honest, because this is about to reach stage 3. 2 first aids, 1 med kit,
they do
10 bandages, and it's still about, what, 2.5 kilometers before they make it?
I think they can do it. I don't think it's going to be that tough for them.
Oh, no, they were hoping a Partona circle. They're so late. That's, what, 2 kilometers?
Yeah.
Oh, they're about to bleed out as well. This is stage 3 circle. This is going to be so risky here, Necro.
Yeah, the zone's going to be doing a lot of damage. It's inevitable. And looking at the way the zone's forming up as well, now it's going to be taking another shift away from Partona. So I guess 4TR's decision-making was right. Not exactly sure what's going on with these players of Jux, but it definitely does seem like they're quite indecisive. And now they've got their hands on the hovercraft.
Yeah, they're going for a Hail Mary, to be honest. If the circle hits Partona, it's great, but unfortunately they have to play the shorelines in this vicinity, maybe hugging out under the bridge to try and survive this, but only if they get there. But on screen here, we do see Equinox getting knocked off, picked off mid-rotation by Alibaba Raiders. And 8-Bit losing another player. Not a great run here for 8-Bit once more.
Once again, even if Jux do make it towards the zone itself, they just don't have any vehicles for the land coverage. So they're messed up anyways. What are the chances that the circle does keep on following the players of Jux? Extremely low, so Jux will be messed up anyways. This game, it seems like it's pretty much going to be down the drain for them. But Reckoning Esports, spotting out the players of God's Reign, to the players in the front, Reckoning backs against the wall. Not the best possible scenario Reckoning Esports has put in. But once again, it's quite the known banner. They have been tested in these type of moments. God's Reign spotting out the players of Reckoning. Good shots. Justin, though, even he gets tagged up pretty low. And here comes Reckoning Esports, and they're pouncing on top of Justin. Justin's taken down extremely low. It does not really have a lot of HP to try and defend himself. But luckily enough, Justin does pop that first aid, but it does not even matter. One shot from that DBS will seal the deal.
Reckoning Esports just showing them who's boss. Absolute shutdown. Coming from Reckoning Esports, Godstrain immediately backs off. They want to try and re-engage this fight. But guess what? From afar, Hero Extreme Godlike goes in for the third party, sees Viper, but Viper, just as soon as Punk was about to take the shot, he backs off, gives away his position, and now Hero Extreme Godlike, they are going to disengage. Now Godstrain, they are going to focus on the teams outside rather than each other, as they realize there is no reason to fight each other first, because if the third party comes through while they're fighting each other, things aren't going to go south for both teams.
But hey, here's the good news. Jux has finally made it inside of the zone.
What?
Yeah.
Where
We've
is
also got Godsreen. Still line out the players in the front. Once again, it's going to be quite an awkward standstill. I highly doubt it's going to be coming into fruition anytime soon. It will take a lot of time.
Yeah, in 10 seconds time, they have to move now because the zone is about to close in. Reckoning Esports already setting up to actually be on the move, so you are right, Necro. There's no reason for them to fight. They have to make an exit right now, and the circle shifts. And guess what? Hero Extreme Godlike, they've got taps on what Reckoning is doing as well, and Punk is going to make sure they do not leave this compound alive.
This has to be a godlike game. The way they were playing so far, they've got a massive split towards the northern side, and if they play their cards right, they can just mop up the floor slowly and steadily. Oh, a lot of shots missed from Punk. It's not what you expect from a man like Punk, specifically representing a banner like Godlike. He did whiff a lot of those shots, but it's still fine. Things can be recovered. Godsreen. Now the pushes came to shove. What can the man do? All by himself. Destro needs to play his cards right. Delta on the opposite side. Now they want to set up a crossfire. C4 tossed out. I highly doubt that's going to be doing a lot of damage. Giannis is still inside of that compound, looking extremely safe. Reckoning Esports losing out on man. He's knocked out, so the revival's coming through. Godsreen's playing this too passive. In my opinion, they should apply pressure.
This is so dirty of Punk. Because of that one little engagement, Reckoning Esports has no choice but to fight each other against Godstrain, and now they are going to collide. Salome finds the opening, gets the knock, gets the confirmation. Delta could not find the refrag, and now Reckoning seems to have a little bit of an advantage now. 4 versus 2. Godstrain standing no chance at all. And as they are slowly getting flushed off. And just like that, Salome actually gets retraded himself. He is going to lose his life. But Reckoning Esports, they have to be quick. 2 minutes left before the circle completely closes in. But now Viper trying to win his fight. Goes for the jump shot, but misses the shot. Neo finds the pick, finds the connection, gets the confirmation. Neo, the one-man army looking for the win. Both teams, both players missing their shot, bobbing and weaving in this compound.
Godsreen's decision-making is extremely bad, but luckily enough, they've still managed to bring the situation down to a 2v2. In my opinion, they should have pushed up way before when there were a 3-man squad. But at this point, for Godsreen with a 2-man squad, they've managed to bring it down to a 2v2. Reckoning Esports. Deonis is at the top. He cannot really do a lot. It seems rough for the man. Deonis is taken down extremely low. Neo backs against the wall. He's also taking a lot of damage from the blue. Godsreen needs to make it up close and personal as soon as possible. And I guess luckily enough, Reckoning Esports, they've been eliminated.
Oh my goodness. Reckoning Esports and Godstrain just got completely shut down because of one small little play by Punk, forcing Reckoning Esports to fight against Godstrain. And just like that, both teams loses a lot of points and a lot of members. What a disgusting play coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. My goodness. What a devilish plan that Punk has kind of planned out for the team.
Volcano Esports, though. Look at them. 0 finish points so far. Down to just a 2-man squad. Rough outing. Los Hermanos on the opposite side. Volcano Esports, for them to take an exit from that vicinity is going to be extremely tough, as Hero Extreme Godlike now spotting out the remaining players of Godsreen. And I highly doubt a lot can be done. Godsreen, one man's all the way in the back, all the way in the blue, taking that damage. Other man is inside off the safety lines, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they've got him pinned.
Yeah, there's no way out. Hero Extreme Godlike is just going to completely gobble them up. Oh, this is happening as well. A lot of gunshots has attracted attention. Los Hermanos may consider trying to kind of third-party this, but as soon as the circle shifts, it is going to shift towards the east guys out of the middle of nowhere. This is a very tricky terrain to play with, and TWOB is in a very, very good position on the map itself, but based on the terrain, it is a very, very downhill slope. So that means it is going to be the valley of death in that situation.
True that.
It is going to be a huge divider between the west mountain and the east mountain inside the zone.
TWOB, they've been struggling for a while now. 19 points on the board. It's not a good stance at all. But here Extreme Godlike finally spotting up the man. There we go. Delta gets ran over, and just like that, the entirety of God's Reign, they collapse. Unfortunate stuff for God's Reign, but a few decisions that were made inside of the fight itself were not too good. But now as even Los Hermanos, they start to get picked off. It's not a good fight for Los Hermanos at all. Down to a 3-man squad, Los Hermanos, in my opinion, it's time to regroup and rethink.
Here Extreme Godlike feels like they're playing chess right now. They made God's Reign and Reckoning Esports feels like they're playing checkers. That's what Hero Extreme Godlike just did. In particular, Punk, you're an absolute madman. You have some devilish ideas, but it works out perfectly. But now the question here is, can you translate that into the chicken dinner? Because as of yet, they are very, very close towards the top 8. They are currently in the 12th position with 32 points. So far, no points conversion. But speaking of points conversion here, look at this. Los Hermanos, they themselves got 4 finishes. And on the finish feed as well, Jux was able to eliminate Wyld Fangs despite having one of the latest entry points inside the zone coming from the south side of Protona.
Yeah.
And they somehow found space.
For Wyld Fangs, I'm not even sure what can save them at this point. It's a sinking ship. Slowly and steadily, the performance is constantly dropping down. Luckily enough, though, they've still got 30 points in the overall standings. But with the way the graph is going, I'm not a big fan of it. Wyld Fangs, they need to buckle things up. As we've got 8-bit on the screen. Equinox lost out early. Still, this 3-man squad can do a lot. There's Alibaba Raiders in the front. At this moment, 8-bit, I'm pretty sure they're just thinking, how can they get rid of Alibaba Raiders? Because that's the only way 8-bit can find themselves a free hand inside of the zone, too.
Oh boy, Psalm sees him as well, sees a little bit of glimpse, goes for the Molotov, trying to isolate the fight. Alibaba Raiders backs off, nades comes through, Psalm taking some serious damage. Vehicles a little bit harmed as well. A lot of this play space coming from Alibaba Raiders has been taken away. 8-bit still trying to push up. They're not exactly in zone. Gamla finds an entry point. He is going to completely abandon Somraj. Well, Alibaba Raiders is going to try and clean them out before they go out. And guess what? They do find Somraj. And that's going to be the confirmation. Alibaba Raiders finds another point.
Down and out the man is. Alibaba Raiders, 4 players standing strong. Looking pretty good. Trying to play for the proactivity at this point. 8-bit losing out on Raiden once again. Luckily enough, though, he will still get that revival on towards Gamla. So 8-bit, it seemed like Somraj was a sacrificial lamb towards this play that 8-bit's trying to pull off. But since they're just down to a 2-man squad, I highly doubt they can establish a lot. 4TR, looking towards the players of Alibaba Raiders, and now the way the zone's forming up as well, it's shifting out towards the open terrain. It's going to be challenging everyone. TWOB is the only team in a comfortable spot.
Well, TWOB hasn't made their mark yet. They have position, but they don't have position to actually farm finishes. That's the only downside. They are safe, but they just can't find people. That's going to be a very, very big problem for them as well. As you can see, everybody's stuck on the edges. Everybody's just trying to gatekeep everybody to find finishes. It's 4TR official, afraid to peek out. And Alibaba Raiders going to be exposed from an off angle from the south side. It's a very, very steep downhill. Alibaba Raiders almost gets spotted out by God's Omen. Meanwhile, they're not exactly in zone. They just don't know how many people is where and where. And that's going to be a problem. They need to find a direct head-to-head fight, and that's going to be against 4TR official.
True that. 4TR, though, even they've got all the 4 players standing, so it's going to be tough to execute. And there we go. The first knock is already found. Pain his life outside of the game. What a way to kick things off. Alibaba Raiders, that's the exact opening they were looking for, but even Chris falls down. Look at Morty. He's got the off angle, but he whiffs every single shot. But Morty still somehow turns around and shuts down Fragger. Where was the man, and what was he doing? Fragger should have turned around, shut down Morty the moment his position was revealed. But somehow, Alibaba Raiders, they've lost that scuffle, and now learn from past, they're here to third party.
Oh, what a miscommunication coming from Alibaba Raiders. Learn from past, completely shut them out. But now as the zone closes in, seems like 4TR has to fight against Learn from past. Now with the stalemate coming in play, they are gonna try to make some sort of play, but Yash, he gets picked off, and now Honey's going to be pushed in. Harsh goes down. It's going to be a 1-for-1 now. Alibaba Raiders versus Honey, but his health is so low. Repositions for the second floor. But he needs that one pump Molotov to try and make space, and Honey is gonna be.
What?
Oh no! He burned himself! That is so unfortunate for Honey.
It's not even unfortunate at that point. Honey, what were you thinking? You tossed that Molotov on your feet, and then you try to cross on towards the opposite side. Okay, Honey.
So
big
it's
mess
so
up.
unfortunate because Honey dropped in an angle. He was hoping to curve it through the wall and then bounce down below the downstairs. But instead of hitting the wall, it hit the floor right on top and he spread onto his feet. That was so unfortunate.
But he should have known Molotovs cannot bounce. There's no mechanic available for Molotovs to bounce.
If you bounce it on the wall, it does.
No, it does not.
Kinda-ish.
No, there's just no mechanic available.
Well.
Molotovs cannot bounce.
Fair enough.
I'm pretty sure it was just a solid mess up from the man. Jux Esports. There we go. Solo survivor from God's Omen spotted and dished out. Quite unfortunate. Jux with the way they have been positioning themselves to. And as we mentioned, right, the hovercraft was the only thing that was with them. All the 4 players still somehow standing. It's a miracle.
Oh, this is going to be a very, very tricky situation. Now, down towards the final 6 teams. Circle favoring no one. TWOB still in play in the compounds down south, but they haven't exactly made their presence known. And everyone's just staking for some sort of position. HeroSheep Godlike, they may have had the biggest master plan initially, but they haven't been able to find a lot of conversions here. 2 finishes in the back. Now, walking up here is going to be Los Hermanos, Kalan. Almost spots out S-Power. I think he saw him. It's actually Shadow and Kalan pretty much on the fly here. Jonathan finds the opening. Shadow goes down, but he gets traded off from Spy. As Los Hermanos now forced in a 3 versus 3 with HeroStream Godlike. And it seems like HeroStream Godlike, they are going to try and save Jonathan here. He is safe. They are going to reinforce the boundaries to try and pick him up. Seems like they are going to be A-okay, but the zone is about to close in. S-Power says, you know what, it's too late. We're going to abandon him. As they try to set themselves in a different position. Spy walks up from the flanks. And Adminome and Punk is going to try and intercept him. Great comms coming in. And Adminome finds Spy, takes him out, denies them the entry point.
Yeah, unfortunate start to the fight, but Colin still in the back. The man's doing some serious damage. Admino on the front, but he will seal the deal.
Wow.
Backed up with this power, solid stuff from Hero Extreme. Godlike recovery is going to be there. Punk, the fallen man, will be revived soon enough. It's not a concern. Down to our final 4 teams. Jux still somehow alive inside of the game, looking pretty dominant. But now they want to chew on the players at TWOB, and this might just be a tough fight. TWOB, you've got Rapido on the right side. Remaining 3 players are Jux in the front, and just 1 man, Rebu in the back for Jux. But just like that, the first man drops down. Kolio, great way to kick things off, but even he gets return knocked. So for Jux Esports, it's still an even Steven trade. Another man of Jux gets dropped down. He's insanely low. Can he really stand a chance? Can Nuka really survive in the given circumstance? TWOB, they're constantly doing a lot of damage to Jux, and even Niku falls down. Jux down 2 players. TWOB, now they've got a man advantage inside of the fight, and they can definitely spring back to life.
Yep, Niku gets confirmed. Kanhan Rapido needs to go in for the push, but Rebo, he gets third party by Hero Extreme. Godlike Jux, they are having the backs against the wall. TWOB trying to go in for the flush, but Amazing finds a pick with the S12K. And they're just taking each other down now. Amazing has to go in for the pick. Kanhan pretty much thrown through. Doesn't see him. He's going to get wrapped around. The left and right pick comes through. Amazing getting chipped up pretty low, but TWOB afraid to peek out. The reset comes through. As Hero Stream Godlike may look to try and go in for those third parties, but TWOB, they are hurt themselves. But Jax fights a flank. Kelly goes down. But guess what? He also goes down because the third party from NoNx is going to force them to commit to the fight even longer.
Solid stuff. Jux Esports, though, down to just Amazing. It's not an exact fight Jux Esports wanted to go for, but it is still something they had no other option, and they had to go for it. And Amazing now finally will decide to make that pounce. He does find one, but that's all he's going to find. TWOB, they still somehow recover from this given circumstance as they come out on top against Jux, but now we've still got 2 more teams standing.
Not today, Jux Esports. Not today, TWOB says. But on the finish feed as well, we do see Admino being picked off from NoNx, and we are down towards the final 3 teams. NoNx Esports going up against Hero Extreme Godlike versus TWOB. And Hero Extreme Godlike's got them completely pinned, but they just don't have the numbers. It's only Punk and S-Power remaining.
Yeah, Hero Extreme Godlike 2 players. trying to move in tandem. You've also got TWOB on the southern side, NoNx on the north. And with the way NoNx has been playing too, once again, NoNx is just playing for the map control. That's it. And NoNx does have the most amount of map control too, compared to Hero Extreme, Godlike, and their foes TWOB. But now TWOB finally starting to spread themselves out, which makes a lot of sense too. But this spread from TWOB needs to be calculated and well communicated.
Now, based on the current circumstances, Hero Extreme Godlike, they have pinned TWOB. Just because of the fact they have those angles that actually pushes them out. So TWOB is going to swing away from Hero Extreme Godlike. And the only way Hero Extreme Godlike wins this is that TWOB directly clashes into his NoNx Esports. But that is from Hero Extreme Godlike's perspective. But from TWOB's perspective is that if Hero Extreme Godlike gives them the opening and the space that they're given, and if the circle forces them out into his NoNx, that is going to be their win condition. But right now, Hero Extreme Godlike, they are going to make sure that TWOB is not going to be focusing on them. So they do have a little bit of a strategic advantage against them. While Godlike, they've got a lot of cover to work with.
Yeah. Hero Extreme Godlike. At this point, they know the biggest foe is going to be TWOB for them. But the moment they indulge in a fight, NoNx will third party. And the same thing will happen vice versa. But TWOB now starting to get picked off. Blue's on the move. Punk's backs against the wall. He's also taking a bit of that damage from the blue itself. Every single move now needs to be calculated. Here, Extreme Godlike, they find a straggler from NoNx. Even Steven's on the board for everyone. Everyone's got two players standing other than TWOB since they've just got one man standing at least as of now. And what a knock on to Levi. It's down to just Lovish on the NoNx. Can he clutch it out? TWOB, they're trying to go for the revivalist wall. That might just be a reset coming through. But Lovish in the front. He might just be the one to put the spanner in the works against Hero Extreme Godlike.
What is that flick, Punk? What was that? That is gotta be the most disgusting hospital flick I've ever seen. And now he finds Lovish as well. Hero Extreme Godlike. They are playing chess in this game. And this two-man army in a 2 versus 2 going up against TWOB. Can they clutch things out? Punk, no. Finally goes down here. TWOB now in prime position to shut them down. And S-Power has to go in for the fight. The shotgun spams come through. HP drops down low. Rapido dropping very low, but no clutches for Hero Extreme Godlike. TWOB will kick the chicken dinner instead.
Yeah.
But what a game between these three teams.
With the way Hero Extreme Godlike was spreading themselves out on the other side, I generally thought it is going to be their game, but TWOB in the end just snatching it away. And this was a desperately needed chicken dinner too for TWOB, since they were not doing extremely good in the overall standings. But now these 16 points will help TWOB propel themselves in quite a decent spot.
Well, that was a very, very good game coming from TWOB. Like you said, 16 points gives them a shot for the top 8. But it's not exactly over yet. But Hero Extreme Godlike, you know, I was a little bit weirded out considering the fact that the way they play looks a little bit different. I was expecting high finishes in the game. Made a little bit small mistakes, but the idea coming from Punk was just very, very insane.
Yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, though, Hero Extreme Godlike in today's day has been doing great, man. First game, Hero Extreme Godlike just going frag heavy now. This game as well, consistency follows up. So Hero Extreme Godlike, they're definitely getting a lot of points, plenty of points in the overall standings. And I'm pretty sure, without a doubt, even they're going to be quite comfortable in the top 8.
Right now, I think they're not super comfortable. They are, by the end of the day, they should be somewhere in the top 8. But is it in the upper echelon or the lower echelon here? Because as of now, everybody's going to be farming for those points because everyone from top 3 to its top 8 is very, very close to each other.
True that. I mean, looking at the highlights, too, this is how the fight really kicked off, right? Godsreen up against the players of Reckoning Esports. Generally speaking, Godsreen should have been a little bit more proactive when they had 3 players standing, but that hesitancy is something that really costed Godsreen that entire game. Things could have been better. Things could have been played better. Decision-making was missing. But looking at Learn from Past, a bit of that mess-up, but they also did end up wiping out the entirety of Seoul.
Well, speaking of which, 4TR official as well. There was a little bit of an awkward battle between them as well as 4TR and Learn from Past, but Learn from Past just not having a great game at all. But I think the decisive match between Hero Extreme Godlike was that the reason why they just could not convert all these 4 men alive was that the major fight against Los Hermanos. And the moment Jonathan got a little bit trade-off as well, they just end the zone forces them to not being able to get the reset. Was pretty much a downfall from then on.
Yeah, and Jux Esports too, they pretty much got the most out of the worst, right? With the way they were rotating inside of the zone too. For a moment we thought, Jux is done for. But
Yeah.
still, luckily enough, that hovercraft is something that saved the day for Jux. So yeah, it's quite a good thing for Jux that they're still alive inside of the game, and they did get those decent bit of points for themselves. It's better than a 0, right?
It's really, really nice to see how Jux as Esports and also TWOB has this friendly rivalry going on. But TWOB is still coming on top. You know, the seniors still come on top and they still get the chicken dinner. But of course, TWOB, they were one of the first teams to get into the semifinals alongside the top 8 that qualified from round 1. Whereas Jux Esports had to go through the entire ordeal of round 2, 3,
True.
and then here in the semifinals. So obviously TWOB still showing us why they're still a very, very dominant team. But with this win coming in play, they should be very close to the top 8 again.
Yeah, pretty much. TWOB will be extremely close to the top 8, right? They got 16 points out of this game. Of course, if you look at it on paper, it's not a lot of points, but it is still something that's going to help you propel in quite a decent spot. TWOB, I expect a lot more. I'm not going to lie. I expect them to go frag heavy. I expect them to dominate the lobbies too. But once again, everyone in the semifinals is just so skilled. It's really tough to expect anything.
Here's a little bit of fun fact as well. The top 8 team that has qualified from round 1, one of the teams are guaranteed not going to make top 8 in this first week. You know why?
Why?
Because Eggy is already there.
Okay. Well,
That's a very uninteresting fact, but yes.
But hey, there is still week 2, right?
There is
So
still
it's
week 2.
completely
Nobody's
fine.
eliminated, but all things considered, right now, one slot is taken away.
Yeah, pretty much. Eggy has made it. It's not even a question. But as we move on towards the top 5 players, Punk, once again, is the one to lead the pack with 5 finishes. You've also got Amazing right there with 3 finishes. Kana 2 with 3. Even Yash coming in from Learn From Past getting 3 finishes. S-Power 2 getting 2. Now, I just want to find out how many elimination points or how many points in total did Learn From Past acquire. Because they needed a consistent finish. Have they really done it, though?
Yeah, that's going to be something that they have to actually build a little bit more as well, because the way they actually fumbled in this game was just very, very awkward. The small little safety cushion of a comeback coming from Sanao Chicken Dinner kind of helped them, but it is going to be very, very difficult. But let's take a look at the match ranking and how things break down as well. Here, TWOB is still on top here with 16 points, but Hero Shame Godlight, with that performance, still gets themselves 15 points. Jux, however, one of the surprise entries in this game here, despite having one of the most difficult rotations inside the zone, still was able to find themselves 11 points.
And it's quite surprising to see Los Hermanos, NoNx be so consistent, right? Los Hermanos, every single time, they're able to squeeze in those 7 to 8 points per game, and that's why Los Hermanos is currently sitting in the top 8. Looking pretty okay. If the average just keeps on going the same way, Los Hermanos will qualify without any problems. Now, looking at Learn From Past, 6 points in this game, which is not bad. It is still quite decent. It's better than 0.
Well, if it was on average every single game, it's not bad. But again, you're looking for excellence. It's not bad anymore because as of yet, the average ball point to actually make it to the top 8 here, you need about 8 to 9 points on average per game. So that chicken dinner from Sandhouse for Learn From Past is gone away. Now it's full recess for them. They need massive games right after this.
Yeah, they've still got 2 more days to go, though, right? I see.
They
So
still have
in
2 more
those 2 days, they can definitely try and pull off a major comeback. We might just see a nuclear performance, a big chicken dinner or tomorrow. Anything can happen. It's still a big mystery. 8-Bit, though, today's day has been a little bit rough on them. 8-Bit's not able to play that well. What's going on?
I don't know, man. 8-Bit is just not doing so well this game. It's like it just feels like they're comfortable and not comfortable at the same time, because their entire gameplay playstyle has shifted ever since the other tier 1 teams are in play. Because during round 1, they could not actually directly qualify for semifinals. They were able to make it to round 3, but after that, it was just very shaky performances coming from them.
Yeah, I'm now a little bit concerned for 8-Bit, right? I spoke about the pattern. Teams doing pretty good in the previous rounds, and then right after that, teams doing pretty bad. So I hope the same pattern hasn't really hit the players of 8-Bit. But as we move on towards the overall standings, once again, it's out of the top 8. We've got Hero Extreme Godlike right there on the 6th spot. We've also got Los Hermanos on the 4th. NoNx on the 3rd. Solid.
Yep. At the same time, Hero Extreme Godlike now is in the top 6. We've only played 4 matches with 45 points. So they are having a very, very strong safety cushion. But this is the first time I've seen Hero Extreme Godlike overtaking 8-Bit this entire journey in BMPS. Because every single stage that they have played together as a rivalry, 8-Bit has been on top. And this gap coming in from Hero Extreme Godlike and 8-Bit is so wide that, well, that's going to be I'm just going to leave it there.
I'm
just
pretty
leave it
sure
hanging.
after today's day, Samraj is going to go back to their drawing board and figure out what exactly went wrong, because things are not functioning the way they're supposed to in 8-bit, and I'm pretty sure things can be in control as well for 8-bit, since they just have so much confidence and they have so much overall experience. They can definitely do better. Now, here's the main question, though. What's going on with Seoul? I do understand 8-bit can definitely get the comeback, but Seoul, for them, they have gone two new players. Initially, they were looking really good, but now that transition towards the semifinals week 1, it's looking rough. Hopefully they do pull off a comeback in the upcoming games itself. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025 semi-finals, week 1, day number 2. Just one more match left in today. And of course, TWOB walking away with that amazing win on the previous map of Miramar. Can they have 2 in a row, is the question.
Big question. Of course, I mean, when you look at TWOB, that chicken dinner, everybody felt it was coming for Hero Extreme Godlike.
Yeah.
But yes, nice presence shown, because when you talk about these players, we've seen them over the block for the past couple of years. Formerly UP50, now joining TWOB. They've been quite good. But can they do it? Question mark still there. I feel like somebody else will do this time.
Well, let's see how things turn out for them. But ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want something to experience BGMI on in the best way possible, well, the Realme GT7 is out and available on Amazon.in. So go on to Amazon, check out the Realme GT7. And again, as we said, the perfect device to experience BGMI on. 120 FPS stable for 6 hours, co-tested by Realme and Crafton. 7000 mAh battery, comes with a 120 watt charger as well. And of course, the iSense graphene rear cover, which keeps the device 6 degrees cooler during those marathon gaming sessions. But our marathon for the day almost coming to an end. Just one more match remaining. Let's have a look at the schedule. It will be Group C going up against Group D. And that means Mysterious 4 is going to be back. Hyderabad Hydras making a comeback along with OG. Eggy, who have done well, quite well for themselves. And then there's going to be Group D playing their third match of the day.
You know, Eggy, they've been having quite a ball, honestly speaking. 76 points, that's atrocious at this point. A lot might say they might have already made it through to the Grand Finals.
Yeah.
But yes, Mysterious 4 definitely being that surprise package this time around. Even NoNx has impressed me quite a lot. But yes, we've seen a lot of these teams taking a slump as well. I want to talk about Hyderabad Hydras.
Oh, yeah.
Because today's day, just like 8-bit, hasn't been that great.
Yeah, it's not been a great journey, but with one more match left, maybe, or hopefully they can turn things around. Same can't be said for 8-bit, though their matches for today are done. We're going to have to wait till tomorrow. But eyes set on Hyderabad Hydras and also Team Seoul, by the way. The performance has been underwhelming till now, but if they can secure a chicken dinner in this map of Erangel, it gives them a comeback opportunity in the overall leaderboard. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the clock runs out, and that means it is our time to take off over the map of Erangel and see how this last match of the day is going to turn out.
It all ends in the greener pastures. And it is time. From Stalbert towards Gatka, we head on as the flight path trajectory is slightly skewed towards the northwestern side. Anticipating quite some early collisions. Hasn't really been the case today, but what has been those ridiculous circles that we have seen so far in the realme BMPS. Certainly tossing all these teams off, and at this point, a very important game nonetheless for the teams that are on the bottom half of the overall standings. For Miracle Esports, eyes will also be on them. TWOB, can they continue on, get a back-to-back, and maybe set a record in the semis? But Hero Extreme Godlike have been doing so well. Can't say the same about their counterparts, Soul. As for Reckoning, and yeah, they have been having their days. Still in a good fighting position, but they need to push a little bit more.
And let's see if they can make it happen with this match. Just starting out. And as you were talking about them, Soul, I want to see how this early game turns out, because again, going back to the realme BGIS, every time Reckoning, OG and Soul were there in the same game, you would see the fight happen for those vehicle spawns. And that is something that all three of them have been trying to avoid for a while now, because all of them took losses every now and then. Seems like we're going to head towards the Gatka Circle again, this time just a little bit towards the northern side.
Yeah, the gods of BGMI seems like they've had enough. And a little bit of mercy shown on the players. Troiter Millions in a good spot at this point, even for the likes of 2OP. But the only signs of concern is they've got Hyderabad Hydras around them, fighting in the same city. Hyderabad Hydras had a ball yesterday, but today they've been tumbling down, and this is one of those fights they have to win. Need that area coverage. When you look at their position, both of these teams aware of each other's whereabouts. It's all about finding those nooks and crannies, finding those corners, get that first knock and double down and push.
Hyderabad Hydra, as you were talking about them, I mean, before the game began, they want to succeed in this match at least, but right off the bat, it is going to be the side of Godlike. The first finish of the game secured by Jonathan, and they've kind of found one man from the side of Soul to shut down. Godlike, though, we would expect them to move towards Jasna, but it seems like instead of directly pushing forward the city, they wanted that fight first.
Yeah, hit Soul where it hurts.
Yeah.
Take their right arm out. Goblin out of the picture. A daunting loss that Soul will have a tough time to recover from, whilst Hero Extreme Godlike, you know, they have been reaping the rewards of their success. Previous game played really well, now well settled in the top 8, and now hunting for more. And this is where, you know, Team Soul has to have that rude awakening. They need to realize that things are slipping away for them. And it's always been the case with even Team Soul in the previous BGIs. We saw those one-off matches where they go explosive, earn them the qualifications, and then those changes, and seems like the problems are starting to haunt them around once again in the semis.
Yeah, and it's very heartbreaking, but they will have more matches. So, again, I think opportunity is there. There's another week as well. Hopefully, they are going to be able to push through. But God's Reign. Now, considering it was a flight path leaning heavily towards the northern half of the map, this is a very long rotation for God's Reign as they push through from the military bridge and are now finally headed towards that military base, their home.
I mean, for God's Reign, this looks much better, at least in terms of getting that early loot. But what is going to be quite decisive, Johnny, is whether Team Forever decide to set a blockade and maybe create a little turbulence for God's Reign. Because so far, even when you look at God's Reign, they've also been one of those mid-packers. Certainly not acceptable by God's Reign standard, as they did start their campaign off on a shebang, and now they're not really looking quite comfy.
OG on our screens, Rozok still under their control, and they know of the threat that lies on the other side of the hill in the form of Soul. OG has always avoided this fight after the teams head towards their drops, but another fight, it seems like finally action in Pachinki, 2OP against Hyderabad Hydras, and it is Hyderabad Hydras who have taken a loss.
You know what, I really feel like OG this time around could actually go down hunting Soul. Now one member down, and things could take an interesting turn, but to each their own. But for now, like you said, coming back to this fight, we've got 2OP official gaining control over the church area, as now Hyderabad Hydras getting their numbers up, and liability, he needs to focus. He needs to know that there's threat incoming, and he needs to at least get a knock and then get in a nice cover for himself, as Ninju and his teammate, they've already got their grenades pinned. And now This could be a very important moment. There you go, Moksh getting dealt with. Bot fire gets an early blow. And now Hyderabad Hydras in a heap of pressure.
Yeah, 2 versus 4. At least for now, they just have to deal with liability. But you see in the back lines, his teammates are closing in. And in fact, here comes a third party as Soul shows up out of nowhere. Pressure on both the two sides. On both the sides, on the other side of this ridge, Hyderabad Hydra somehow avoid getting one of their men knocked out. But 2 OP official now, having sensed this third party, having heard that commotion, they would want to back off for a few seconds. But what about Soul? As they try to move out away from the church, they have an awkward little run-in against the players of OG. Aru just happy collecting that information for his team.
Yeah, now Aru can actually act upon it, don't you think? Especially knowing that Soul has given their presence away, and Aru can actually set a nice blockade. He's got so much room and space to work with at this point. And even when you look at OG, they're at the 5th position, 46 points. Doing quite well for themselves, and especially a 3-man hurt Soul. This could really even further add salt to their injuries at this point. But Manya's intentions are quite clear. He actually wants to engage. He wants to collect a few finish points. However, that has always been the cause of their troubles, right? They get themselves into sticky situations, and when they have to pull out, that's where things go really awry for them.
But if you want things to go extremely smooth for you in your matches, check out the Realme GT7, ladies and gentlemen. 120 FPS of stable BGMI for up to 6 hours. Co-tested by Crafton and Realme. And of course, the iSense graphene rear cover, which keeps the device 6 degrees cooler during those marathon gaming sessions. And, well, as we say marathon, we have Eggy on our screens who, instead of running a marathon in the semifinals, are just sprinting for that qualification. Over 76 points, as you mentioned, fixes at the start of this game, and I think 4 more points and they're done.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to breach past 100 with the way they've been playing.
Yeah.
Honestly speaking, Team Eggy has been such a breath of fresh air. You know, it's been such a long time since I've seen a team so intent on forcing those fights, and still somehow they get themselves out of it, winning and keeping their members afloat. So, kudos to Team Eggy, man. It's been so much fun witnessing them play. So happy for these players having no sponsors, and still, despite that, when they have their backs against the wall, never give up attitude is what we learn from them.
Hey, but look at the cluster that's forming towards the center right now. Oh, there's going to be so much chaos. And in order for that chaos, I would want this next zone to just take a shift towards Quarry.
All right.
This is just wonderful. Now you can have that wave pouring in from the northeastern edge and the eastern edge of the play zone. Everyone moving towards the western side. But Godlike, out of all, has such a beautiful spot to work with, man.
Exactly. They've got so much room around that western area. Now it is going to be an influx coming in from that northeastern side. So many teams will be squeezing in. So we will be anticipating some early fights over here. Even for the likes of Reckoning. Not been having a great show so far. Maybe they want to be those late entrants inside the circle. Things will be rather easier for God's Reign also. Entering in from the southern side. But look at this. Very interesting fight building up. Orangutan against Team Eggy. Few couple of shots being taken. Nothing so far substantial in terms of getting any knocks. But right now, OG, they're literally walking on eggshells. Trouble everywhere as now 4TR decide to slam in on the players of Team Forever. Always a little aloof from his back as Mafia decides to get out of his compound. Utkarsh already down on his knees and Morty falls as well. Pain his life, needs to trade a couple of finishes out here and there, but seems like to no avail. As of now, Team Forever just rampaging through, and there you go. 4TR eliminated from the game.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Team Forever, reset is going to be very difficult to pull through. Because look at the radar, there's so many teams. A cluster forms exactly where the players of Team Forever are. TMG Esports looking to get a little bit close, but I think all of that commotion, even from the surroundings, is just going to deter these teams from fighting any further. Although Eggy still looking to take a few pot shots against Team Forever. They're trying to shoot them through the windows, but to no avail.
I was kind of surprised. What on earth was Aways doing? Maybe a 3-1 split gone wrong. Did not anticipate 4TR to be bursting in, blitzing like that. felt like a kamikaze attack and eventually fell prey. But whatever the case is, kudos to Mafia, those 3 frags, keeping them alive. But look at OG. Somehow, they take a couple of casualties, but still have managed to keep the numbers up. But look at this, Chucks, a fight against Troy to Millions. Is it in the making?
It feels like it, but it is going to be Troy the Million who kick things off in a brilliant manner. The opening knock found, the 2 players trying to make the pounce, also extremely low. And Inferno, he hopes to secure that knock, a duel with the shotguns. And Troy the Million Esports still having the upper hand. Oh, spots out the edge. That's a nice little angle to work with. And Troy the Million Esports, they're going to be quite grateful for the 4 finishes that have been gifted to them by Jux right now.
That was quite fast. In a blink of an eye, but look at that. This is even faster. TWOB getting that drift and suddenly cutting the winds of the sails of the players of Team Troy to Millions. The big question, however, is are they going to engage? By the looks of it, they intend on backing off. Of course, did not have the entire squad. Otherwise, could have really pressed in on the matters. But whatever the case is, Circle taking another shift, this time slightly towards the eastern sides of Quarry. We've got Alibaba Raiders, even God's Reign. They found a very nice footing inside the zone.
Boy, oh boy. I mean, at least for the next few minutes, there's going to be a little bit more breathing room to work with for all of these teams. Not for the ones that are trying to find their way in the zone, like Godlike and Mysterious 4. Everyone else that has already found safe haven inside of the circle, now fights can be avoided. This terrain still allows you a lot of movement space, but same can't be said for Alibaba Raiders. It seems like they are losing players to TWOB.
Yeah, this is the confidence speaking as we talk about 2OP having a ball. Look at this. 2 surviving members of Hyderabad Hydras exterminated. And this is one of those days, Johnny, which Hyderabad Hydras would want to forget.
Yeah, for sure. First 2OP official hunting them all the way from Pachinki, though. I mean, that is commitment, man. That fight started stage 1 within like the first 5 minutes of the game. For the last 7 minutes, they have been after those last 2 surviving players.
I mean, why not, right?
I love this pettiness.
I mean, every single point matters. And for 2OP officials, that is definitely going to help them. The endeavors of climbing a little up the ladder. But for Reckoning, a very important game at that. They've got a nice little spread. Still around the center of the circle. They've got some nice altitude to work around with. But the only problem, Johnny, in positions like this is you get exposed to fights from multiple angles. You need to have that 360-degree spatial vision. Otherwise, you're done if you get isolated from one angle. As for Hero Extreme Godlike, look at this rotation. Last we saw, they were around the northwestern corners. And this time, they are deciding to enter in the circle from the southern side.
Yeah, this is a very wide rotation coming in from Godlike. And let's not forget, team starts all the way in Yasnaya. So, but, I mean, moving this far out does give them a lot of map space to work with. Now, all Godlike is praying for is a southern shift. Anything towards the northern or the central side actually gives them a lot more things to worry about.
Yeah.
But let's see. I mean, the next zone, I think, will dictate the pace of play for Godlike. OG, in the meanwhile, quite close to the center of the zone. But as we saw a few minutes ago, they are going to be kept at bay by the side of Team Forever. Reckoning Esports also has a line of fire towards these houses.
I think OG still has a very good read. This is exactly what I was talking about. Aru, he's been doing a lot of homework, and especially with Wade's coming in. It seems like this is a perfect homecoming story building up. And now OG suddenly find themselves in a position where they can actually end this day with a chicken dinner. But look at some interventions being made. You can see Soul in the middle of nowhere, hovering around Team Troy to Millions and Team Forever. And this is a fight that could be in the making, because now Team Soul in a really worse situation. Also losing out on Knuckle doesn't make things easier, especially with the ambitions they had on trying to get a big game out of this one. Not even a single finish secure, Johnny.
Yeah, not yet anyways. At this point, Soul is just looking for anything, grasping at straws if they can hold them afloat. But again, with just 2 players getting a conversion, it's going to be very difficult. God's Reign in the meanwhile. Actually, a decent opportunity for them to walk away with a decent number of eliminations. They are playing that southern edge. There's Eggy up front. There's whatever's left of Alibaba Raiders up front as well. 3 players, in fact. And Reckoning Esports. Just playing that edge cleanup strategy might get them a few decent numbers on the board. But Godlike on the move. Back north they go. There's a back and forth from this team.
Yeah, I mean, if there are some stats for the longest distance covered, surely would be for Hero Extreme Godlike. But this time, against Mysterious 4, it's going to be an interesting battle if they decide to pick it off, because it is still stage 4. This is one of those points where you do not want to be left strangling outside the circle. So, of course, Hero Extreme Godlike, they've got to make some decisions, and the decision has been made. The call has been made. They want to slam inside the zone. And now they might lock horns against the likes of TWOB Anonymous round the corner. And Godlike, they still decide to steer away from that. They still decide to march their own ways. As of now, trying to gain some altitude, and seems like maybe they might stop for a fight.
Well, let's see. They want the higher ground to work with, but now if they make any noise, they're going to be surrounded and taken down from multiple directions. Look at that. A soft little run-in against the players of TWOB. Jonathan, he's still circling in that buggy, but TWOB Rapido, he got stuck, could not really reach his destination, and Godlike, they're going to be very happy grabbing that free point for themselves, but Punk knocked out. Now, this is a surprise. How did they deal with this?
Yeah, now this is going to be really interesting, because this is something that you were mentioning about, and I accede to that. Hero Extreme Godlike have now exposed themselves to threat from multiple directions, and now look at this. Reaper ripping through S-Power, a knock secured, and this is where they're starting to bleed as Snowjot lands another grenade, and Jonathan goes tumbling down as Admino, the final survivor, has to tuck his tails and run. Or is he actually going to go for the revive? Because that would be absurd at this point.
Oh, definitely would be. This is just going to get worse by the minute, isn't it? There's a lot of teams down south of this hill from the northern side. Constant pressure from Mysterious 4. The revive should come through. I mean, it should not be a problem, especially with the amount of smokes that they have lobbed out in that spot.
It's miraculous if all the 4 players get back on their feet. And seems like they somehow have made it work.
Yeah, even the circle is on top of them.
That little altitude really helped it, right? Team's not finding that perfect angle, and Godlike lives to fight another day. But I'm pretty sure the Hunting Wolves team Reckoning, they're just round the corner, and they have caught a whiff. At this point, Hero Extreme Godlike still in a very good position inside the circle, but now they will have to clear their backlines at the very least.
For sure, I mean, and step number 1 will be to go after Mysterious 4.
Exactly.
It's not going to be easy though. I mean, if the moment they go to the slope of the hill, then Triathamillion Esports, Seoul, all of these teams from the Eastern Front are going to start taking their shots on the side of Godlike. So they are kind of stuck there for the next few moments. Just let everyone around you fight it out. Whoever's left, you go ahead and deal with them.
Easier. It sounds very easy, Johnny. The execution, however. And looking at how they've performed, maybe it might make it possible. But look at this, TWOB. They've got another team around them, and even Hero Extreme Godlike from the back line going with the pinch, and those shots will be hurtful. Eskana, he goes falling down. Kalyu, his position also exposed. Now at this point, TWOB are in a whole world of trouble as another grenade goes pinned in, and Anonymous also gets taken down. Admino, he's a miraculous child.
Yeah, Admino goes big, and TWOB, they even for a second do not know what just hit them. 3 finishes on the board for Admino now. 5 is going to be the total tally for the side of Godlike, and I think this is their moment to shine. Look at the cluster building around this hill with this high ground advantage, and especially if you look at those lines of fire, no one is focusing or looking towards Godlike. They can catch 4 Miracle Alibaba Raiders off guard and get those frags, but Eggy against God's Reign. Justin barely runs out in the nick of time. The player from the side of Eggy has no HP, and he gets taken out, but God's Reign, they still end up getting wiped out. 3 players, 2 players lost, 1 knocked out. Justin was the last man, and he just gets shut down instantly.
Yeah, Murnox there saving the day for Team Eggy. 5 finishes already secured, breaching past that 80 marker already. Team Eggy, they're absolutely having a ball at this point. Too OP though. They've got Reuter Millions right next to them. Team Soul still alive. In a very precarious spot. As of now, Botfire down on his knees. Aim hacks and liability from the backlines. 2OP did have a great start to the game. And now they find themselves in a little bit of a pickle. They have to get inside the circle, still playing around the edges. The moment the 6th stage forms, that's where the trouble really arises.
Of course, not a lot of time left. Just 14 seconds remaining. TMG Esports, I have to say, though, this time doing quite well for themselves. 6 eliminations already secured. That northern edge, it's still a little bit better compared to what's happening down south. I mean, Godlike is still stuck on that hill. No answer on how do they move out. Alibaba Raiders,
They don't need to.
they don't need to, but they got to make sure that the flanks are going to be clear, because otherwise the end game 2 stages later, it's going to be very difficult for them to survive that climb.
Brother, things we have seen from Godlike, at this point, I won't be surprised if they get an explosive chicken dinner. They've got themselves out of such tight situations, and all they need to do is maybe sniff out that threat. Alibaba Raiders, like you said. But for now, Mac, he's made some movements. Liability has been dealt with, and now the numbers dwindling down on the players of 2OP. Reduced to 2. It's aim hacks and bot fire. We've got such an arduous task right ahead of them. For Miracle Esports, they've been dealt with, but 2OP officials, this is what I was talking about. They've got to make a move inside the circle, given the fact they've got so many teams around them.
5 finishes on the board, but 2OP official as they try to make a run into the circle. Shots being fired. Amax extremely low. Could get knocked out, but almost made it. Finally put on his knees. His teammates is still there. Only for a few seconds though. 2OP official on the verge of getting eliminated. Soul could be next. Mane knocked out. That just leaves Legit.
Oh my god, this is not looking good for Team Soul. Because now the circle will also start squeezing in. He needs to get that revive and now get inside the circle. As for OG, they get dealt with. An effort coming in from the players of Reckoning and Team Forever. Enough to seal their fate, at least for this game. As for Team Forever, look at Mafia. He's got 5 finishes, all to his lonesome. And by the looks of it, he's starting to feel himself now against Reckoning. However, Reckoning having that high ground advantage, Team Forever really need to count their steps.
Well, they definitely do. But at least that cluster keeps them safe. For the Reckoning high ground advantage. They are looking to press. We saw an 8 being cooked. If it lands to perfection, then Team Forever, they won't have an answer for it. And it kind of does, to be honest. Damage dished out. Team Forever woken up from their distraction as they were trying to finish off Soul on the other side. But now as the players look to make that climb, Reckoning is there blocking the way. Viper on the other side dealing with Alibaba Raiders. He's found a knock. Just one last man left in the backlines to deal with. That is White Tiger.
They're somehow making things easier for Godlike at this point. Team Reckoning has wanted, still bleeding, on his knees. White Tiger not really in a position right now to go for that revive as Reckoning, they decide to press on the matter. Viper, he's got his eyes fixated on the players of Alibaba Raiders, and if the circle steers away from AR, it's going to be such a tough entry inside the circle. But look at this. Team Forever, they want that breach. Climbing up the hills, and it is going to be such a difficult task to do so. As for Godlike, they've got their eyes set on the players of Mysterious 4. It's going to be interesting as Jonathan taking matters to his own hands. Support from Admeno comes in, they get the knock, but the trade definitely is there.
Well, 9 eliminations on the board now for Godlike. If they can bring their fallen men back on their feet, I mean, that's a big if. They can have a very big chicken dinner in this game. Admino in the backlines does get confirmed, but there's still hope left for Jonathan. Punk moves in the nade towards the players of Mysterious 4 to force them back. And actually succeeds in doing so. Jonathan, that revive should come through, but S-Power, he needs to close the gap with the rest of the team. Has no line of fire to provide any backup as of now.
S-Power, he's gonna conjure some magic for sure. Because now even Hero Extreme Godlike need to find some space inside the zone. And for them, in wanting to do so, they have to exterminate those nearby threats. They'll have to start off with White Tiger first. And even if they get that finish, it is always going to be those glued eyes of Reckoning that they have to deal with. And now their backline's also exposed. Now Snowjot, he gets a smacking fragger, the final player alive. Survived by the bark of that tree. But the big question, Johnny, for how long?
Well, I think about 60 seconds, because that is how long it will take for the Blue Zone to force him out. Other than that, I don't think Fragger himself is going to even attempt. Oh, no, he's going for it. He wants to take this fight. There's 3 players looking in his face, or looking towards him, and he still wants to take this fight. I love the confidence, but we all know the result.
Oh.
There it is.
There you go. And this is something that, Godlike, look at them. 12 finishes strong, of course. They've lost out on Admino. Still not gassed out, though. As Reckoning and Team Forever set up camp at those eastern shores. As of now, Hero Extreme Godlike, still venturing out, and look at White Tiger. Piper does know where he is, and there you go.
Hey man, you're a tiger. You can't teach a viper what crawling in the grass is gonna be about. Spots him out, takes him down. We're down to the top 4 of this match. And that is going to be good news for the side of Godlike. I mean, they're hoping for a top 3 finish, but Jonathan falls. Punk also knocked out. All hopes on the shoulders of S-Power, and he doesn't need to do a lot, by the way. Just needs to pick off one last survivor from the side of TMG Esports, and that will be a top 3 finish for the side of Godlike. But as I say that, Reckoning Esports, they do not want to give them a second to think about what they have to do next. Some instantly moves in. Nate goes flying towards Punk. It's going to force him from behind his cover. Doesn't matter, TMG Esports, they get eliminated from this game still, and Godlike, they've succeeded in breaking into the top 2. Top 3.
Indeed, they have. But look at this, Reckoning, like you said, they wanted to storm through Godlike, but right now, S-Power, the last glimmer of hope. He's got Cheyenne around him, he spotted him out, but how does he react to this? That's the big ask. As Thunder, he's getting dealt with from the sidelines. It's going to be Dionysus getting that finish secured, but now S-Power, he's got that moment to maybe steal another finish away, but Reckoning, they've been on the prowl ever since. They've had enough with waiting, and now there you go, Dionysus catches S-Power, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they bow out.
Yeah, they bow out. Cheyenne, though, still fighting for a few extra points, finishes off Viper. Now it's a 1v3. But we all know it is inevitable. One man against an army can't really defeat everyone all by himself. And Cheyenne learns that lesson firsthand as Reckoning Esports walk away with actually a pretty decent winner-winner chicken dinner for themselves. They had a decent number of eliminations and, of course, 10 points for placements as well.
And this was much needed, especially when you talk to me about Reckoning. 19 points would be enough to somehow bring them very close to 50 or maybe even beyond once the overall standings do come in. But this has been the journey for Reckoning. They have been badgered, they have been hit so much to the point where they have always been of the opinion that they are the late bloomers. And cometh the time, they have risen to the opportunity. And this is what we were talking about. 19 points out of this game. Very well controlled chicken dinner, I must say. This is something different to Reckoning's ideal style of play, where they go all out on your face, aggressive. They've realized that they cannot look down upon the lobby. They need to gather some points, and they did exactly that.
Yeah, and again, I think it is an impressive performance from Reckoning, even in terms of their overall run from round 1 to the semifinals as well. Especially at the start of this year, this team was going through a lot, lost their best player, had to force Viper into a position where he was forced to bear the brunt of bringing in those finishes, be the primary assaulter for the team. At least back last year, he had a little bit of help. Then took a tournament where they did not perform well, but had a lot of learnings. And from there, we saw that amazing form develop in the realme BGIS. And now in the Pro Series, they look like they are in the best form for 2025.
Yeah, I mean, initially, if I'm not wrong, Viper was also benched for a couple of games. And now that he's back into the roster, I think a presence has been established. But when you look at the match rankings, of course, Reckoning did back that chicken dinner, 9 points secured. And when you look at Godlike, I think it does come down to how they survived in those ludicrous rotations that they engaged in. But Team Forever, under the radar, they played really well. Same goes with Troy Millions as well.
Yeah, I mean, Team Forever, actually, I was scared for Team Forever during those early stages, part of the cluster very early, but kept their heads down. So they were patient in this game. And as you mentioned, TMG Esports, I did not see them get 10 eliminations, man. That is incredible. We move on. Mysterious 4 with 5 finishes, 7 points in total. 2 OP official get themselves 6 points. Eggy, Eggy does not care. We asked for 4 points to hit that tally of 80 points. They give us 1 extra. Now they're at 81.
Yeah, they're one of the teams. They might have already done their lifting. 2 more days to go. They're just going to enjoy themselves. Try to breach past 80 because this is what we're talking about. In fact, 100 because now Eggy, they're sitting at 81. Godlike, look at that bounce back from day 1 to day 2. They have drastically improved along with the likes of Team Forever. They've, of course, played 1 game extra. But still, Genesis was also did have a quite decent day in terms of how they played. But NoNx officials lost Hermanos were quite impressive. Now, look at even Reckoning. They've climbed up whilst OG, they have dipped down.
I think... So Godlike and Eggy pretty much competing with similar averages right now. That is very impressive between these two teams. And apart from that, as you mentioned, Reckoning Esports being in the top 8 with 2 more matches in hand. That is an advantage you're looking for right now. The other team that is in a similar spot has to be TWOB, but they still have to cover about 10 to 12 point deficit in order to break inside of the top 8.
Look at this. Godlike and Reckoning have just played 5 matches. They've still got 2 matches cushion. So even if Godlike, the way they've been playing today, if they can continue on tomorrow, then they might also earn themselves the top berth.
I think they might surpass Eggy if they keep going on like this because, I mean, as I mentioned a few moments ago, the averages, points per match basically is pretty much the same right now between the two sides. But the thing is that Godlike will have a much more clearer target. But who cares at this point? I mean, from semifinals week 1, all you're hoping for is qualifying for the finals. Doesn't matter if you're 1st or 8th.
Yeah, you're not going to get any bonus points for that. But as we move on, misery continues for the likes of Team Soul, for God's Reign. Of course, a lot might say they've played 5 matches, but this is not what we expect from such big banners. Even when you take a look at even Wyld Fangs, 6 matches played, 30 points. The way they performed in round 1, I don't think they're even close to how they played.
Man, this is like the top 5 of a finale. Wyld Fangs, God's Reign, Soul, True Rippers, insane being there. Like, so many big names just facing elimination. And Soul right now, I think, is in the worst possible situation, averaging, like 3 points per game. 5 matches played, 15 points secured. Everyone under them lacks a lot of experience compared to the side of Soul. I think closest would be Do or Die, because Do or Die, we keep seeing them in officials. We've been seeing them for a long time. So I think my expectations from Do or Die were also quite high. But unfortunately, even they aren't able to perform. 4 Miracles in the same boat. Destroy the Million as well. Alibaba Raiders aren't doing too great for themselves. 5 matches played, just 27 points secured. But I think the worst possible position is for Troy the Million and 4 Miracles, because these are the 2 names that have 7 games played, and they're still on that last page, the bottom 8.
You know, looking at the brighter picture, at least Troy the Millions did have a decent outing in the final game, right? So something to latch on to. But hey, come on, let's be honest. Anything is possible in the world of. We'll have to, you know, be hoping that they do something miraculous, bro.
The difference between them and the team on the 8th position is the same difference between Eggy and Godlike on the 1st and the 2nd. It's 19 points.
I mean, I get it because, you know, that's going to be so hurtful. But you know what, folks? We've got a very interesting interview also lined up, Johnny.
Yes, we do. And unfortunately, the fixes, this one isn't going to be with us. We'll have our lovely colleagues over on the Hindi desk having a conversation with Niku from Jux. And I want them to ask the question, like, what is going wrong in the semifinals? Because Jux was doing phenomenal in the last round of this tournament. Round 3 was absolutely insane from their end. But now in the semifinals, it seems like struggling to face the pressure of the experienced names.
It's all about not having a really great start, and this kind of gets into your head, and then you certainly are questioning yourselves. And this has been very hurtful, not just to Jux, but for so many other teams that have played so well in the previous rounds. But I think it's finally time to know from the man himself. Over to the interview.
कैसा रहा है अभी तक आपके लिए?
थैंक यू, मैं ठीक हूँ. आप बताओ, आप कैसा?
मैं भी बहुत अच्छा हूँ. बस आप बता दीजिए कि सेमीफाइनल वीक 1 कैसा चल रहा है, क्योंकि हर राउंड में जक्स की तरफ से थोड़ा स्टार्ट लेफ्ट राइट होता है. आने वाले मैचेस में जब आखिर के मैचेस होते हैं वहां पे कमबैक आता है. बट यहाँ पे जब आप सेमीफाइनल वीक 1 पहुंच चुके हो, टॉप 8 आ रहा है, तो हर मैच बेहतर. ऐसे में कितना ज्यादा प्रेशर अपने ऊपर ले रहे हो आप?
नहीं, प्रेशर वगैरह तो नहीं, बट ट्राई कर रहे हैं जितना उसके स्ट्रेटेजिकली चीजों को एग्जीक्यूट कर पाए. तो वही है मतलब.
बिल्कुल
जो
नीकू
बेस्ट
सोमराज के
आउटकम है वो निकाल पाए जो भी।
जी जी सोमराज के बाद मुझे आप मिले जो थोड़े कम शब्दों में अपने जो जज्बात है वो बयां करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, पर मैं आपसे ये भी समझना चाहता हूं कि अगर आप कंपटीशन की बात करें, जग्स को हमने पहले भी ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट खेलते हुए देखा है, इस बार जग्स एक अलग लय में नजर आ रही है, चारों प्लेयर्स का सपोर्ट काफी बढ़िया है। क्या चेंज हुआ है पिछले ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट से इस ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट में टीम जग्स के लिए?
कुछ नहीं, टिपिकल आपको बताइए, लाइक अंडरडॉग्स के जो इश्यूज रहते हैं, प्लेयर्स लेफ्ट राइट और लाइक प्रॉब्लम्स वगैरह, उसी के चलते थोड़ा अप डाउन हो जाता है कुछ चीज़ों में। सो कभी कोई प्लेयर मेन प्लेयर अवेलेबल ना रहे कोई चीज़ों के चलते हुए, बस उसी के चलते, बाकी तो और कोई दिक्कत नहीं, सेम ही है प्रीटी मच।
चलिए नीकू, मुझे लगता है ये सारे अंडरगॉड्स की कहानी वो बता रहे हैं कि भाई कभी कभी होता है प्लेयर्स इधर से उधर लेफ्ट राइट हो ही जाते हैं, पर नीकू आपके हिसाब से आप कितने खुश हैं जग्स के परफॉर्मेंस से, अपने परफॉर्मेंस से कितने ज़्यादा खुश हैं अभी आप?
थोड़ा सा और इम्प्रूवमेंट का जरूरत है, कुछ जगह जो है गलती हो रही है, बट ट्राई कर रहे हैं कि स्ट्रेटेजिकली टीम चीज़ों को करेक्ट कर सके और जो बेस्ट आउटकम है हर मैच से वो निकाल सके।
जी, उसकी
कुछ
पॉसिबिलिटी
हेल्थ प्रॉब्लम्स की वजह से प्लेयर्स को या फिर इंटरनेट की वजह से कुछ दिक्कतें हो जाती हैं, बट ट्राई कर रहे हैं कि उनको ओवरकम कर सकें और बेटर रिजल्ट्स ला सकें।
एग्जैक्टली मतलब उसकी तो पूरी यहाँ पे कोशिश आप कर रहे हो और होपफुली आप आने वाले मैचेस को काफ़ी ज़्यादा बेहतर करके जाओ और लैन में आपसे मुलाकात हो, ऐसा ज़रूर आप मैच यहाँ पे करके दिखाएगा। थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए और ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर अपकमिंग मैचेस।
थैंक यू वेरी मच, आई विल बी देयर।
ओके फॉर श्योर। बट चलिए ये थे काफ़ी मज़ेदार इनका।
That is what I love. That is the confidence that I love. The man has said that he's going to be there for sure, making it to the finals itself.
Another man also told me that he would be there in the next officials. It was Venom from Medal. Unfortunately, he's not. And no, looking at his body language, felt a little nervous. I don't know if it was just for the interview or it's another underdog story that he's been trying to talk about. But whatever the case is, Chucks needs to be hammering tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Especially if they want to keep their hope of qualifying in week 1 itself alive. But we have the realme MVP ranking on our screens. Fierce from Wyld Fangs doing quite well for himself, supported by Seth, who's there on the 4th position. Wizgod on the 2nd. You have Levi from NON on the 3rd, and 5th spot taken by Gods from Insane. Now, these are definitely heavy hitters from their team, and we have seen all of them in action today.
And everybody is a young prodigy in themselves.
Yeah.
Like, for Seth, it's a different story. He's trying to redeem himself. Same goes with Fierce, but Wiz got Levi, Cods. You know, kids on the block, they have just exceeded not just themselves, but have been such crucial elements to their teams, much needed. When you talk about OG, you look at AKOP, nobody really mentions Wizcott, and finally he gets his moment of glory. And same goes for Seth. It was so much needed, but then you've got the likes of Gods. I've been following this young lad from the times of WSP. He was such a young prodigy. Finally, he gets some attention.
Yeah, and this could be his Pro Series where he makes a big name for himself. But ladies and gentlemen, summary for the day on our screens. Team Aryan starting the day off with a 17-point game. The Chicken Dinner secured in match number 1. Then we had Eggy with 15 finishes in that second match of the day, and the Chicken Dinner learned from past as well. A decent performance. Mysterious 4 walking away with the win along with TWOB and Reckoning Esports. Again, I think Reckoning is that one big name that we expected a win from, and they gave us a win in the last game of the day. TWOB as well to a certain extent, but learn from past Eggy and Aryan. With how day 1 went for these 3 names in particular, today was definitely a big successful comeback.
Certainly,
especially Aryan. My apologies.
Yeah, not just Aryan. There were so many teams that staged their comeback. I think even for Godlike, they managed to squeeze in inside the top 2. Now you're talking about so many other teams.
Yeah.
NoNx officials, they have been such a nice team to look out for. Yeah, of course, they did not get those chicken dinners, but they were quite consistent. As a matter of fact, we saw Hyderabad Hydras, OG, 8-bit take quite a slump. Even Soul and Godsrain, we're waiting for them to make a comeback. Just 2 days remaining. I'm really getting excited.
Exactly. It's not just you. It's me as well. And I'm pretty sure our viewers feel the same way about learning and, in fact, watching this entire first week of the semi-finals unfold. It has been intense so far. I mean, Eggy got their very first chicken dinner of the semi-finals today, and even before that, they were sitting on the first position in the overall leaderboard. But still, a lot of big names are there on the last 2 pages of the leaderboard. We spoke about them. There's Wyld Fangs. There's Soul still struggling on the last page of the ranking, and 2 more days left for them to figure out how to make a bounce back. But that pretty much concludes what has happened today. It was the day of comebacks. Tomorrow, it's going to be day number 3 of semi-finals week one, known as the Day of Chaos. What is going to happen, time will tell. Until then, this is Fixes, Super Johnny calling it a night. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job. Defeat, 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 defeat.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन
Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो?
अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार?
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या खा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
but you're saying it'll be fine in the end. So I'm holding my breath, skipping rocks on my skin until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in. But the water's warm, now I'm bathing in color and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Wanna tear all my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my